Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 25 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 991, a rank S Nin Taijutsu. 2 days later. Curoto was organizing some documents at his home when there was a knock on the door of his house. He opened it and spoke to the person. "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a while now." It was none other than Niji at the door. "Sensei, you wanted to see me?" he asked as he walked inside and closed the door behind him. Kuroto nodded. "I just wanted to talk to you about the past 7 months of training under Uchiha Itachi, as well as your performance in the graduation exam." At the mention of the graduation exam, Niji became a little dejected. "I see." The two sat down in his study, and noting Niji's expression, Kuroto asked, "Not satisfied?" Niji nodded lightly. Time and time again, he had expressed his intention to graduate as the top trainee of the year, yet he did not win all his fights. One of them ended up in a draw, which obviously meant that he would not graduate as the top trainee since Cheyenne had won all the fights. Back at the Konoha Ninja Academy, he and Uchiha Sasuke were hailed as the twin stars of the academy, the most shining figures among all the trainees of their year. However, neither he nor Sasuke managed to graduate as the top trainee. Moreover, the inexplicable impressive performances of Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, Shimizu Mika, and Cheyenne left him shocked. Niji never expected that other than him and Sasuke, there were such amazing trainees in their year. He knew they were good but did not expect that they were this good. The unexpectedly good performances of Naruto and Lee made him a little panicked and made him feel that his reputation of being an incredibly talented and genius child was simply false. He fought to a draw against Naruto, and that was Naruto who didn't even use Senjutsu or the power of the Nine Tails. If Naruto had used Senjutsu or the power of the Nine Tails, Niji doesn't think he could have managed a draw either. He would have been defeated very badly. Cheyenne, too, Niji did not have the opportunity to fight against. However, after watching all her fights, Niji was a little spooked. He couldn't determine the reason for this feeling, but he sensed that even if he were to fight against her, he wouldn't be able to win. There was something inexplicable about Cheyenne. These doubts made him feel that he was unworthy to be considered a genius, and he wasn't even living up to his status as the disciple of the Hokage. Reading Niji's expression, Kuroto asked, "Are you blaming me for not personally training you?" "That." Niji hesitated and quickly explained in a low tone, "Maybe a little. I mean, I understand that as Konoha's Hokage, you have to watch over and protect Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, to ensure that he doesn't get taken away by the Akatsuki organization. And you also assigned Itachi-sensei to help with my training, and he taught me a lot of things during that time. But, I don't know, sensei. Maybe I'm just envious of Naruto in that regard." Kuroto smiled and said, "That is understandable. In fact, you are not the only one envious. Uchiha Sasuke must have been envious of you since Itachi helped with your training but did not help him with his training. Someone else must have been envious of Sasuke since Kakashi helped with his training but did not help with others' training. Someone else must be envious of Kurama Yakumo since Uchiha Shursui helped with her training but did not help with theirs. And so on. Envy and doubts are natural." I see," muttered Niji, pondering over Kuroto's words. Kuroto continued, "Besides, the reason why I assigned Itachi as your instructor is because I consider him the most talented and wise shinobi in Konoha. In terms of raw talent and understanding of the world, perhaps only Yondaime Hokage surpassed him. Currently, there's no one as talented as him in Konoha." Niji couldn't help but question in surprise, "Not even you, sensei?" Kuroto scoffed at himself, "Me and talented? Not at all. You think too highly of me. I was just lucky that things worked out for me. If not for that." Kuroto wasn't being humble, it was indeed the truth. If not for having the memories from his past life and being lucky that he did not die when he injected himself with that serum, Kuroto would have never become as strong as he is. He was never really talented as a shinobi, his talent shines in scientific research and discovery. He was lucky that Orochimaru was fascinated by that and took him under his wing. If not for that, the most Kuroto would have managed to accomplish in his life would be to become a special jonin or maybe a jonin. Kuroto added, besides, hasn't Hisashi-sama already told you about my life experience? Niji nodded, he has. From his father's words, Niji knows that Kuroto was not really talented during his academy days and was not an outstanding shinobi either in the beginning. But with time, he managed to get himself together and is now Konoha's Hokage, well above all those talented people. Kuroto smiled and said, if you know that, then you must also understand that everyone has their own period of growth, and what I want you to learn from Itachi is not just jutsu but also the meaning of shinobi. The things that you can learn from Itachi, you won't be able to learn from anyone else. I understand, nodded Niji. Kuroto smiled, good. Then he took out a scroll he was carrying in his pocket and handed it over to Niji. Take this. Niji accepted the scroll handed to him by Kuroto with a curious expression. Sensei, what is this scroll for? While Niji unfolded the scroll and read it, Kuroto explained, you have already learned all the Hyuga clan techniques that Hisashi-sama could teach you, and you have also created a few jutsu of your own. Now that you have good chakra reserves, it's time to move on to some advanced jutsu. The Byakugan chakra mode? I have never heard of this jutsu, Niji expressed surprise after finishing reading the scroll. Nodded Kuroto, and explained, of course, you haven't. After all, I am the one who created this nin taijutsu, although I don't use it that often. This jutsu is not easy to master. In terms of rank, it can easily be considered a rank S. It requires extremely precise control over chakra and a very deep understanding of shape transformation. You would have to first master shape transformation to the utmost level before you can master this nin taijutsu. Is this jutsu that powerful? Asked Niji with an excited expression. It is, nodded Kuroto, and added, but it is also very taxing on the chakra reserves, so you have to be very careful about when to use this nin taijutsu. I understand, sensei, nodded Niji heavily. It's basically a degraded version of the Tenseigan chakra mode, but unlike the Tenseigan chakra mode, it's more difficult to learn and master. The current Niji obviously cannot learn the Tenseigan chakra mode. After all, he would need to have Tenseigan for that, which he doesn't. Niji could theoretically awaken the dojutsu if Kuroto were to inject the same gene fusion serum into his body that he used. However, it's too risky. Just because Kuroto got lucky and succeeded in awakening the Tenseigan does not mean that Niji would also get lucky and awaken the same. The chances of him dying are far too high. Therefore, the Tenseigan is still too far for Niji. However, this does not mean that there are no other ways for Niji to improve his strength. Kuroto created the Byakugan chakra mode half a decade ago, and mastering this nin taijutsu should be fine, allowing Niji to continue to get stronger so that he does not get left behind by his talented peers. While Niji was excitedly reading the scroll, Kuroto smiled and asked another thing, also, for the Chunin squad, do you have any preference for the instructor? Niji was confused and asked, what do you mean, sensei? Kuroto explained, well, once you become part of the Chunin squad, an instructor will be assigned to lead your Chunin squad. So, I was wondering if there is any person in particular you would want to be your instructor. Such a thing shouldn't be asked of a Chunin, as it could be seen as favoritism. But who made Niji Kuroto's disciple? As the Hokage, can't Kuroto give some preferential treatment to his disciples? Niji hesitated and asked, then, could it be you, sensei? Kuroto smiled and shook his head, that wouldn't be possible. As the Hokage, I have other responsibilities and wouldn't be able to lead any Chunin squad. Anyone else? Niji understood Kuroto's reasons and mumbled, Itachi-sensei would also be very busy since he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan as well as the principal of the academy, so it can't be him either. He answered after a pause, if that's the case, then I am fine with anyone you assign, sensei. All right, nodded Kuroto, not delving any more into the matter. The two talked for a while longer about various things, including the nin taijutsu that Kuroto had given him. Niji had a lot of doubts, and Kuroto patiently cleared them up one by one. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Niji's doubts were completely resolved. After that, Niji bowed to Kuroto and left. He was eager to start training the Byakugan chakra mode. Chapter 992, The Sleeper Agent. Somewhere in the forests of the Land of Fire. After walking for a while, Kuroto stopped, and spoke to no one in particular. "All right, why don't you come out?" Just as Kuroto spoke, on a tree branch not far away, a blurry figure appeared. The person casually sat on the tree branch, and with his hand resting on one of his knees, he spoke in a deep voice, "Hyuga Kuroto, we meet again." Undoubtedly, this person is none other than Obito wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak and a mask pretending to be Madara. Looking at Obito, Kuroto clicked his tongue as he thought to himself, "TCH, just a wood clone, huh? Guess he doesn't want to risk it." The Land of Fire is a restricted zone for the current Akatsuki organization, and Konoha is naturally more so. The members of the Akatsuki don't dare come close to Konoha unless and until the entire organization is on the move. The exact terms of the agreement between Amatsukami and Konoha are unknown to them, so they try to avoid this place for fear of ambush and unexpected encounters with Amatsukami members. Unlike other members of the Akatsuki, Obito is not that worried since he can escape using Kamui, but even then, he does not come forward in person, rather, Sendo would clone out, while the original is hiding inside the Kamui dimension and observing the exchange. Understanding Obito's thought process, Kuroto was a bit annoyed, and questioned, "What do you want?" Rather than directly answering Kuroto's question, Obito observed Kuroto's temperament, and commented in an amused voice, "After becoming the Godame Hokage, the aura has undergone significant change, huh? No longer as cowardly and submissive as it used to be." Kuroto spoke in a cold voice, "Since you can notice such a thing, then you must also understand that I won't be cooperating with you anymore. It's pointless, there's nothing you can offer me anymore that I cannot obtain as Konoha's Hokage, so I don't see any reason to betray the village to a bunch of terrorists." "Ha ha," Obito chuckled in amusement, "Hokage," and added, "What I see before me is just a poor bird trapped in a cage. It doesn't matter if the cage is made up of iron or gold, a cage is, after all, a cage." He continued after a pause, "Certainly you have become the Hokage, but ultimately, you are only a member of the branch family bound by the caged bird whose sole purpose is to serve the main family. That will never change." A visible trace of hatred and resentment appeared in Kuroto's eyes as he spoke. "It has nothing to do with you." Obito shrugged, "Perhaps," and added in a bewitching tone, "but the conditions I spoke the last time are still the same. Akatsuki can help you get rid of the shackles of the caged bird that restrains you. In exchange, you just have to give us what we want." Kuroto shook his head. "How do I trust your words?" Obito smiled, caught you, and spoke, "Hyuga Aoki, how do you think he escaped the caged bird?" At the mention of Aoki's name, Kuroto blinked in surprise, and snorted, "But isn't he dead already? Killed by the leader of Amatsukami." Although the death of Aoki is still a secret for most Hyuga clansmen, Kuroto is the Hokage. Naturally, he knows the truth. After all, Kakashi was there in person when Otsutsuki Tonari made that declaration, and Kakashi would naturally pass that information to the Hokage and the elders of Konoha. Obito also understood this, and didn't try to hide this information. That is certainly the case. He was an arrogant fool. He was unaware of his limits. He sighed in pity, then added, "But the fact that he broke free of the caged bird is undeniable." "How do you think he managed that?" "You mean to say?" asked Kuroto with widened eyes. Obito looked at Kuroto with a scrutinizing expression. There is something that Obito is also curious about. He was wondering why the Hyuga clan is still searching for Aoki, and why there is still such a high bounty on his head. If Kuroto knows that piece of information pertaining to Aoki's death, the entire Hyuga clan should be aware of it as well, but they don't seem to know this piece of information. Come to think about it, there was some discourse between the main family of the Hyuga clan and the Hokage faction some time ago. Is it because of that? Thought Obito. Another reason that came to his mind was, or maybe it's to restrain the main family of the clan. If the main family still fears the possibility of Aoki still being alive and being a threat to them, they will definitely restrain themselves. Maybe it's a combination of both. The Hokage faction wants to restrain the main family of the Hyuga clan using the threat of Aoki, which is probably why they haven't been informed, mumbled Obito to himself, then shrugged. well, it doesn't really matter, and spoke to Kuroto. I think you are smart enough, so I don't think I need to answer that question. You should be able to draw the right conclusion. Although Kuroto showed a bit of eagerness on the surface, internally, he knew that Obito was speaking nonsense. Aoki obviously did not tell the Akatsuki organization anything related to the caged bird. Kuroto is certain about it because he has read all of Aoki's memories. Besides, even if he had told that stuff to Akatsuki, it would have been impossible for them to liberate without the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. After all, that thing is the core of the caged bird, and that treasure is already in his hand. If he wants, he can instantly liberate all the members of the branch family. Obito obviously didn't know all these things. He felt that his bait enticed Kuroto, and spoke. As for how we did it, that is something you will only learn if you are useful to the Akatsuki organization. For now, you only need to know that we have the power to free you from that prison which binds you into servitude for the rest of your pathetic life. Kuroto's expression became solemn, and after some visible hesitation, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" and immediately added, "If it's related to the matter of Jinchuriki, then I can't do anything about it. I cannot bring the Jinchuriki out of the village. That will put my position in danger. Unlike Aoki, I do not have any intention of defecting Konoha." Obito nodded, and said, "You don't need to bring the Jinchuriki out of the village." Kuroto frowned, and asked, "Does that mean the Akatsuki is going to once again take action against Konoha?" and said while shaking his head, "I can't accept that. It will sow seeds of dissatisfaction among the people with me as the Hokage. Greedy for the political power that comes with the position of Hokage, huh? But it makes sense. For a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, such a thing is almost unattainable. Obviously, he doesn't want to do anything that would affect his position," thought Obito as he shook his head in pity and disappointment. Then after a moment of silence, he said, "Relax, we have no interest in destroying Konoha anymore, so you don't have to worry about your position as the Hokage being at risk. Our purpose is only the Jinchuriki. As long as you make things convenient for us, I can promise that Konoha will not be harmed." Kuroto hesitated, well, and spoke, "If it's just Jinchuriki, then I guess." Obito added, "In fact, what you would be doing is for the safety of the village." Kuroto frowned, and questioned, "What do you mean?" Obito answered, "See it this way, if you don't give us the Jinchuriki easily, we will fight to the bitter end, and the entire Kumogakure will get destroyed once again. It will continue to happen time and time again. Certainly, Amatsukami can come to your rescue, but how many times? There will be a time when even Amatsukami will be caught off guard, and at that time, Konoha will be completely destroyed. You should know that we have this power. Iwagakure is the prime example, but if you hand us the Jinchuriki, Konoha will remain as is, and we would no longer bother this village." Kuroto took a deep breath. Obviously, Obito was indirectly threatening Kuroto with the safety of the village, as well as enticing him with a way to keep the village safe, and obviously, Kuroto bit the bait. "All right, as long as the village is untouched, and if you help me deal with this damn caged bird, I can cooperate with you to some extent." "Wise decision," said Obito, and spoke, "All right, you need to remain a sleeper agent and continue with your daily life. Once things on our end are ready, I will give you the signal, and at that time, all you have to do is sacrifice the Jinchuriki for the safety of the village." Kuroto hesitated, and asked another question, "And what if Amatsukami interferes?" Obito answered and smiled, "You needn't be concerned with them, all you have to focus on is doing your part right." Leading these words, Obito did not bother anymore and disappeared using Kamui. Chapter 993, Uchiha Clan's Only Opportunity. As months passed by, the truth of the Uchiha coup d'état around 7 months ago was investigated by the Akatsuki organization, and based on the intelligence they collected, the majority of Konoha is unaware of the coup. What the people of Konoha about that night is that 2 members of the Amatsukami organization attacked the Uchiha clan and caused severe losses to them, including the death of many elite clansmen. The 2 Homosubi attacked the Uchiha clan and defeated all the clansmen, including Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Shinichi, and Uchiha Fugaku. Granted, the 2 Homosubi had the element of surprise, but to be able to defeat 3 Mangekyo Sharingan users without even causing any commotion is something that even the masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki dared not say that he could do. Of course, this does not stop him from developing deep contempt for Shursui, Shinichi, and Fugaku. The three of them couldn't even fight back against two Homosubi. If it were me, as soon as such a thought came to his mind, the masked man recalled the night he was killed by the female Homosubi in the most secret hall under the Mizukage building in Kurogakure and had to resort to using his Anaji to save himself. Later, on the night of the Konoha collapse, he was also sealed inside the gourd of sword of Totsuka and almost fell into a state of a drunken dream for eternity, so his expression became bitter. "Humph, those were just some accidents," muttered the masked man as he thought to himself, but both Homosubi are indeed troublesome, so Shursui, Shinichi, and Fugaku's defeat is not completely unreasonable. Regardless, the masked is clear that Amatsukumi's attack on the Uchiha clan on the same night as the planned coup must have something to do with the Hokage's faction, which means... As he was pondering, he noticed a figure slowly approaching him step by step. Converging his thoughts, the masked man looked at the young boy and chuckled, "Congratulations on becoming the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi." This person was none other than Itachi, and hearing the masked man's words, Itachi's face darkened. "If you called me all the way to the edge of the land of fire specifically to anger me, then good, you have successfully accomplished your objective." As soon as they met, the masked man deliberately mentioned that his father had to step down from the position of Uchiha clan's patriarch, and also had his Mangekyo Sharingan gouged out by the Homosubi of Amatsukumi. His intentions were obvious to Itachi. The masked man shrugged. "There's no point in getting angry with me. I am not the one who gouged out Fugaku's eyes." Itachi sighed lightly. "You are right, there's no point in taking out my anger on you." Then he looked at the masked man, and asked, "What do you want anyway?" The masked man tapped his fingers on the ground as he looked at Itachi with a scrutinizing gaze with his Sharingan, and after a long silence, he spoke. "Uchiha Itachi, you are a smart guy. By now you should understand that the way things stand, Uchiha clan has no future in Konoha." Itachi narrowed his eyes, and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" "Trying to play the fool, muttered the masked man with an amused smile, then said, "Well then, let me tell you something that you may or may not know. After all, it has been nearly 6 decades since Konoha was founded, and many things from that time are unknown to the younger generation." Itachi was a little intrigued. "From the time Konoha was founded?" The masked man nodded. "After a long gruesome war, the Uchiha and the Senju reached an agreement and finally founded Konoha. At that time, Senju Hashirama wanted me to become the Shodaime Hokage. However, Tobarama, the rest of the Senju clan, and the other clans that joined the village were opposed to this idea, and as a result, Hashirama ended up becoming the Shodaime Hokage. I didn't really care about the position of Shodaime Hokage. After all, the peace was what mattered. But as time passed, and I learned more truth, I came to realize that all the other clans would work together against the Uchiha clan. I did not want to think that such a thing would happen. However, it was happening slowly but surely. When the Umbu was founded, no Uchiha clansman was included in it. When the Konoha Ninja Academy was founded, no instructor was taken from the Uchiha clan. In the other departments, even if the Uchiha clansmen were taken, they were not given high position. Itachi was silent. He has heard these things from his father after he took the position of the patriarch, therefore, he wasn't surprised or opposed the idea. The masked man continued. "Slowly it got to the point that I knew that the Uchiha clan had no future in Konoha. I wanted to lead the Uchiha out of Konoha. I had found different answers to the peace I desired, and I wanted the clan to support me for that, but I was a fool." "The clansmen refused?" asked Itachi with a thoughtful expression. "Indeed, they had experienced peace within the village, and they were reluctant to once again fight for the peace that I desired. Moreover, they were afraid of Hashirama's strength. They did not believe that the Uchiha clan would be able to fight against entire Konoha that had so many clans," spoke the masked man, and continued. "As a result, I left alone. I had not given up on the peace I desired, and later, I challenged Senju Hashirama for the leadership of Konoha." "But you lost that battle," muttered Itachi. The masked man nodded. "Yes, I was defeated, though I did not die as everyone believed. Now that you are the patriarch, you should understand how I escaped death, right?" "The forbidden Jinjutsu is Anaji," answered Itachi. "Correct," nodded the masked man, as he explained. I had used transcription seal in my Sharingan. If I were to die in that battle, it would activate. Once I was back to life, I wandered the shinobi world for answers, for the peace I desired. Itachi asked curiously, and Nagato's approach is your answer? In a way, and the things that transpired in the shinobi world have proven that Hashirama's approach was wrong. The first great shinobi war, the second great shinobi war, and the third great shinobi war. But that's not what I am here to talk about, said the masked man, and spoke after a pause. Not long after that fight, Senju Tobirama, who became the Nine-Name Hokage of Konoha, established the Konoha military police force, and made the Uchiha clan responsible for the security within the village. Restraining the clan within the village, while keeping them occupied with something. As a result, Konoha became Uchiha clan's cage. A lion inside a cage might be the king of animals, but it lacks the courage and fangs of a beast. Uchiha clan thrives in war, but trapped inside the village the Uchiha clan was slowly but surely being weakened. According to the policies of Tobirama, the Hokage can never come from the Uchiha clan, and that has been the case so far. There has never been a Hokage from the Uchiha, and there never will be. What happened with Fugaku has proven this. Once again, Itachi was silent. In a way, the masked man was right, but... The masked man continued, heck, Konoha doesn't even allow the Uchiha clan to coup. It reached the point where neither the Uchiha clan will be given any power nor will they be allowed to fight for their rights. From the moment this clan refused me, it has been doomed to extinction. Isn't it a bit ironic? The Uchiha clan was the co-founder of Konoha, yet the Uchiha has been pushed to such a corner? After a long silence, Itachi finally spoke. The current affairs of the Uchiha clan have nothing to do with the traitor. You made your own decision to leave, we made our own decision to not follow you. Whether we thrive or are annihilated, it doesn't concern you anymore. The masked man sighed. That is indeed true. He paused for a while, and spoke, but, the fact that there is a close connection between Konoha and the Akatsuki cannot be denied. So what happened on that night 7 months ago, it is inseparable from the Hokage and the elders of the village. As long as that is true, you would never be able to retrieve Fugaku's eyes. Maybe those eyes are with the Hokage and they're using them, just like Shimura Danzo had the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. His death was a mystery, am I right? Though the masked man said that Shimura Danzo had Uchiha Kagami's eyes, he isn't certain. This is just based on rumors. There's also a possibility that those eyes have been assimilated into Uchiha Shursui. After all, Shursui hasn't gone blind despite having used his Susanoo to such an extent. It wouldn't be strange if Shursui had his grandfather's eyes and used them to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi asked coldly, stop beating around the bush, and get straight to the point. What exactly do you want? The masked man chuckled, very well, and got straight to the point. Same as last time, cooperate with us. We can help you retrieve Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan from Akatsuki, as well as help you become Konoha's Hokage. Itachi was surprised. What? He didn't expect the masked man to offer such a deal, and asked, and why should I believe you? The masked man asked, Akatsuki is our common enemy, is it not? Itachi nodded lightly. That is, indeed true. Since that's the case, we can work together for the time being, can we not? Suggested the masked man. Itachi did not answer directly. I will think about it. The masked man was satisfied with Itachi's answer, and spoke, but be quick about it. Once we are ready to make our next move, there's no going back, and don't make the same mistake as those foolish clansmen did back then. This might be your only opportunity. Although Itachi did not speak anything in response, he nodded lightly. With that, the masked man did not waste any more time and left with Kamui. He did not discuss anything in regard to the identity of the two Homusubi. They have already reached such a point that their identities are irrelevant. The only thing that matters is that the two sides are enemies. Chapter 994, Hospital Visit. Kumogakure, Land of Fire. As Curoto headed towards the Konoha hospital, a flood of memories suddenly rushed into his mind, including his conversation with Obito. It became clear that the Hyuga Curoto who met Obito was actually a shadow clone, carrying 50% of his chakra. Understanding Obito's intentions, a frown creased his face, and doubts crept into his mind. It's only been 7 months since Akatsuki's previous defeat. Why are they resurfacing so soon? Could it be that I inadvertently revealed a weakness in my disguise back then? Considering Akatsuki's deep fear of Amatsukami, it seemed logical for Nagato and Obito to remain inactive for a while. Kuroto had theorized that Akatsuki would lie low for the next 2 to 3 years, awaiting the resurrection of the One-Tail before taking any action. After all, tailed beasts typically took about 10 years to resurrect after their demise. Who would have imagined that Akatsuki was so eager to resume their activities? Though the exact timing remained uncertain, it seemed likely to occur within a few months. Judging from Obito's tone, they appeared more confident this time. Kuroto carefully reviewed the details of his last encounter with Nagato and confirmed that he hadn't exposed any flaws. However, he pondered, did I perhaps push too hard? Instead of deterring them, did I inadvertently provoke Nagato? That shouldn't be the case, right? Kuroto murmured, though uncertainty lingered. According to his plan, Akatsuki should have been focusing on investigating the traces of the Akatsuki clan and understanding their power, rather than hastily resuming their operations. One reason Kuroto planted the idea of Yama being an Akatsuki within Akatsuki was to prompt them to uncover the truth of the Ten Tails and related matters. Moreover, if they believed Yama hailed from the same clan as the Sage of Six Paths, they might reconsider their actions and hesitate. While this wouldn't eliminate the threat, it could afford Kuroto some breathing room to advance Project Godhood. However, things didn't unfold as planned. Instead of hesitating, Akatsuki grew more determined. Kuroto also realized that Nagato's strength might have increased, giving him the confidence to confront Yama recklessly. With a weary expression, Kuroto sighed, pondering, why are things taking this turn? Kuroto harbors no desire to contend with Akatsuki once more. If he possessed the strength to defeat Nagato, he would have done so long ago. His inability to do so suggests he's not yet powerful enough, and Akatsuki isn't affording him the time to grow. Project Godhood was initially slated to span over 18 years. Despite efforts to expedite the process, it's still insufficient. Kuroto refuses to compromise on Project Godhood, thus, everything must be flawless, and achieving perfection demands time. Given the rapid pace of developments and changes, Kuroto worries he won't have ample time. With a sigh, he realizes, it seems I truly must rely on these children's assistance, as he enters the Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital. 5 days had passed since the graduation exam at the Konoha Ninja Academy. After a prolonged period of treatment, Cheyenne finally regained consciousness. Upon receiving news of her awakening, Kuroto rushed to the hospital, deeply concerned. Word of the Hokage's arrival swiftly reached the ears of the medical ninjas stationed at the Konoha Hospital. To greet Kuroto, it was none other than Yui who stepped forward. With Tsunade Hime assuming the role of one of Konoha's elders, Yui had assumed the position of head of the hospital. While some might perceive favoritism due to her engagement to Konoha's Godame Hokage, Yui's exceptional skills in medical ninjutsu made her a fitting candidate for the role. As they traversed the hospital corridors, Kuroto inquired of Yui, "How is Cheyenne's condition?" "She's doing fine now, no need to worry," Yui responded with a reassuring smile. "Good to hear," Kuroto nodded. As they conversed along the way, they soon reached the ward where Cheyenne was recuperating. Giggles emanated from inside the room. "Luffy is so funny. Look, Hinata-chan, look what he is doing." The laughter spilled out into the corridor. After knocking, Kuroto entered the room. Inside, he found Cheyenne seated on the bed, clad in hospital attire with bandages wrapped around her neck. Despite the bandages, she appeared content, engrossed in a manga while Hinata sat beside her, carefully peeling oranges. Kuroto and Yui's entrance into the ward naturally drew the attention of Cheyenne and Hinata. The little girl closed the manga, offering Kuroto a grin, "Kuroto and I." Returning the smile, Kuroto approached Cheyenne, inquiring, "How are you feeling?" Cheyenne, displaying confidence, raised her left hand, attempting to show her non-existent muscles, ready to become a full-fledged genin. "Good," Kuroto acknowledged. He then turned to Yui and Hinata, requesting, "Please leave the two of us alone for a while. I need to talk to her about something important." "All right," Yui and Hinata nodded before exiting the ward. Now alone, Cheyenne questioned with a downcast expression, "Are you angry at me, Kuroto and I?" Kuroto sighed softly as he approached her bed, then lightly flicked her forehead before speaking, "No, I'm not angry. These things are part of the life of a shinobi. Though it may have seemed like a risk to others, I trust you knew what you were doing, right?" Rubbing her forehead with a slight pout, Cheyenne nodded. "I had considered various outcomes and positioned myself to minimize the risk, so..." Relieved, Kuroto smiled. "If that's the case, then it's all right." Cheyenne grinned in response. Now, on to the main matter." Kuroto reached into his pocket, retrieving a scroll which he handed to Cheyenne. As she received it, confusion flickered across her features. Unfurling the scroll and scanning its contents, Cheyenne was taken aback. "Kuroto and I, this jutsu, is this for real? Are you really giving this to me?" Kuroto nodded. "Indeed it is. Consider this your reward for graduating as the top trainee of the year. I want you to make an effort to learn this jutsu." Cheyenne's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll do my best," she affirmed. Patting her head gently, Kuroto continued, "If you manage to master this jutsu, just like with your dojutsu, I need you to keep it a secret from others unless it's absolutely necessary. Understand?" "Got it!" Cheyenne nodded eagerly. With the matter of the scroll settled, they exchanged a few more words before Kuroto departed from the ward. As he made his way out of the Konoha hospital, Yui walked alongside him towards the exit. Observing her hesitant demeanor, Kuroto sensed there was something she wanted to say. "What is it?" he prompted gently. Realizing that Kuroto had perceived her unease, Yui sighed before speaking. "Kuroto-kun, would it be possible to assign Cheyenne-chan and Hinata-chan to the same Chunin squad? Hinata-chan is quite shy and often struggles to express herself, but with Cheyenne-chan, it's different. Cheyenne can understand Hinata like an open book, so..." Yui wasn't certain if such a request was feasible, considering Chunin squads are typically formed based on trainees' strengths and weaknesses. However, she held hope that both girls could be placed together. Kuroto chuckled softly. "Was that all? I thought it might be something more significant." After a brief pause to consider her request, he nodded. "I'll see what I can do." "Thank you," Yui replied with a relieved sigh. She believed that as long as Hinata and Cheyenne were in the same Chunin squad, they would both be safe. With that settled, Kuroto and Yui shared a few intimate moments with each other before he departed from the Konoha hospital and headed toward the Konoha Ninja Academy. Chapter 995, A Lesson and Graduation Gifts. Patriarch Mansion, Uchiha Clan District. Itachi and Izumi sat together in the courtyard, as they often did, discussing the events of their day. This had become a routine since their marriage. They would share stories about the Ninja Academy, the clan, family matters, market news, and other topics that they experienced throughout their day. While Izumi was speaking, she noticed that Itachi seemed somewhat distracted. She reached out and placed her hand on top of his, trying to get his attention. "Itachi-kun, is something on your mind today?" she asked. Taken aback by Izumi's sudden question, Itachi's train of thought was interrupted. He shook his head and replied, "It's nothing too serious, just some matters concerning the clan." He was pondering over what Madara told me the other day. "I see," nodded Izumi, gazing into Itachi's eyes. With just a glance, she could sense if something was truly troubling him. She noticed that while something was indeed on his mind, he remained calm and unstrained. This indicated that whatever it wasn't overly serious. Yet, it was also evident that it wasn't something she should pry into. Respecting boundaries, Izumi refrained from probing further. She understood that sometimes, knowing too much could lead to complications. If Itachi wished to share, he would do so in his own time. However, she didn't want him to shoulder everything alone either. Leaning in closer, she expressed, "Regardless of your decision, I'll always stand by you. It's the promise I made on our wedding day, and one I intend to uphold for as long as I live." Itachi clasped Izumi's hand tightly, locking gazes with her. Eyes are said to be windows to the soul, and in hers, he saw unwavering determination as she expressed her heart. He nodded in acknowledgement. I know. With a gentle gesture, he brushed her brown hair behind her ear, drawing closer. Sensing Itachi's proximity, Izumi's cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes, anticipating their impending kiss. Just as their lips were about to meet, Itachi halted and addressed Kiyomi and Sasuke. How long do you plan to hide? Izumi lifted her head swiftly, spotting two heads peeking from behind the wall. She blushed in embarrassment at being caught in such a private moment. From the other end of the courtyard, Kiyomi's voice sounded discontented. Oh, come on. In such a perfect moment, you're supposed to ignore the peepers and carry on. Itachi looked at Kiyomi, uncertain of how to respond, before turning his attention to Sasuke. Kiyomi's behavior I can understand, but Sasuke... Sasuke hurriedly explained, I wasn't peeking at you too, it was just a coincidence. We came here to ask you something, and I-san. But when Kiyomi noticed you too, she insisted we shouldn't interrupt and should wait, it's just that she got a little curious, and then, well... Kiyomi, feeling betrayed by Sasuke's explanation, interjected, Sasuke and you're not supposed to betray your Amato like that. You're breaking my heart. Itachi sighed. Let's forget about it. He smiled and inquired, so, what did you two want to ask me? Sasuke and Kiyomi hurried to Itachi and Izumi's side, but before addressing Itachi, they apologized to Izumi, Shimai-chan, please forgive us for intruding. Izumi waved her hand in embarrassment, replying, it's fine, don't worry about it. She swiftly changed the subject, saying, anyway, what did you want to ask Itachi-kun? Right, Kiyomi began, Itachi and who will be our instructor? And will we be in the same Genin squads? Sasuke also looked expectantly at Itachi, awaiting his response. Itachi shook his head. I'm not at liberty to disclose that information to anyone, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but I can't answer your question. Kiyomi pouted, not even to us? Itachi nodded solemnly. Even though you're my younger siblings, I can't provide that information. You'll find out tomorrow. Then, he added, but I can inform both of you that you're not in the same squad. You'll have capable Jonin instructors, so there's nothing to worry about. I understand, Kiyomi nodded. She wasn't surprised by the news, though she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped they'd be in the same squad, but she accepted it. With that settled, Itachi turned to Sasuke, inquiring, what's on your mind, Sasuke? Sasuke hesitated, his fists clenched, and he spoke with bitterness, I couldn't graduate as the top trainee in my year. I've disappointed Toussaint and you. I lost to Cheyenne. Itachi nodded curtly. That's true. You lost. Itachi-kun. Izumi began, but Itachi interrupted her. There's no need to sugarcoat things, Izumi. What I'm saying is a fact. He lost. Izumi didn't know how to respond and simply sighed, saying, I see. Kiyomi stood silently by their side. Maintaining his gaze on Sasuke, Itachi inquired, so, you couldn't achieve your goal and failed to graduate as the top trainee of the year. What's next? Sasuke looked at Itachi, puzzled. Itachi clarified, I'm asking, what are you going to do next now that you failed to achieve your objective? Are you thinking of giving up? Or do you still intend to struggle? Sasuke immediately shook his head. No, I don't intend to give up. Even now, my goal remains the same, to restore the reputation of the Uchiha clan and Toussaint. But... He hesitated, unsure if there would be other opportunities. Itachi smiled reassuringly. Since you haven't given up, then continue on the same path. There will be more opportunities in the future. He paused for a moment before continuing, life, especially for a shinobi, is filled with challenges. Many struggle to achieve their goals on their first attempt and end up failing. However, among those who fail, only a few refuse to give up. They stand up again and again in pursuit of their desires. The ones who persist despite countless setbacks, they are the ones who truly succeed in life and achieve their objective. I understand, Sasuke nodded, his expression serious. Itachi then turned to Kiyomi. And what about you? Kiyomi also nodded. Good, Itachi smiled. Then, he remembered something and turned to his wife. Izumi, do you have that scroll with you at the moment? Now? Izumi asked, surprised. She whispered lightly, I thought it was for later. Well, I was thinking the same, but... I suppose it's fine to give it now, Itachi said. If that's your decision, then I suppose. Izumi nodded. She retrieved a storage scroll from her kimono and said, it was delivered just this evening. I see, they work fast, Itachi smiled. Sasuke and Kiyomi observed Itachi and Izumi conversing with puzzled expressions on their faces. Noticing their confusion, neither Itachi nor Izumi bothered to explain. Izumi unfolded the scroll on her lap, then performed the necessary hand signs and slammed her hand on top of it. Immediately, a poof of smoke emerged as something was summoned from the scroll. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke and Kiyomi could see it clearly, a sword. Itachi picked up the sword and began to explain, it's one of the rare swords of Kusanagi, and it's made up of chakra-conductive metal. This one, in particular, has a high conductivity for lightning chakra. Considering your proficiency in lightning style and kinjutsu, Sasuke, this is a suitable weapon of choice for you. For me? Sasuke muttered in surprise. The sword of Kusanagi was legendary, he had heard of it before. Even the Godame Hokage was said to wield one. Yet, he hadn't expected Itachi to give such a precious weapon to him. It's your graduation gift from the two of us, Itachi said as he passed the sword to Sasuke. Taking the sword from Itachi, Sasuke was visibly moved. Thank you, Nisan, Shimai-san, he said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Itachi and Izumi smiled softly at Sasuke's gratitude. Then, Izumi summoned another scroll from the storage scroll. Once again, Itachi picked it up and handed it to Kiyomi, and this is for you, Kiyomi, your graduation gift. Excitedly, Kiyomi took the scroll, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Is it a jutsu? She asked eagerly. Itachi nodded. Yes, we were able to obtain this jutsu from Tsunadeheim, thanks to Izumi. Once you master it, your strength will increase. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kiyomi tightly hugged Izumi. Shimai-chan, thank you so much, she exclaimed happily. Izumi returned the hug with equal warmth. She replied, smiling contentedly. As Kiyomi and Izumi separated, Itachi addressed them, I know you're both very excited at the moment, but it's getting late. It's time to obediently go to bed. Tomorrow is a big day, right? Sasuke and Kiyomi nodded in agreement. Despite their eagerness to try out their gifts, they acknowledged Itachi's instruction and decided to go back to their rooms. Just as they were about to leave, Itachi added, oh, and one more thing. Kaa-san and Tu-san have also prepared something for both of you for your graduation. Visit their room before going to sleep. Got it! Excitedly, Sasuke and Kiyomi shouted their acknowledgement and dashed toward Fugaku and Mikoto's room. Once Sasuke and Kiyomi were out of sight, Izumi said, I'm glad they like the gifts. Itachi nodded in agreement. Then, he once again took Izumi's hand and leaned in closer, asking, now, where were we earlier? Well, Izumi murmured shyly, closing her eyes and leaning in closer as well. This time, there was no one to interrupt them, except for the full moon hanging in the sky. Chapter 996, Meeting the Nine-Tails. Hokage's house, Hyuga District, Kumogakure. I'm home. Naruto announced his arrival as he slipped off his shinobi sandals and carefully placed them on the shoe rack. In the past, living alone, Naruto paid little attention to such details as properly organizing his footwear. He hadn't even realized it was something to consider. However, since moving into Kuroto's house, he had to adapt to many new habits. Occasionally, he intentionally neglected such chores just to provoke Yui and enjoy her scolding. There's a certain comfort in being reprimanded when there's someone to care about you. With a smile on his face, Naruto caught a whiff of a sweet aroma wafting from the kitchen. Unable to resist, he made his way toward the source and inquired, "It smells amazing, Yui and I-san. Are you preparing a feast?" Without turning her back, Yui spoke, "Naruto-kun, welcome back. Dinner is almost ready, and yes, I've prepared something like a feast since tomorrow is your graduation. Quickly wash your hands and freshen up for dinner, okay?" "Really, you're the best, Yui and I-san," exclaimed Naruto excitedly as he hurried to his room. Just as he was about to leave, Yui interjected hastily, "Also, inform your sensei that dinner is almost ready. He's in his study." "You got it!" Naruto's voice echoed from a distance. A while later, the three of them gathered around the dinner table with a hot pot placed at the center. Naruto couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the delicious dishes neatly arranged before him. His stomach growled in anticipation. While Yui served rice and lentils in a bowl, Kuroto turned to Naruto and inquired, "So, Naruto, how did your date go?" Naruto grinned in response, "It was fun." Kuroto blinked suspiciously and pressed further, "Where did you and Hinata go? What kind of things did the two of you do?" Yui also looked at Naruto with curiosity. She was interested to know the details of their first date as she recognized this as excellent material for teasing Hinata when Naruto was not around. "Oh, we went to the waterfall behind the Nara forests and did some chakra controlling training exercises to improve my chakra control. Hinata is really good at controlling her chakra. I didn't know that." Naruto replied enthusiastically. "All Hyugas are very proficient in chakra control." Kuroto responded before quickly changing the subject, "Anyway, chakra control exercise, okay, and what else?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion, folding his arms as he recounted, "Well, we did some fishing too, but for some reason, Hinata did not want to use chakra for that, so we had to rely solely on our basic skills. It was fun. Then we ate the fish we caught after grilling them, and also the sandwiches that Hinata had brought with her. Oh, and we also talked a bit about ramen, but she didn't speak much since she hadn't eaten much of the ramen. I must take her to Ichiraku ramen someday when I have time. She would definitely love the ramen." "Well, that's a good start, I guess," muttered Yui as she placed the rice bowl in front of Naruto. Kuroto nodded knowingly. He knew all too well that Naruto didn't understand the concepts of loving a girl and being attracted to a member of the opposite sex. At the same time, Hinata's shyness hindered her ability to express herself openly. It would likely take numerous interactions for both of them to unravel their feelings and become comfortable with each other romantically. Not caring about the children's private affairs, Kuroto changed the topic and talked about some other stuff. The remainder of the dinner passed in warmth, with Naruto occasionally sharing instances that made Kuroto laugh and elicited smiles from Yui. Given that chakra is a blend of physical and spiritual energy, ninjas who expend a lot of chakra naturally develop hearty appetites. Naruto, being an Uzumaki, possessed an especially robust appetite. Furthermore, after dedicating the entire day to practicing chakra control, he found himself thoroughly exhausted and ravenous. Although not on the scale of Naruto's, Kuroto's appetite was considerable, prompting him to partake heartily in the meal. Yui rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she observed Kuroto and Naruto finishing their food. Afterward, she tidied up the table and proceeded to wash the dishes, while Kuroto escorted Naruto to his study. Kuroto's study. Sitting across from Kuroto, Naruto glanced around the study, noticing numerous scrolls neatly arranged on shelves. However, he knew he didn't have permission to peruse them. Meanwhile, Kuroto pondered to himself. Naruto had already mastered several jutsu, including the multiple shadow clone jutsu, Rasengan, transformation jutsu, sexy jutsu, and harem jutsu, among others. While this repertoire might seem limited, it sufficed for Naruto's needs. He only required variations and refinements of these techniques. Naruto only mastered the basic Rasengan over 7 months, despite using the multi-shadow clone jutsu for training, because Kuroto aimed to establish a strong foundation for Naruto's future development, particularly in understanding chakra shape transformation. The Rasengan represents the pinnacle of shape transformation, but there are crucial intermediate steps that Naruto lacked awareness of until 7 months ago. Therefore, Kuroto guided Naruto from the fundamental grasp of chakra to the apex of shape transformation, without relying on the Rasengan training method employed in Canon. Consequently, Naruto's chakra manipulation extends beyond merely creating a swirling sphere. He can now shape his chakra into various other forms. In mastering a jutsu, simply learning is less important, while comprehending and internalizing the process really matters. Understanding the underlying mechanics facilitates mastery and simplifies subsequent steps. Throughout this process, Naruto has certainly matured a lot. Aside from Rasengan and multiple shadow clone jutsu, if Kuroto were to include the summoning jutsu and senjutsu to Naruto's repertoire, his current strength would be commendable. However, there's a larger issue. While Naruto's abilities might stand out among his peers, on a broader scale, he remains relatively weak. Thinking on his previous conversation with Obito, Kuroto understands that Akatsuki will likely resume their activities in the coming months. In response, he feels a pressing need to ensure Naruto's growth to a level where he can defend himself effectively in worst-case scenarios. Observing Kuroto lost in thought, Naruto also realized that something is worrying him, and inquired, "Kuroto-sensei, what's on your mind?" Shaken from his reverie, Kuroto thought, "There's only one thing to do for immediate protection," and gestured to Naruto, "Come here." Confused, Naruto approached Kuroto and stood before him. Kuroto gently placed his hand on Naruto's forehead and instructed, "Close your eyes and relax." Following Kuroto's guidance, Naruto shut his eyes, and suddenly, his consciousness was enveloped as Kuroto entered his plane of consciousness. "It's a little different from the canon," thought Kuroto as he looked around Naruto's place of consciousness. It was like an underground sewer network with dark passages, multiple water pipes, and various light sources. The difference is that the plane of consciousness is far brighter than it used to be in the canon. Having entered the planes of consciousness of multiple individuals before, including Yui, Gaara, Shursui, Itachi, Shinichi, and Karen, Kuroto possessed the ability to perceive and comprehend a person's emotions by observing their inner realm. The brightness of one's plane of consciousness serves as a reflection of their emotional state, with a brighter plane symbolizing happiness and cheer, while a dimmer one signifies loneliness and darkness. For instance, Yui's inner realm manifests as a sunlit flowerbed, indicative of her contentment, whereas Gaara's initial plane of consciousness appeared as a dark cave, reflecting his emotional turmoil at the time. Naruto's inner world, once dim and somber, has gradually brightened, signaling a shift away from loneliness and sadness. Upon recognizing this transformation, Kuroto redirected his focus from the alleys to a distant source of gloomy chakra. Following the trail, he soon found himself standing before the immense cells containing and suppressing the Nine Tails. "Is this the Nine Tails?" Kuroto murmured, studying the colossal creature with its fiery orange fur and 9 tails confined within the cell. Though not his first encounter with a tailed beast, seeing the 9 tails for the first time in person was a striking experience for Kuroto. Looking at the 9 tails, Kuroto thought, "It's exactly as I remembered from the anime. Moreover, the chakra of the 9 tails is really quite overbearing and negative, huh?" As Kuroto observed the imprisoned creature, the 9 tails sensed his presence and opened its eyes. Upon spotting Kuroto's Hokage Hiyori, the 9 tails erupted in anger, smacking its metallic confines. "Damn you, Hokage," it roared. Of all the individuals the 9 tails despises, aside from Uchiha Madara, the Hokage's rank high on its list of animosity. Unfazed by the 9 tails' display of aggression, Kuroto remained composed. "I am aware that the sealing techniques of the Yondaime Hokage-sama do not entirely restrain you," he stated calmly. "To some extent, you can influence Naruto and perceive what he sees, thus you should know my identity." With a cold snort, the 9 tails addressed Kuroto, "Godaime Hokage, Hyuga Kuroto." Kuroto nodded in agreement. "Correct," he said, getting straight to the point. "The Akatsuki organization already possesses the 2 tails, the 4 tails, the 5 tails, the 6 tails, and the 8 tails. According to my sources, they are planning to capture the remaining Jinchuriki, which means Naruto and you are also on their list of next targets." Upon hearing Kuroto's words, the 9 tails remained nonchalant. However, its ears perked up, indicating its interest in what Kuroto would say next. Kuroto smiled lightly and continued, "By now, you should be aware of Akatsuki's purpose. They aim to capture all the 9-tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails. If the 10 tails were to return, the entire world would face devastation. This should be clearer to you. Although I do not agree with the Sage of Six Paths method of scattering the 10 tails chakra into the 9-tailed beasts, who do not even have the power to protect themselves, since he has done so, there's nothing I can do about it for now." Upon hearing Kuroto mention the Sage of Six Paths, the 9 tails was visibly moved. Kuroto added, "Being controlled by Uchiha Madara against your will, then sealed inside Uzumaki Miyo-sama, later transferred into Uzumaki Kushina-sama, after that once again being controlled by the Sharingan by that masked man, then being divided into 2 halves by Yondaime Hokage-sama and sealed inside Naruto. I know you haven't been treated fairly, and you have too much hatred in your heart for humankind, but Naruto is an innocent boy. In fact, because of your existence being sealed inside him, he was treated unfairly by the world. You should be very clear about that too." The 9 tails snorted, "Huh? So? What do I care how the brat is treated?" Kuroto nodded, "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you, however, since you are sealed inside him, his life and death do concern you since his death also means your death." Then added, after a pause, "And although I cannot understand or feel your pain or suffering, I can improve your treatment." The 9 tails was surprised for a moment, then sneered, "Just you can do such a thing?" If it was the Shodaime Hokage who was able to hold it with a single arm of that humongous wooden statue, 9 tail might believe, but other Hokage? 9 tails scorned them. Although Yondaime Hokage was also troublesome as he managed to divide it into 2 halves, but that's just division, not anything else. As for Nidaime Hokage and Sandaime Hokage, they are not even worth paying attention to, let alone Godaime Hokage. Although the 9 tail doesn't know much about the Godaime Hokage Hyuga Kuroto, it doubts that Kuroto has such an ability. Anyone who is not Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara doesn't have such an ability. Just as 9 tails sneered, a sapphire blue chakra enveloped Kuroto, and 8 truth-seeking orbs appeared behind his back. Floating on a higher level than the 9 tails, Kuroto looked down on the fox and asked, word by word, "Do you still have the same doubt?" Looking at the pair of royal blue eyes shining like stars in Kuroto's eye sockets, as well as the gentle yet incomparably powerful chakra enveloping him along with the 8 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him, 9 tails was stunned. You are. Chapter 997, 9 tails Shock and Cooperation. Looking at Kuroto hovering above him while enveloped in the cyan chakra along with several black orbs floating behind him, 9 tails' eyes widened in shock. "You are Yama of the Amatsukami?" Because there's a hole in the Fuinjutsu that Yondaime Hokage had used to seal 9 tails inside Naruto, it can spread chakra outside the seal to some extent and look at the outside world through Naruto's eyes, therefore, it is privy to some common knowledge. For this reason, 9 tails is no stranger to information about the Akatsuki organization and the Amatsukami organization. These 2 organizations have stirred up too much trouble in the shinobi world, and almost everyone is aware of their name, especially the folks in Konoha, considering that children at the academy often talk about Akatsuki and Amatsukami, so 9 tails has also heard those details through the mouths of all these people, and recognized Kuroto's identity based on the characteristic cyan chakra and the black orb circling behind him that matches the description of the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Besides, 9 tails still remembers a few details from the time of the Sage of Six Path, although it doesn't understand the concept of Kekiai-mora, a fusion of 7 chakra natures, and the truth-seeking orbs. It does understand that those black orbs are similar to the black orbs that Old Man Six Path used to have around him, and later his son Azura had those orbs. Therefore, it recognizes that the person standing before him is not something it can look down upon. Playing with one of the truth-seeking orb in his hand, Kuroto asked 9 tails, "Do you still have the same doubt?" 9 tails was vigilant. "Who are you?" Kuroto shrugged. "Don't you already know? I am the Godaime Hokage of Konohagakure, and I am also the leader of the Amatsukami organization. Of course, I am also Uzumaki Naruto's sensei." 9 tails still couldn't believe it and asked with an incredulous expression, "But how is this possible? How can a Hyuga have such strength?" Wait, are you really a Hyuga? In the millennium years, the Nine Tails have spent roaming this world. Generally, it has always been the descendants of Asura and Indra who have caused major problems for the world. The others haven't been as much of a troublemaker as the Uchiha and Senju. For this reason, Nine Tails has never paid much attention to them either. To begin with, it doesn't like to interact with humans, and more often than not, the only thing that's respected in this world is the strength that others did not display to the extent that the Uchiha and the Senju did. The Hyuga did exist and have a lot of momentum, but it never reached the same level as the Uchiha and the Senju, so it was naturally difficult for the Nine Tails to believe that an existence-like person in front of him could appear out of the Hyuga clan. After all, they are just Hyuga. In response to Nine Tails' question, Curoto could only shrug. Indeed, I am a Hyuga, there is no questioning that. He does recognize the fact that he is an anomaly among the Hyugas. Heck, he is an anomaly in this shinobi world. Then once again asked Nine Tails, do you still have the same doubt? In response to Kuroto's question, Nine Tails looked down and bowed slightly. It did not have the Sama arrogance as earlier. The likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can already play with him like a pet with their strength, and Nine Tails could feel that the person before him is even stronger than the two of them. What's more, unlike Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mito, and Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Kuroto is acting civilized, and talking to him rather than just subduing him with force, so it felt that it should also talk in a civilized manner. Noting Nine Tails' action, Kuroto smiled lightly, and spoke, as I mentioned earlier, since you are sealed inside Naruto, this means your fate is already intertwined with Naruto's, so helping Naruto also means helping yourself. Nine Tails asked with a puzzled expression, you want me to approve of him so that he can become a perfect Jinchuriki? Kuroto nodded, indeed, I want you to fully cooperate with him and assist him, it's good for both of you. It's good for Naruto, I can understand that, but how is it good for me? Asked Nine Tails doubtfully. Isn't it good enough to stay alive and continue to exist as an independent tailed beast inside Naruto? Or would you rather prefer to be captured by the Akatsuki, extracted from the boy's body, and then sealed inside the ghetto statue for the revival of the Ten Tails? Do you have the power to protect yourself? Can you resist the masked man's Sharingan? Can you resist Nagato's with style? Can you fight back against Rinnegan's power? Asked Kuroto. Hearing Kuroto's questions, Nine Tails fell silent and shook its head. Can't resist. If it could resist such power, why would it be captured and sealed in the first place? Kuroto continued, as long as you do what I ask you, the fuinjutsu that restrains you will be released and you will have enough breathing room. Moreover, I can also promise you to find a way to release your inhaf from the stomach of the Shinigami and fuse it back with you so that you can become complete once again. Really? Nine Tails' eyes lit up in excitement. Kuroto nodded, as long as you let go of your hatred and make peace with Naruto, I will also fulfill my part of the deal. He paused for a moment, and added, I give you my word not only as the Godame Hokage of Kumogakure, but also as the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, and Naruto's sensei. If it was someone else who made this promise, Nine Tails would simply scoff at them, for it knew well that such a thing wouldn't be very easy even for a Hokage. After all, that's the stomach of one of the many Shinigami, not your everyday grocery store. But considering that it's Hyuga Kuroto with strength even that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it felt that it is indeed possible. What's more, it has been so long since someone actually treated it kindly, so Nine Tails had little resistance to Kuroto's offer, and it nodded, then I will also do everything to protect the boy. Seeing that Nine Tails agreed, Kuroto breathed a sigh of relief, deactivated the Tenseigan chakra mode, and descended back to the surface. Then he turned around and said, let's do a fist bump to acknowledge the promise. Nine Tails behind the cage hesitated slightly, then stretched out its paw and bumped it with Kuroto's small fist on the other side of the gate. The disparity in the size was visible when their fists met. Kuroto's entire body was not as large as Nine Tails' thumb. But it didn't matter, the difference in size was irrelevant. As their fists met, there was a resonance and ripples spread through Naruto's place of consciousness. It meant that their promise was now bound, and both sides must acknowledge their end of the deal. After the fists bumped, both sides retracted their hands and Kuroto looked around to make sure that everything was normal. Once he had confirmed that things were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the problem of Nine Tails is dealt with. In fact, he didn't have any good method of dealing with the nine tails sealed inside Naruto, other than intimidation and reaching cooperation. He didn't think any other method would work to make sure that Nine Tails fully protected Naruto. For this reason, Kuroto didn't hesitate and directly activated the Tenseigan chakra mode to coerce the Nine Tail with the minimum effort. Fortunately, his approach worked, and Nine Tails agreed. With his objective completed, Kuroto glanced around and upon noticing that there was no abnormality in Naruto's place of consciousness, he mumbled to himself, "Looks like they aren't going to come out to see me." Kuroto was thinking of the Yondaime couple. Before they died, both of them had sealed some of their chakra inside their baby in order to help him out in the future if required. Kuroto suspected that his uninvited arrival in Naruto's plane of consciousness would alert them, and they might come out, but that didn't happen. I guess they want to stay dormant for now in order to meet their son. Truth be told, Kuroto also wanted to meet them. At least, he wanted to meet Namake's Minato. After all, he really admires the Yondaime Hokage, but he also doesn't want to take away Naruto's opportunity to meet his parents, so it can't be helped. Regardless, it was time for him to leave Naruto's place of consciousness. As for the worry about his identity being discovered by others because of his interaction with the Nine Tails, Kuroto believed that wouldn't happen. Nine Tails obviously wouldn't give out this information. Kuroto can be assured of this after their fists bump. As for the Yondaime couple, he can't be certain about Uzumaki Kushina, but considering Namake's Minato's character, he probably won't give out this information either, and he would probably make sure that his wife doesn't reveal that information either. What's more, their current state is just chakra. Once they meet Naruto, they will be gone, so there's no concern. Besides, they should also be able to perceive the outside world through Naruto's senses and must understand that Kuroto has no ill will toward their son. In fact, he has actively made an effort to give Naruto the care and family that he never had and they failed to provide. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't do anything to harm Kuroto, because harming him is equivalent to harming their son, and no caring parent would want to do that. Though I do wonder, what do they truly feel about their son being ostracized and alienated by the entire village throughout his childhood? After all, they sacrificed their lives for the sake of the village, yet the village mistreated their son. If it were me in their place, and my child would have been in Naruto's situation, I wouldn't be able to accept such an outcome no matter the situation. Such a thought flashed in Kuroto's mind as he said goodbye to the Nine Tails, then left Naruto's place of consciousness. Chapter 998, Similarities between Kuroto and Naruto. Coming out of Naruto's plane of consciousness, Kuroto shook his head and sighed. Naruto was a little stunned. Kuroto-sensei? He felt that something happened within him the moment Kuroto touched his forehead, but he was unsure about what happened. It took him a few moments, but Kuroto recovered. He withdrew his hands, and said with a smile, "I am fine." Then he instructed Naruto to sit down and questioned after a pause, "Naruto, do you know what a Jinchuriki is?" It was time for Naruto to learn a few things about the tail beasts and Jinchuriki and other stuff. Nobody in the Elder Council had told Kuroto to inform Naruto, but Kuroto felt that since the Uzumaki boy had graduated from the academy, he should know these things. Jinchuriki, muttered Naruto as he tried to think. He seemed to have heard this complicated word somewhere, but he couldn't remember what it meant and who uttered it. "I see, you don't know, huh?" asked Kuroto. Naruto shook his head. "I don't remember," and added, "though I can recall that it is something very important. What is a Jinchuriki, Kuroto-sensei?" While pointing at Naruto, Kuroto said, "You are a Jinchuriki." "Me?" asked Naruto while pointing at himself, and suddenly asked, "Is it about the demon fox's son thing?" He hadn't forgotten that until a few years ago everyone was repulsive of him and used to call him the demon fox's child. Although that all stopped later, the memories of that painful and lonely time are still there in his mind. Kuroto nodded, yes. Then he tried to find the right word, and while pointing at Naruto's abdomen, he explained, "Though rather than being the son of the demon fox, you are the host of the nine-tailed fox. If you touch your abdomen, you would be able to feel a certain presence there, and if I am not incorrect, you did meet that fox, not long ago, right?" Naruto's eyes widened, and he nodded, "Yes, it was during my fight with Sasuke. That's the nine-tailed demon fox," but he was confused, and questioned in a low voice, "But Kuroto-sensei, what is that fox, and why is that fox sealed inside me?" You know, everyone used to hate me because of that. I didn't even know why. Curoto pondered for a moment and decided to explain some lore of the Ten Tails and the creation of the nine-tailed beasts by the Sage of Six Path. Long ago, a very powerful existence beyond all, it was very big and very powerful, it was the progenitor of all that existed in this world, a god that created countries, it had the power to swallow oceans, split the lands, and carry mountains. There was such a thing, muttered Naruto in amazement. Curoto nodded, there was, and continued, when that existence threatened this world, but before it could destroy the world, a certain individual stepped forward, he defeated that beast and protected this world from being destroyed. Later he became renowned as the Sage of Six Path, the founder of Shinobi World. The Sage of Six Path? What kind of person was he? Asked Naruto. He seemed to hold some admiration for that old man. Curoto chuckled as he answered, he was nothing but an old fool who did not understand the world. When the Nine Tails heard Kuroto's words, its eyes twitched, it didn't expect that Curoto could even mock the old man's six path. A fool, huh? Naruto grinned, he didn't take Kuroto's mockery seriously. Based on Kuroto's words, he could feel that although Curoto called the Sage of Six Path a fool, he did seem to have some respect for him. Yeah, a fool, muttered Curoto as he looked at the moon through the window, then he turned back to Naruto and continued, anyway, that old fool defeated the monster, and to make sure that the monster doesn't jeopardize the safety of the world again, the Sage of Six Path divided it into 10 individual existences. 9 beasts and 1 wooden husk, these 10 existences when combined can revive that world-destroying monster once again. The sage gave the 9 beasts individual wills and consciousness and set them free to roam the world, while he hid the wooden husk somewhere else. That demon fox, is it such an old thing? Mumbled Naruto in amazement as he touched his abdomen. Humph! Inside Naruto's plane of consciousness, Nine Tails snorted proudly. It's a millennium-old existence and knows more than anyone, it deserves respect and worship. Yes, nodded Curoto and continued, those 9 beasts roamed this world for 1,000 years, sometimes they would conflict with the people of this world, sometimes they would isolate themselves and live freely, but that all changed when Konoha was founded. About 60 years ago, in order to end the Warring States period, 2 best friends who also happened to be the 2 strongest shinobi of their time along with their families and clans allied together to form Konahagakure. One of those 2 people became the Shodaime Hokage, while the other person left Konahagakure. If the 2 of them were best friends, why did the other person leave Konoha? Asked Naruto. He couldn't understand the thinking of the other person. He had learned more about the world and came to believe that people cannot truly open their hearts to others, as such they cannot truly understand each other, and he found a different path to peace, one that differentiated from his best friend's path, explained Curoto, and added, and so, the 2 fought. It was a long gruesome battle, and in that battle, that person also used the power of the demon fox, however, he lost the battle. Shodaime Hokage-sama feared the power of the demon fox. He thought that if it got into someone else's hand, it would be very dangerous for the village, so, the demon fox was sealed inside his wife in the same way it is currently sealed inside you. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Shodaime Hokage-sama, became the first Jinchuriki of the demon fox. This time Naruto didn't speak and looked at his abdomen in silence. The information Curoto has given is a little too much for his 12-year-old brain to process at once, and it took him a long time to understand. Once Naruto looked up again, Curoto continued, after the death of Mito-sama, Uzumaki Kushina became the 2nd-generation Jinchuriki of the demon fox. She remained the Jinchuriki until 12 years ago. What happened then? Asked Naruto. Somehow, for some reason, he felt that he needed to know this, though he couldn't understand why. He felt very eager. 12 years ago, after she gave birth to her child, she became very weak, and the Fuinjutsu that seals the demon fox became weak. At that time, to exact vengeance upon Konahagakure, the masked man, who had learned about this information, sneaked in Konoha, and at the moment of her weakness he summoned the fox and controlled it to wreak havoc on the village, in order to protect the village. The Yondaime Hokage-sama sacrificed his life and sealed the fox inside a baby, and that baby was you. Naruto, explained Curoto, and added after a moment of silence, I wasn't in the village at that time, so I don't know what the terror of the fox was like, but many people died on that day, and those that lost their relatives and loved ones came to resent and hate the demon fox. Since the demon fox was sealed inside you, they came to resent you as well. In truth, you are a hero. Yondaime-sama wanted you to be treated as a hero as well, and the fox was a victim too since it was being controlled by the masked man, but... Drip! Drip! Tears flowed down Naruto's cheeks. He had always wanted to know why everyone used to hate him and avoid him, and now he finally knows. Kuroto looked at Naruto in silence. He doesn't know whether telling Naruto these things is right or wrong. He doesn't know if Naruto will come to resent everyone after learning this truth, but he knows that Naruto has the right to know all this, more so now that he is no longer a child. After a while, Naruto stopped crying, but he sat in silence. Kuroto looked at the boy with a melancholic expression and asked, "Naruto, do you hate the village?" I don't know." He had no answer. It would be wrong to say that he doesn't have some ill feelings, but... Kuroto looked back at the moon and asked, "Back when I was your age, I went through a similar experience as yours. Do you want to hear about it?" Naruto's eyes widened. Similar experience as mine? He was interested to know. Kuroto nodded, indeed, and went on to explain. It was a few months before the demon fox attacked the village. The Third Great Shinobi War had just ended, and Minato-sama had just become the Yondaime Hokage. At that time, because of some dispute with Shimura Danzo, and dissatisfaction that he wasn't chosen as the Hokage, my sensei, Orochimaru-sama, defected from Konoha. Wait! Sensei, Orochimaru-sensei was your sensei? Naruto asked in surprise. He didn't know this. Kuroto nodded, yes, and he is still my sensei. It doesn't matter if he is not a shinobi of Konoha anymore. Then he looked back at Naruto and continued, after Orochimaru-sama's defection, all the shinobi that were closely related to him, whether they were his subordinates or his disciples, they were all ostracized and were about to be disposed of. I was also sent out of the village to be secretly killed. What? Why? Naruto was taken aback. He couldn't understand why someone like Kuroto would receive such a treatment. Kuroto smiled sadly and explained, the village couldn't risk the possibility of Orochimaru-sama's spies remaining in the village. He was a very powerful and strong shinobi, and he could threaten the safety of Konoha. In order to not jeopardize the safety of the village, everyone who was suspected of being his spy was secretly going to be disposed of. He turned back to the moon and continued, at that time I was really scared. I also hated those people who were planning to kill me. I still remember my teammate crying in fear. She was loyal to Konoha, but she was going to be killed because of being suspected to be a spy. Then, what happened? Asked Naruto tentatively. Nine-tailed demon fox's attack, answered Kuroto. He turned back to Naruto and continued, the village suffered a catastrophe and many shinobi died. Because of that incident, the village lacked manpower, so it couldn't afford to dispose of any more and called us back to the village. It was because of the demon fox's attack? Naruto was once again surprised. Yes, if not for the demon fox's attack, I might have been dead. I know it sounds morbid, and I probably wouldn't mention this to anyone, but in a way, I am grateful for the demon fox's attack, nodded Kuroto with an awkward expression, and continued, of course, they couldn't trust us immediately, considering that we were kind of discarded, and I also had a lot of resentment within me, but I couldn't bring myself to harm the village. Do you want to know why? Why? Asked Naruto. Indeed, based on things Kuroto had told him so far, he could indeed relate to Kuroto's experience, so he wanted to know why he couldn't bring himself to harm the village despite what it had done to him. Trust me, Naruto, I had that kind of power, and several times I wanted to do that, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It's because people I loved and cared about also lived within the village. Yui, her parents, Hisashi-sama, and his family, as well as my other friends. They had nothing to do with what I went through. If I had destroyed the village, what would have happened to them? Asked Kuroto. As Kuroto mentioned fetters, Naruto also recalled all his friends and loved ones, including Kuroto, Yui, Iruka, Sasuke, Niji, Hinata, Cheyenne, and Kurama, as well as others at the academy, and he had to agree with his sensei. Kuroto smiled as he continued, and look at me now, someone who was about to be disposed of is now the Hokage of the village. Would I have become the Hokage if I had destroyed the village? More often than not, destruction is not the end-all be-all, at least, it wasn't in my case. You are right, Kuroto-sensei, you are a great Hokage, and just like you, I will also become a great Hokage when I grow up, believe it, nodded Naruto with a grin. Kuroto ruffled the boy's hair with a smile, and nodded, I know you will, you would make me and everyone proud. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Chapter 999, Iwagakure's Proposal? Hokage Building, Kumogakure. Looking at all the unfolded scroll, Kuroto tapped his fingers on the table with a thoughtful expression on his face. I did not expect that not only the Tsuchikage but even the Reikage would make such a proposal. A few days before the recent graduation exams, Kumogakure received a proposal from Iwagakure about holding a joint Chunin promotion exam for the 5 great shinobi villages. Through the Chunin promotion exam, on the one hand, outstanding and talented shinobi from the 5 great shinobi villages can be selected, and on the other hand, the cooperation between the 5 great shinobi villages can also be deepened. Even in Canon, Konoha used to hold joint Chunin promotion exam for its allies such as Amigakure, Otogakure, Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, Tsukigakure, and Kirigakure. These joint Chunin promotion exams have always been used to consolidate relationships between different villages and to showcase the strength of their excellent Junins. Although Orochimaru taking advantage of the Chunin promotion exam to start the Konoha collapse plan occurred because Yondaime Kazekage was an idiot and was deceived by him, that was an exceptional case. Overall, the purpose of the Chunin promotion exam has always been the same. After thinking over Tsuchikage's proposal, Konoha conveyed that proposal to several other great shinobi villages including the Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure with the intention of hearing their opinion about the joint Chunin promotion exam. Surprisingly, all 3 great shinobi villages agreed to the proposal of holding a joint Chunin promotion exam. Sitting on the sofa, Elder Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in a carefree tone of voice. Inoki made this proposal, it's probably because he wanted to use the joint Chunin promotion exams to restore the reputation of Iwagakure. Although both Iwagakure and Kumogakure were destroyed by the Akatsuki organization, Konoha managed to somehow repel the Akatsuki organization and protect their Jinchuriki, while Iwagakure was completely defeated and barely managed to protect themselves by sacrificing their both Jinchuriki. For this reason, the reputation of Iwagakure seems to have fallen. In times of peace, a shinobi village generally thrives and sustains itself on the missions it receives, and the missions it receives depend upon its reputation. Since Iwagakure's reputation has fallen, so it has not received as many missions as it used to until half a decade ago. Based on this, it is easier to understand Inoki's intentions. He wants to use the joint Chunin promotion exams to restore the reputation of Iwagakure so that the village can receive good missions in the future. Elder Koharu agreed with Elder Hiruzen's guess. The same can be said for the Kumogakure. Although Kumogakure did not suffer as terribly as Iwagakure, Shimura Danzo's attack on Kumogakure did leave a scar on their name, coupled with the fact that both the Jinchurikis of Kumogakure have been captured by the Akatsuki. That village is also suffering from a serious lack of high-end combat power, so Reikage also intends to brush up the reputation of Kumogakure through the joint Chunin promotion exams. As for Sunagakure and Kirigakure, the final decision for these 2 villages is obviously up to Curoto, but both Kazekage and Mizukage have also accepted the proposal since it benefits their villages as well. Sunagakure in particular intends to show off their exceptional Chunin in the joint Chunin promotion exams. After all, as the only shinobi village that hasn't suffered any catastrophe in the past few years, their overall strength can be said to be very good. Tsunadeheim said nonchalantly, "Humph, if they are all so eager for the joint Chunin promotion exams, then why not do it? The Genins of Kumogakure would never be afraid of any shinobi village." Kuroto glanced at Tsunadeheim and smiled. The Genins of Kumogakure, ha! Ha ha ha. Jiraiya also added with a confident smile, indeed, several of the recent graduates have far surpassed the requirements of being Chunins, heck of them are on the level of Jonins, so even if we hold the joint Chunin promotion exams, there wouldn't be any problem. Undoubtedly, the performance of the trainees in the graduation exam a week ago has given everyone a great deal of confidence. Elder Hiruzen turned to Kuroto and asked, Curoto, what do you think? Curoto had a thoughtful expression on his face. In fact, initially, he was not so interested in Iwabakure's proposal. Events like the joint Chunin promotion exams are generally very troublesome and require too much time. Curoto himself is so busy that he didn't have any intention of holding such a large-scale event for the 5 great nations. However, Obito's sudden appearance made him realize that whether it's the Project Godhood or Naruto and Sasuke's development plan, everything has to be accelerated, and the joint Chunin promotion exams does present such an opportunity. Real combat has always been a very good method of overall development, so Naruto and Sasuke's development plan aside, Kuroto's lightning chakra nature clone can also be developed during the joint Chunin promotion exams. Maybe it's not such a bad idea to hold the joint Chunin promotion exams, thought Kuroto as many plans started to formulate in his mind, and he nodded with a smile. Since everyone wants to use this opportunity to restore their reputation, then let them come. As for whether they will succeed in their objective or not will depend on their abilities. The others nodded, as Elder Koharu questioned, which Jinins do you plan on selecting for the joint Chunin promotion exams? Kuroto answered, all the squad captains who believe that their Jinins are up to the mark can recommend their teams. Of course, our target will be the top 18 trainees of this year. Since there are still a few months left for the joint Chunin promotion exams, they can receive targeted training in these months to get ready for the exam. Elder Hiruzen mumbled, if it's those 18 trainees, they would definitely perform very well. Then he thought of something, and questioned, by the way Kuroto, what about their instructors and the configuration of the squads? You haven't told us about them. Elder Koharu, Tsunade, and Jiraiya also looked at Kuroto. Yes, we should be aware of these things. Kuroto smiled, since everyone is interested, why not simply watch everything ourselves? If I am not wrong, Irika should be assigning the squads together at this point. He then turned to Elder Hiruzen and asked, using that jutsu would be fine, right? Elder Hiruzen stroked his beard for a moment, then nodded, yes, there shouldn't be any problem. And took out a crystal ball from his cloak. He put the crystal ball on the table at the center. Tsunade stared at Elder Hiruzen with a dead fish eye look. Sensei, you still use this? She couldn't be clearer about the purpose Elder Hiruzen uses the crystal ball. Elder Hiruzen blushed, and shook his head. You are wrong Tsunade, I haven't used the crystal ball for a very long time. Jiraiya asked with a grin, then why do you have it with you, Sensei? As someone who shares similar hobbies of collecting material, Jiraiya also knows the true purpose of the crystal ball. Elder Koharu also rebuked him, you are already so old, but you still haven't changed your habits. Elder Hiruzen coughed in embarrassment. Kuroto looked weirdly at everyone, shook his head, and quickly changed the topic. Anyway, let's look at the trainees of Class A. Hiruzen looked gratefully at Kuroto for changing the topic, and he quickly activated the technique, Crystal Ball Jutsu. Chapter 1000, Jinin Squad's Configuration. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived for the graduating trainees, the day they would receive their forehead protectors and officially become Jinins. As dawn broke, eager expressions adorned the faces of the trainees as they made their way to the Ninja Academy. Within the bustling classrooms, groups of children gathered, discussing potential squad assignments. Aware of the profound impact these decisions could have on their careers and lives, they scrutinized every detail with care. No one wished to be paired with a loser or useless squad mate. The strength of one's squad directly influenced the pace of advancement in rank, access to higher-level missions, and acquisition of powerful jutsu. Conversely, being saddled with a weak or pathetic teammate could jeopardize not only one's rank progression but also the ability to survive in missions. Certainly, in addition to genuine reasons, there were also superficial motivations among the trainees vying for specific squad placements. It must be me who gets to be in the same squad as Sasuke-kun. No way, it's going to be me. Sasuke-kun and I are meant to be together, starting with the same squad. We'll tackle missions together, with Sasuke-kun swooping in to save me from enemies, and I'll heal his wounds. It'll be the start of us falling in love, slowly but surely. We'll both rise to Chunin, then Jonin together, taking on high-level missions and protecting the village. And eventually, we'll marry and have adorable children, just as cute as Sasuke-kun. This girl is delusional, someone remarked. Totally, she doesn't even realize that Sasuke-kun will be in the same squad as me. Oh, so you think you've got a chance, huh, billboard bro? Shut it, Ino pig. I couldn't care less about what you have to say. Shikamaru watched Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno argue with a bemused expression. Didn't her uncle Inoichi inform her about that? While he couldn't say for Sakura, he was certain that Ino wouldn't end up in the same squad as Sasuke. The Ino Shikacho trio always functioned best together, so it only makes sense for them to be in the same squad. However, he decided to keep quiet and not burst her bubble so early. Meanwhile, there were other girls eyeing another popular boy. You girls can fight over Sasuke-kun all you want. I'm not interested in him, the only person I want to be close to is Niji-kun. You're not the only one in the competition. I want to be in the same squad as Niji-kun too. What? You two also want to be in Niji-kun's squad? Once again, Shikamaru observed the group of girls fawning over Niji with a silent expression. He was certain that even if they were placed in the same squad as Niji, they would never truly get close to him. There existed a significant gap between their social statuses and positions, particularly considering Niji's Hyuga heritage. Any notions of romantic involvement seemed improbable, given Niji's likely adherence to preserving the Hyuga Kekei Jinkai. He would likely only marry within his clan unless it's for political reasons, and the same can be said for Sasuke. Indeed, prominent clans like the Hyuga and the Uchiha had numerous considerations to weigh, and it was pointless for these girls to fawn over the two of them. It's none of my business, thought Shikamaru and shook his head. In fact, it wasn't just boys who attracted admiration from girls, several girls also garnered attention from boys, including Cheyenne, Shimizu Mika, and Uchiha Kiyomi. Many boys harbored a desire to be in the same squad as one of these three girls, especially Mika. Her characteristic personality shift during the graduation exam, from a refined lady to a dominating figure, left a lasting impression on many children. Occasionally, they would gaze at Mika with flushed faces, hoping to be in her squad, where she could assert dominance over them and ruthlessly punish them for their mistakes. Children in this world can be extremely precocious sometimes. Cheyenne's popularity surpassed even Mika's, particularly since she graduated as the top trainee of the year. Nearly everyone admired her, making her the most sought-after girl in the entire academy, but the girl didn't seem to care about any of this and was busy munching on her favorite sweets while gossiping with her best friend. Unaware of these dynamics, Naruto looked at Sasuke with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sasuke, do you think we'll be assigned to the same squad?" "How would I know?" "Nisan. I mean, the principal refused to tell me." Sasuke replied in a cold tone. Failing to graduate as the top trainee of the year left Sasuke in a sour mood. Though he concealed his feelings from his family, he wasn't happy and didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. Yet, when it came to squad placement, even he felt a twinge of concern. "I see," nodded Naruto, and added with a grin, "I want us to be in the same squad." Sasuke sighed and didn't answer. He didn't see any problem with being on the same squad as Naruto, in fact, he prefers Naruto. Meanwhile, Hinata asked her best friend, Cheyenne-chan, "Who do you think will be your teammates?" "Well, as long as Hinata-chan is with me, I'll be very happy," Cheyenne replied, embracing Hinata. She added, "As for the third person, as long as it's not Naruto, I'll be fine with anyone." "Why not Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked softly. She hoped to be in the same squad as Naruto. Cheyenne replied in a quiet whisper, "If Naruto is also on the same squad, wouldn't I feel lonely?" Hinata immediately grasped the underlying meaning behind Cheyenne's words and blushed in embarrassment. As the trainees continued their discussions, the academy bell rang, signaling the entrance of Iruka carrying some papers. The entire classroom fell silent instantly and everyone took their seats. Standing at the podium, Iruka gazed at the eager faces of the trainees with a smile before addressing them. "As of today, you are all ninjas. You've overcome trials and hardships to reach this point, but what lies ahead will be even more challenging. Currently, you are all Genins, the first level of ninjas. As you may already know, all Jonin's will be placed into 3-member squads, each led by an experienced elite ninja. The formation of these squads is carefully considered by all teachers, the principal, and the Hokage-sama, so there will be no room for changes. The children were unsurprised, and spoke eagerly. "Please hurry, Irika-sensei, please tell us our squad mates," they urged. Irika nodded. "Very well, I will now announce the squads." One by one, several squads were revealed: Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4. With each announcement, there were disappointed sighs as Jonin's realized they weren't placed in the squads they had hoped for. However, as Irika had emphasized earlier, squad assignments wouldn't be changed. As the announcements continued, reaching Team 5, the ears of several children perked up. Team 5. Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Uchiha Kiyomi. Going so far, Shikamaru noticed a pattern emerging, and he had a hunch that he had almost correctly guessed all the squads. After Team 5, it was Team 6, Hyuga Hinata, Shineheim, and Yakumo Kurama. Shikamaru was taken aback. It's different? Does that mean some teams remain unchanged while others have been altered? Next came Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Shimizu Mika. Followed by Team 8, Aburame Shino, Sai, and Haruno Sakura. Shikamaru pondered. Teams 6, 7, and 8 were changed. On what basis did they alter the configurations? Team 9 was announced: Shin, Inazuka Kiba, and Tenten. Finally, Team 10 was revealed: Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Once the squad configurations were completed, Irika declared, "Those are all the squads." Unlike in Canon, the Jonin's were not assigned based solely on their test scores, with the best and worst balanced among the groups. In fact, Curoto had initially planned to place Cheyenne in the same squad as Naruto and Sasuke, recognizing her potential to match the two children of prophecy. However, at Yui's request, he replaced Cheyenne with Shimizu Mika, hoping to have Cheyenne and Hinata in the same squad. As for why Haruno Sakura wasn't placed in the same squad as Sasuke and Naruto, the answer is straightforward: Sakura's current skill level is too weak. She would likely become a liability for the squad and hinder them in battle. Considering that Naruto would be a prime target for Akatsuki, Kuroto couldn't afford to take that risk. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke's strength is expected to skyrocket from this point onward, and an ordinary girl like Sakura would struggle to keep pace with them regardless of how hard she works. Therefore, it wouldn't make sense for her to be in the same squad. However, Shimizu Mika presents a different scenario. While her potential may not match Sasuke and Naruto's, her skill set enables her to keep pace with them without becoming a liability to Team 7. The same rationale applies to Tenten. Her potential isn't as high, so placing her in the same squad as Niji and Rock Lee wouldn't be practical. Uchiha Kiyomi, on the other hand, would be a perfect fit for that squad. Kuroto wasn't certain if these configurations would prove to be optimal, but considering that he and Itachi collaborated on these decisions, he believed they wouldn't be too far off the mark. Chapter 1001, Squad Captains. Damn it. I want to be on the same team as Sasuke-kun, muttered Ino with frustration. Shikamaru shrugged. It can't be helped, Ino. You'll have to get over it. Ignoring Shikamaru's advice, Ino glanced at Sasuke from the corner of her eye, then turned to Sai, and after that, toward Niji. She sighed. Not only am I not on Sasuke-kun's team, but I'm not even on Niji-kun or Sai-kun's team. That billboard got lucky. At least she gets to be on the same team as Sai-kun. On the other hand, I'm stuck with Shikamaru and Choji. In fact, it wasn't just Ino who was distraught about not being on the same team as Sasuke. Many girls were deeply saddened, and they could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, Choji turned to his best friend. Shikamaru, who do you think will be our instructor? Once again, Shikamaru shrugged. Beats me. Then he thought to himself, should be a member of the Sarutobi clan. He was aware of the relationship the Ino-Shikacho trio had with the Sarutobi clan, therefore, it made sense for their instructor to be a member of the Sarutobi clan. Suddenly, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and Sarutobi Asuma walked in. He waved at the newly graduated Chunin sitting in the classroom and said, "Team 10, follow me." Narashikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji rose from their seats and followed Asuma. Soon, the other instructors also began arriving at the classrooms to collect their teams. The Chunin who graduated from Class A and Class B mostly have Jonin instructors, while others generally have special Jonin or Chunin as their instructors. It all depends on the potential of the Chunin team. As the number of children in the classroom dwindled, the once noisy room grew quieter. Even Sasuke, as reserved as he was, felt a twinge of nervousness and excitement as he kept his eyes on the classroom door, hoping their instructor would be next. Next, Yui Kurenai appeared at the door and said, "Team 8, follow me." Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura, and Sai stood up and followed Kurenai. As soon as Team Kurenai disappeared, Dan Shizun appeared at the classroom gate and said, "Team 9, follow me." Inazuka Kiba, Tintin, and Shin rose from their seats and followed Shizun. And just as Team Shizun left, Uchiha Shursui appeared at the gate, saying, "Good afternoon, everyone." Sasuke exclaimed, "Shursui and Ai-san," and thought to himself, could Shursui and Ai-san be the instructor of Team 7? The other Chunin in the classroom also exclaimed in surprise, "Shursui-sensei?" Unlike the other instructors who came and took their Chunin squads away, the children knew Shursui personally. After all, he had served as the vice principal at the academy for some time. Therefore, they were surprised to see him return to the academy once again. Shursui nodded to everyone, saying, "I hope everyone is doing okay, and congratulations on becoming Chunin." Everyone returned the greeting, then Sasuke quickly asked, "Shursui and Ai-san, are you going to be a squad captain as well?" Considering that Shursui currently serves as the captain of the Konoha military police force, it's a little strange for him to be responsible for a Chunin squad. Shursui nodded, "Well, Hokage-sama wants me to lead a Chunin squad. As for the work at the police force, Shinichi is handling all that stuff, so there's nothing to worry about." After that, he looked at 3 children in particular and said, "Team 6, please follow me." Several Chunin blinked in surprise. They had assumed that Shursui would be leading Team 7, which consists of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Shimizu Mika. However, it turns out that he is leading Team 6, which consists of Hyuga Hinata, Shineheim, and Kurama Yakumo. The 3 kunoichi looked at each other in surprise, then got up and followed Uchiha Shursui. Sasuke and Niji observed the 3 kunoichis leading the classroom and thought simultaneously, is it because Shineheim graduated as the top trainee of the year? Uchiha Shursui is, after all, considered the strongest shinobi among the 5 great nations, and for him to lead a squad indicates it must have the highest potential. Considering that the squad he is leading consists of Hyuga Hinata, Shineheim, and Kurama Yakumo, they could only attribute it to Shine graduating as the top trainee. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration, damn it, if only I hadn't fallen for that trap. Shursui and Ai-san would be the one leading Team 7, but there's no use crying over spilled milk, he failed to graduate as the top trainee. It's a pity even if Sasuke hadn't fallen into that trap, Shursui still wouldn't be the captain of Team 7. Truth be told, Shursui being the captain of Team 7 actually makes the most sense. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he can keep the Nine Tails in check. As the strongest Uchiha, he is the most suitable person to guide Sasuke in the use of Sharingan, and considering his mastery over natural energy and Senjutsu, he can help out Naruto and Mika, but still, he was made the captain of Team 6 instead of Team 7. Of course, there are appropriate reasons for this as well. First and foremost, Shursui is Kurama Yakumo's Jinjutsu master, so it makes sense for her to be in his Chunin squad. Considering Shine's importance, Curoto wouldn't be assured of leaving her in just a random team. He was initially planning to put her in the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, but since he changed the decision because of Yui's request and put her along with Hinata and Yakumo, naturally, he would choose the next best shinobi in Konoha to lead their squad. Sasuke was unaware of Kuroto's reasons and felt that it was because of his inadequacy that Shursui was not the captain of Team 7. After the departure of Team 6, there were only 2 teams left in the classroom, Team 5 and Team 7. Just when they were wondering who their instructor would be, suddenly, Might Guy appeared at the gate and spoke in a loud voice, Team 5, follow me. Guy-sensei. Rock Lee was overjoyed and quickly followed after Might Guy. Uchiha Kiyomi looked at Might Guy and Rock Lee strangely, then shook her head and turned to Niji. Niji shrugged, saying, it is what it is. The two sighed and followed after Guy and Lee. As Team Guy disappeared, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika remained in the classroom. Growing bored, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, Sasuke, who do you think is going to be our instructor? No idea, mumbled Sasuke. It's not that he was completely clueless, it's just that he felt his guess was a little absurd. He then turned to the kunoichi and his team and questioned, Mika, who was responsible for training us during those 7 months? I see, it seems both of us have reached the same conclusion, huh, answered Mika with a thoughtful expression. Naruto was confused. What do you two mean? He wasn't bright enough to connect all the dots. Mika explained to Naruto, so far, most of the instructors seem to have a personal connection with a Chunin of the squad they are leading. They were responsible for training at least one Chunin from their squad during the past 7 months. Really, thought Naruto as he tried to recall the teams and their instructors. Sasuke nodded, going by this pattern, the instructor of our team must have some connection to us. You were trained by Hokage-sama, I was trained by Kakashi-sensei. Considering their position in the village, I don't think either of the two of them would be our instructors, which means it has to be the one who trained Mika. I see, nodded Naruto as it made sense. Then he looked at Mika and asked, who taught you? Mika answered lightly, it was my aunt, but she didn't think that her aunt would lead their squad. She is part of the Umbu Black Ops, it doesn't make sense for her to lead their squad. Just when everyone was wondering who the instructor of Team 7 would be, suddenly, a lazy voice came from the classroom door, Team 7, follow me. The 3 members of Team 7 turned toward the door at the same time and noticed a silver-haired shinobi leaning on the doorframe while carrying a small book in his hand. Sasuke was the most surprised, he couldn't help but blurt out, Kakashi-sensei, and hurriedly asked, are you going to be our instructor? Undoubtedly, it was Kakashi responsible for Team 7. He sighed tiredly and said, well, it's Hokage-sama's order. Can't do much about it except follow it. Come on, hurry up. Considering the importance of Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the threat of Akatsuki, anyone other than Kakashi wouldn't be fit to be the captain of the squad Naruto is in. Kakashi might not have a way to keep the Nine Tails in check, however, he has the flying Raijin technique, which means he can retreat from any situation and keep Naruto safe. As for controlling the power of the Nine Tails? Hasn't Curoto already made sure that it won't create trouble for Naruto or anyone in Team 7? Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Shimizu Mika hurriedly picked up their stuff and followed after the Hokage's hand. Chapter 1002, Team 7 Introductions. The rooftop of Konoha Ninja Academy. Following Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Shimizu Mika arrived at the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. Kakashi leaned on the railing and looked at the 3 children sitting next to each other with a thoughtful expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke, well, let's start with getting to know each other. Getting to know each other? Questioned Mika as she tilted her head in confusion. Sasuke also stared at Kakashi in surprise. You want us to introduce ourselves? Kakashi explained, yes, introducing ourselves will help us get along well with each other. Unlike in Canon, in this world, this is the first time he has been assigned a Chunin squad, therefore, Kakashi doesn't really have much idea about these things and is following the template of how his Jonin instructor Namikaze Minato dealt with his Chunin squad. Mika questioned, what are we supposed to say? Kakashi stroked his chin for a moment, then said, how about things you like, things you hate, your dreams for the future, your hobbies, this kind of stuff should be fine. Naruto said, why don't you tell us stuff first? I mean, before we talk, tell us about yourself so we can see how it's supposed to work. Me? Kakashi pointed at himself, then nodded, alright then, I guess I will start. I am Hatake Kakashi. Currently, I serve as an aide to Hokage-sama, but I have taken a short break from my duties to train the 3 of you as per his order. As for my likes and dislikes, let's see. I do enjoy reading books in my free time. As for dislikes, there's not much, I suppose. My hobby is to laze around whenever I can. As for my dream, I am not really sure if I can call it a dream, but I do have one objective that I wish to complete before I die. However, I can't speak about it to the three of you, classified stuff. The trio of Sasuke, Mika, and Naruto looked at Kakashi. All three of them were aware of the fact that Kakashi currently served as the Hokage's hand. Some people also called him the supporting Kage, so there was not much to say about that. As for the other things about likes, dislikes, and hobbies, they just rolled their eyes. What attracted their attention most was Kakashi's dream. Rather than calling it a dream, Kakashi worded it as his objective he wished to complete before his death, and this intrigued them, especially Sasuke. He had known Kakashi the longest among the three of them, but Kakashi had never once mentioned stuff like that, so he was really curious, what could it be that the Hokage's hand wants to complete before he dies? Noting that the three Chunin were silent, Kakashi scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, that's all about me, now it's your turn, go on." Naruto raised his hand with a bright smile and spoke, "Oh, then I will start, Kakashi-sensei. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like to eat dinner together with Kuroto-sensei and Uine-chan. Although my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen that Kuroto-sensei treated me to when I was very young, anything that Uine-chan cooks for me is equally tasty, so I like her cooking the most. I don't like it when I am not eating dinner with Kuroto-sensei and Uine-chan. My hobby is to train with Kuroto-sensei. As for my dream, I want to become a great Hokage like Kuroto-sensei to make him proud and protect the people I care about." Looking at Naruto, Kakashi couldn't help but recall Yondaime Hokage, Minato-sensei. Unexpectedly, your son also dreams of becoming the Hokage. As for Kuroto and Yui, Naruto mentioned, "I see, the two of them have really become very important to him." It hasn't been very long since Naruto started living with Kuroto, yet Naruto's likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams revolve around Kuroto and Yui. This goes to show how much Naruto desired affection and care from someone, and when he received such care and affection from Kuroto and Yui, the two of them became incredibly important in his heart. In fact, Kakashi feels guilty about Naruto. He should have been the one to look after Naruto and care for him, but he failed to do that. Kakashi sighed, "I am really thankful to Kuroto for providing me with the opportunity to become Naruto's Chunin instructor. I must make it up to Naruto for my previous failure." With that in mind, Kakashi turned to Mika and said, "Next, how about you?" Mika straightened herself and spoke, "I am Shimizu Mika. I like to read adventure tales, and I dislike laboratories and damp underground places where there is no sunlight. My hobbies are sketching and carving, and my dream is to travel the wider world and discover new things out there." "I see," mumbled Kakashi as he thought to himself in surprise. "I used to think that girls her age are more interested in boys and love than ninja training and other important stuff. This one is certainly a bit different." Then he recalled the file of Shimizu Mika that Kuroto had given him and understood. I suppose it makes sense that she is different from her peers. Suffering generally makes people mature after all. Shimizu Mika was experimented on by the Foundation and lived much of her childhood inside an underground root base in isolation, with only books about the outside world as a source of escapism from all that torture. Kakashi then turned to the last Chunin and said, "Well then, you are the last one." The boy looked at Kakashi weirdly. "Do you really want me to introduce myself?" Kakashi shrugged. "Why not?" The boy sighed lightly and began, "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like omusubai with otaka and tomatoes, and I also like dango. There is a certain group of people I dislike and loathe with every fiber of my being, but I don't want to talk about it. My hobby is to train and fight strong ninjas. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I will destroy that group I hate and loathe and recover what they stole from my Shishiyu." Naruto and Mika looked at Sasuke in surprise. This was the first time they had heard him mention anything so edgy. Kakashi stared at Sasuke. "So, that goal hasn't changed, huh?" Kakashi sighed and decided to change the topic. "Good, I agree that all three of you are unique and have your individual ideas. We'll have our first mission tomorrow. Huh? Really? Asked Naruto in surprise, eagerly questioning, what kind of mission are we going to have, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi answered, it's a task that the four of us will do together. Mika and Sasuke also looked at Kakashi with eager eyes. Without making them wait, Kakashi answered, a survival exercise. A survival exercise? Asked Naruto with a confused expression, but haven't we been doing that kind of stuff at the academy? Mika and Sasuke agreed with Naruto. They had been through various kinds of survival exercises in the 4 years they spent at the academy, so they were curious about what kind of exercise Kakashi was talking about. This wouldn't be similar to the kind of survival training that you went through in the academy, it will be different, answered Kakashi. Different how? Asked Mika. Hearing Mika's question, Kakashi suddenly started to chuckle, ha ha ha. Sasuke couldn't help but ask, what's so funny, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi explained with a smile, well, I am laughing at the thought of your pitiful expressions after the survival training. Huh? All three Chunin were taken aback. Kakashi continued, this is a survival test to determine whether the three of you really have what it takes to be ninjas. If any of you fail to pass the survival training, then you will be considered a failure and sent back to the academy for retraining. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Naruto quickly spoke, that's unfair. We passed the graduation test. Sasuke nodded, everyone in the village also watched our fights. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he addressed Naruto and Sasuke's doubts, being strong is different from being a capable ninja. Just because you pass the graduation exam doesn't make you a capable ninja. It only suggests that you have potential. The decision of whether you will remain Chunin and be able to go on missions, or fail and return to the academy, is up to me. That's right, kiddos, I set the rules here, and you three will have to follow them regardless of how absurd they might sound. Surely you are joking, right Kakashi-sensei? Asked Mika with a troubled expression. They didn't question whether Kakashi was capable of such a thing or not, after all, he was the Hokage's hand. Kakashi was definitely capable of sending them back to the academy for retraining if he deemed them to be failures as ninjas. I am not, Kakashi shook his head. He then stood up and said, be at the designated training ground at 5 o'clock in the morning and bring your ninja gear. Then he began to leave, that's it, you are dismissed. Just before walking away, he made sure to remind the three Chunins, tomorrow, you three better skip breakfast, or else, you'll puke. Chapter 1003, The Bell Test. Third Training Ground, Kumogakure. Naruto waved his fists excitedly, and questioned, Kakashi-sensei, when are we going to start taking missions? And added after a pause, I want to quickly be promoted. Although Sasuke had crossed his arms over his chest and did not speak, he was also looking at Kakashi with an eager expression. He failed to graduate as the top trainee of the year at the academy. The only way he can think of going forward is by performing well in missions and quickly becoming a strong and capable ninja. Naturally, Mika was also looking forward to performing the missions. She had spent her childhood inside a dungeon at one of the root bases, and once she was rescued, she lived with her aunt. Because of the adventure tales she has read about the wider world out there, she is looking forward to traveling and exploring the world. Performing missions all over the world presents her with that opportunity. Instead of directly answering Naruto's question, Kakashi posed another question, did you follow my instructions? All three children held their stomachs with pitiful expressions, and nodded, yes. Looking at their pitiful expressions, Kakashi smiled brightly, very good. Then he took out an alarm clock, set the timer, and after placing it on top of a wooden stake he added, right now, it's 9 o'clock, and the alarm would ring at 12 o'clock sharp. Okay, the three Chunins looked at the alarm clock on the wooden stake with a confused expression. Naruto questioned, Kakashi-sensei, why are you setting up an alarm? To answer Naruto's doubts, Kakashi took out 2 bells from his pocket and showed them to the 3 newly graduated Chunins. Do you see these bells? Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika nodded, yes. Kakashi explained, your assignment is very simple, all you three have to do is to take these bells from me, that's all there is to it. If you can't get them by noon, you go without lunch, You'll be tied to those posts as you watch while I eat my lunch in front of you." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "So, that's why." Sasuke pouted in dissatisfaction. Mika sighed in dissatisfaction. "Why did I listen?" Looking at the dissatisfied expression of the three children, Kakashi asked with a grin, "What? Already feeling defeated?" Sasuke snorted, "Humph, just because I am a little hungry doesn't mean I am defeated." Naruto agreed with Sasuke, "All we have to do is grab the bell, right? Once we do that, we will be able to have our lunch." The two didn't care too much about being hungry, they were confident in their strength to be able to grab the bell. Mika was a little hesitant as she asked, "But Kakashi-sensei, you have only 2 bells, there's 3 of us here." Naruto pointed at Kakashi, and laughed, "Yes, Kakashi-sensei, there's 3 of us here, did you forget a bell or something? Man, you are really careless." Sasuke also looked at Kakashi, and questioned, "What are you playing at Kakashi-sensei?" The moment he noticed that Kakashi only had 2 bells and realized that there was something odd about the situation. Knowing Kakashi, he didn't think that there were just 2 bells for no reason. Kakashi ignored Naruto's foolishness and instead looked at Sasuke and Mika, and explained, "There are only 2 bells because, in this manner, at least one of you gets tied to the post and ultimately gets disqualified for failing to complete the mission. That person will be sent back to the academy for retraining." Hearing the terms, Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika's expressions turned solemn. Kakashi smiled, and continued, "You are free to use all your abilities except for your large summons. Of course, I won't be using Flying Raijin, 8 Inner Gates, and other very difficult and complex jutsu either, which should be enough of a handicap. Come at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you won't stand a chance." Sasuke, Mika, and Naruto looked at Kakashi with serious expression. They could see that Kakashi wasn't playing around. Neither of the 3 doubted his words about not standing a chance. They have witnessed his strength during the Hokage summit, so they know that if Kakashi goes all out, they will be defeated instantly. Seeing that the 3 Genins were serious, Kakashi nodded to himself, "Good," then he tied the 2 bells at his waist and said, "All right then, start." Forgotten Island, somewhere close to the Land of Lightning. Poof! With a cloud of smoke, Curoto arrived at the island and made his way to the small facility at the center of the island. As he approached the facility, Kasa, Sandan Kazekage puppet, was already waiting for him. The puppet bowed, and spoke in a mechanical voice, "Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded lightly and asked Kasa, "How is it doing?" Kasa passed him a notebook while explaining, "I have recorded the observation data in this notebook. Reading this should help you understand." Mumbled Kuroto as he took the notebook from Kasa and read the observation data. Soon, his brows turned into a frown, and he sighed, "I see, it's not going to work the way I wanted it to, even if the puppet is now loyal to the organization, this puppet does need a master for it to function properly, huh?" The observation data was about Sattori, the puppet of the Box of Bliss. Not long ago, Kuroto attempted to control Sattori. Not only did he want to deal with the problem of the Box of Bliss and its puppets so that it doesn't harm Konoha a 3rd time, but he also wanted to turn that puppet into something useful for the organization to make up for the lack of people. With the help of Shusui's Kodo Amatsukami, although he managed to gain Satori's loyalty, however, it turns out that Sattori truly is only a puppet, and just like any puppet in the world, it needs someone to pull its strings for it to work. Normally, the Box of Bliss is the one pulling the strings, it controls Sattori to do its bidding on an instinctual level as the creature itself doesn't have a will of its own. However, now that Sattori has become loyal to Amatsukami because of Shusui's Kodo Amatsukami, it's not instinctual anymore. Of course, Sattori is still connected to the Box of Bliss, as Kuroto hasn't really destroyed that box yet, but it's not being controlled by the box anymore, and here comes a problem, since Sattori itself doesn't have a will, therefore, it is not capable of completing complex tasks. To make Sattori perform complex tasks, it needs a puppeteer. "It seems I have to take a different approach for this," muttered Kuroto as he looked at the motionless boy sitting on the other side of the room. He turned to Kasa, "Continue to watch Sattori. I will be back soon." Kasa nodded, "Very well." Curoto then left the Forgotten Island and made his way to the flying fortress Anchor-Vantion. Chapter 1004, Kuroto's Plan for Sattori. Anchor-Vantion. Flying all the way, Kuroto soon arrived at the floating fortress, and unsurprisingly, he was welcomed by Karen and Gaara. Kuroto-sama. Nodded Kuroto lightly. He observed the state of Gaara and Karen with a thoughtful expression, then said, "Two of you, come with me." The two children looked at each other in confusion and followed after him without asking much. While walking through the corridors of Anchor-Vantion, Kuroto recounted the tale of the box of ultimate bliss to the children. It was said to be able to grant the person who opens it any wish. However, that was simply a myth derived from people who were too desperate to put genuine efforts into their dreams. In reality, it simply corrupts whatever enters within its confines, and its origins can be traced back to the times of the Sage of Six Paths. A millennia ago, one of the clans living in Kusagakure, whose origins can be, was able to nearly take over the world during that time. Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. Kusagakure had something so powerful? She didn't doubt Kuroto's words. If he said such a thing existed, then it definitely did. There was no need to question it. It was just surprising that such a weak and worthless shinobi village also possessed something so incredibly powerful. Kuroto shook his head. The box of ultimate bliss itself is not that strong, and the same goes for the puppet. It's just that they possess some skills that are very troublesome to deal with for most people. Once it corrupts someone, they simply become its puppets. The puppet itself is also very tricky to deal with for most people, hence the problem. Gaara immediately asked, "But, Kuroto-sama, there shouldn't be any problem for you to deal with the box and the puppet, right?" Kuroto explained, "The box of ultimate bliss was used twice against Konoha in the past decade, and each time the village suffered a lot of casualties. Although I sealed back the puppet inside the box both times, that wasn't a permanent solution. I have been working on finding a permanent solution, and I have found a way. But for that, I need your help, Gaara." "My help?" Gaara pointed at himself in surprise. He doubted his capabilities. He didn't think he was strong enough to deal with something that even Kuroto found a bit troublesome. These days, he couldn't even keep up with Karen, let alone help Kuroto with that box. However, since it was Kuroto who was requesting his help, even if he lacked confidence in himself, he was determined to do everything he could. "How can I be of help, Kuroto-sama?" Kuroto said, "I want you to become the Jinchuriki of Sattori." Kuroto had considered 3 methods to deal with Sattori. The first method involved using the Tenseigan. By injecting Tenseigan chakra into Sattori, he could use the puppet cursing sphere to control the puppet, similar to how Tonari controlled Hinata in Canon. However, that would require him to directly command Sattori at all times, similar to how Nagato commands his 6 paths of pain. Kuroto found this method undesirable and troublesome. Moreover, there was a significant problem with this approach. Whenever his soul was not in his main body, he wouldn't be able to command Sattori. Therefore, he decided not to pursue that method. The second method involved allowing Karen to control Sattori using the yin-yang chakra receivers. This would simply make Sattori one of the 6 paths of samsara, which wouldn't be a bad idea. However, there was a problem. Karen has yet to master the power of the Rinnegan to the extent that she could create the 6 paths. For now, she is only capable of using Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, yin-yang chakra receivers, and absorbing chakra. Anything more than that, and she would end up emaciated, which Kuroto couldn't afford. He wants Karen to stay perfectly healthy because he might need her to use Rinna Tensei no Jutsu just in case. The third approach that came to his mind was to make someone the Jinchuriki of Sattori. When it came to becoming the Jinchuriki, Gaara was naturally the most suitable choice. By becoming the Jinchuriki of Sattori, Gaara, with his talent, would be able to completely master the powers of Sattori. Once he did that, he would become as strong as Sage Mode Naruto. Combined with his sand-controlling skills and magnet-release Kekkai Genkai, he would simply become a force to be reckoned with. "But Kuroto-sama, I already have Shukaku sealed inside me, so would that even work?" asked Gaara doubtfully. Kuroto nodded. In fact, there is no problem with having more than one creature sealed inside of you at the same time. Naruto possessed the chakra of several tailed beasts inside him at the same time, so there's no problem for Gaara to possess the chakra of several creatures at the same time either. And added, after a pause, but you don't have to be concerned, I am going to remove Shukaku from you, and seal it inside the teapot. Meanwhile, I will put Sattori inside of you. But Kuroto-sama, wouldn't that mean Gaara will? Karen hurriedly asked in a worry. Stripping of a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki simply means death. She did not want Gaara to die this way. Gaara also looked at Kuroto. He doesn't mind dying while being useful to Kuroto, however, to die because of the tailed beast being stripped of doesn't sit right with him. He wants to be useful, he wants to help out. Kuroto reassured Karen and Gaara, don't worry. I do have a plan to make sure that Gaara does not die. Karen thought of something, and asked Kuroto, Kuroto-sama, will I be using Rinna-tensei no jutsu to resurrect Gaara? Once again Gaara looked at Kuroto with a worried expression. Rinna-tensei no jutsu simply means Karen's death, he doesn't want Karen to die in order to resurrect him. Kuroto shook his head, no, there are other methods of ensuring that Gaara stays alive. The one's own life reincarnation that was created by Chiyo of Sunagakure, and the dragon life reincarnation that can be performed through the Kekkei Genkai of Ryuzetsu from Kusagakure. Both these techniques jutsu can be used to save people the life of a Jinchuriki by restoring their life force even after the tailed beast is stripped off from their body. In the canon, Chiyo used her one's own life reincarnation to restore dying Gaara back to life, while Ryuzetsu used dragon life reincarnation to restore Naruto back to life at the Hozuki Castle. Either of these reincarnation jutsu coupled with the yang chakra that can be restored using the Type 2 biological armor, it would be possible to restore Gaara back to life. In fact, when Kuroto was planning to leave behind a backhand for his own resurrection, he studied both of these techniques. It's a pity that neither of these techniques would be very useful for him since they only restore life force, they don't actually bring a person back from the dead. Only after learning this information did he go to the painstaking effort of creating the pair of Rinnegan for Karen. If not for that, he wouldn't have gone to such an extent. Hearing Kuroto's words, both Karen breathed a sigh of relief, and Gaara nodded, I see, if that's the case, then please seal Sattori inside me, and make me its Jinchuriki. I will do my best to keep it under control and master its power, said Gaara. In fact, in his heart, just like Karen, he hoped to be of some use to Kuroto. After all, Kuroto not only saved him from death, but he also raised him and isolated Shukaku. If not for Kuroto, Gaara didn't know what and where he would be. As such, he wanted to do everything he could to help out Kuroto. Karen smiled as she looked at Gaara. Having grown up together, she too understood Gaara's thoughts and what was in his heart. Both of them shared the same desire, and now that Gaara had the opportunity, she was happy for him. Kuroto looked at Gaara, and nodded, very well. He then went to the archives section of the Flying Fortress to retrieve a scroll that he would need to use during his plan. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Kuroto sighed, when Moroku-sama left behind this scroll for me, I had never expected I would use it one day. Chapter 1005, Suna's Team Maki and Nature of Shinobi. Somewhere in Sunagakure, the land of wind. Having received a clandestine message from Kuroto, Pakura hastened to the designated meeting spot and greeted him, Kuroto-sama, you should have informed me of your arrival in Sunagakure earlier. I would have made the necessary preparations. Kuroto shook his head, this isn't an official visit from the Kanadakure's Hokage to Sunagakure. I'm here for other reasons, pertaining to personal matters related to the organization. I understand, nodded Pakura, her expression growing serious. She inquired, so, what does the organization require from me? Without mincing words, Kuroto replied, I need the tea kettle. The tea kettle? Pakura was momentarily puzzled, but upon reflection, realization dawned on her. Ah, you mean that tea kettle, the one often utilized for. Kuroto affirmed, indeed, the tea kettle Sunagakure employs to contain Shukaku. Given the tea kettle's ability to isolate chakra, sealing Shukaku inside it after extracting it from Gaara seemed like the optimal choice as it would be nearly impossible to perceive it. Pakura, wearing a concerned expression, inquired, "Has something happened to Gaara?" She is one of the select few who know that Gaara is still alive and that Shukaku isn't dead as the entire world thinks. Kuroto's sudden appearance in Sunagakure to retrieve the tea kettle suggests that something might have occurred involving Gaara, and he needs to deal with Shukaku. Any other explanation didn't seem plausible. Kuroto shook his head. Both Gaara and Shukaku are perfectly fine. There's no cause for alarm. He opted not to elaborate on his plans concerning Gaara and Shukaku but assured her that there was no reason for concern. Very well, Pakura nodded, a sense of relief washing over her. She added, "I will fetch the tea kettle. Please wait here for a moment." "Please," requested Kuroto as Pakura departed to retrieve the tea kettle he desired. In truth, he contemplated whether to also request the scroll of one's own life reincarnation created by Chiyo. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. The dragon life reincarnation achievable through Ryuzetsu's Kekkai Jinkai from Kusagakure seemed like the superior choice. As Pakura left, Kuroto shifted his focus toward 3 Jinnin training in the distance with Maki. He mused to himself, so, Pakura formed a different Jinnin squad compared to Raza. Temari, Itsuki, and Shira, huh? Though personally unacquainted with the trio, he had heard of them from Pakura. Temari, of course, was the eldest child of the late Yondaime Kazekage, Raza. Itsuki, on the other hand, was Pakura's adopted child, Chapter 456. As for Shira, he lacked any notable political background. When it comes to strength, skills, and talent, none of the 3 can be underestimated. Shira is Sunagakure's equivalent of Rock Lee. Lacking talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he has dedicated himself solely to mastering taijutsu. During Raza's tenure as Kazekage, individuals like Shira lacked the opportunity to attend the ninja academy or become shinobi. It wasn't until Pakura assumed the role of Kazekage that Shira was given the chance, and he proved himself worthy of it. 7 heavenly breaths, huh? It's intriguing, remarked Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Unlike Konoha's 8 inner gates jutsu, Shira devised his own variation of secret taijutsu called 7 heavenly breaths. This technique enhances his strength akin to the 8 inner gates. Although 7 heavenly breaths doesn't have an equivalent of the gate of death, the secret taijutsu itself is very good. For a child to be able to come up with such a taijutsu speaks volumes for his incredible talent. Following Shira, Itsuki possesses the magnet release Kekkai Jinkai. The details of magnet release require little emphasis. It stands as one of the most renowned Kekkai Jinkai. Kuroto, while controlling the Fujin clone, is also a user of magnet release, and Gaara has inherited magnet release alongside his sand controlling skills. And lastly, it's the blonde Kunoichi. In fact, the individual who surprised Kuroto the most was Temari. Observing the orange orbs floating around the teenage girl as she faced Maki, he couldn't help but mutter, "I never expected you would pass on the scorch release to Raza's daughter. You do know that Raza intended to eliminate you on multiple instances, right? Yet, I am here alive and Kazekage, and he is dead and a puppet." Fate can be fickle sometimes, chuckled Pakura as she approached Kuroto. She glanced at the young girl training in the distance with a soft smile and continued, "Temari expressed her desire to become the Kazekage one day. However, she couldn't achieve that goal with just wind style. So, I decided to teach her scorch release, and surprisingly, she mastered it. That girl turned out to be very talented and intelligent, much more so than her idiot old man." "I see," murmured Kuroto, and inquired, "So, are you grooming her to become the next Kazekage?" Pakura did not deny, indeed. Itsuki has also expressed his intention to support Temari as the next Kazekage. "As a mother and as the Kazekage, I must assist the children of my village in pursuing their dreams, isn't that correct, Hokage-dono?" She then handed the tea kettle she had brought with her to Kuroto. "Here you go, Kuroto-sama, the tea kettle you requested." "Well, you're right, Kazekage-dono," nodded Kuroto with a chuckle as he accepted the tea kettle from Pakura and stored it inside a sealing scroll. Once done, he smiled gratefully, and, "Thank you for this." Pakura shook her head. "I deeply regret what happened to Gaara. Despite my reluctance to admit it, his death protected the village from Akatsuki's attacks. Furthermore, because of the organization, I became the Kazekage and gained full control of the village. Today's Sunagakure is much stronger than before, all thanks to the organization. Compared to what you and the organization have done for me, this is nothing." Kuroto smiled and didn't dwell on the matter further. Instead, he turned to leave. "All right then, Kazekage-dano, I suppose I'll see you during the joint Chunin exams." A fierce smile crossed Pakura's face as she declared, "Certainly, I'll make sure to send 2 of my best Chunin squads, so I hope that the joint Chunin exam lives up to expectations." Of course. Although there are still around 3 months left, Konoha has already initiated preparations. "It will be a Chunin exam unlike any before," Kuroto responded before vanishing from Sunagakure. "In that case, I look forward to it." Pakura nodded to no one in particular, turning her attention back to Temari, Itsuki, and Shira. "Well, I don't have anything to do for the time being. I suppose I'll get some movement in my body." With that thought, Pakura decided to assist with Team Maki's training. After all, they would represent Sunagakure in the joint Chunin exam, and she needed to ensure that the 3 children were fully prepared for the unprecedented event. On the other hand, after departing from Sunagakure with the tea kettle, Kuroto hastened without pause to Kusagakure in the Land of Grass. His target was Ryuzetsu, as he needed her to use Dragon Life reincarnation on Gaara after the extraction of Shukaku. In fact, very few people possess knowledge about the Kekkei Jinkai of Ryuzetsu's clan. Considering the treatment Karen and her mother endured in this, if the people of this village were aware of this information, every member of that clan would likely be utilized to restore the life force of dying individuals. This scenario holds not only for the people of Kusagakure but also for the people of other shinobi villages. If Kumogakure were to discover this remarkable jutsu, they might take actions akin to what occurred with Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga Hinata. The same would apply to most other shinobi villages, including Konoha. Furthermore, Kuroto's pursuit of Ryuzetsu is also driven by his intention to exploit her for the same purpose, and he harbors no reservations about it. This is the nature of a shinobi, especially a shinobi raised and groomed by Orochimaru. Kuroto is certainly no exception. He has ended countless lives, conducted numerous experiments on living people, and is directly and indirectly accountable for the suffering and demise of many individuals. In light of this, would he still concern himself with the life and death of a kunoichi who is essentially a stranger to him? Putting that aside, upon arriving at Kusagakure, Kuroto decided to sneak upon the leader of Kusagakure. He recalled that Ryuzetsu served as an umbu of Kusagakure and devised a plan to temporarily manipulate the village leader using the puppet cursing sphere to extract the necessary information about Ryuzetsu's whereabouts from their memories. He had visited this village twice before, once when he tasked them with finding the whereabouts of the Roran tribe, and another time when he came to take Karen away. Consequently, he was familiar with the layout of the village, so sneaking upon the head of the village wasn't difficult. Once he had that person under his control, he searched through his memories to figure out Ryuzetsu's movement. As luck would have it, Ryuzetsu was indeed in the village. Upon obtaining this crucial piece of information, Kuroto wiped the leader's memories clean and promptly departed from the village after kidnapping the girl while ensuring no one was alerted to his presence. As he soared through the clouds, Kuroto glanced at the unconscious teenager in his grasp and muttered to himself, "Now that I have both the tea kettle and Ryuzetsu, Shukaku can be safely extracted from Gaara. After that, I can proceed with my plans for Sattori and the Box of Ultimate Bliss." Chapter 1006, Extraction and Sealing of Shukaku. Forgotten Island, somewhere close to the Land of Lightning. Inside the dark cave, after setting up the sealing jutsu formation, Kuroto walked toward the corner and said, "The preparations for extraction are complete, Gaara. Let's begin." Gaara nodded nervously, As he was about to leave, Karen, standing beside Gaara and carrying the tea kettle, along with a controlled Ryuzetsu, who wore the same Type 2 biological armor as Karen, also spoke in a nervous tone, "All the best, Gaara." Gaara smiled, "I'll be fine," and approached the ceiling formation, lying down at the center. "Though the extraction of Shukaku will be painful, you'll be all right, I promise," assured Kuroto, gently caressing Gaara's forehead. Gaara smiled and closed his eyes. Kuroto then made the ram hand signs and pressed his hands on Gaara's stomach. Instantly, black marks of sealing jutsu appeared on his skin. "Karen, Gaara, both of you, get ready. I'm removing the isolation," warned Kuroto as he once again pressed his hand on Gaara's stomach and unlocked the seal. "Ah!" Gaara's painful cry immediately resounded in the underground cave, followed by a roar as sand started to swirl around him. Unaffected by the sudden change, Kuroto spoke, "Come on out, Tanuki," as he wrapped Tenseigan chakra around his right hand, then inserted it into Gaara's spiritual plane, pulling out Shukaku. Slowly and steadily, One Tail's chakra emerged from Gaara's body, taking the form of a desert Tanuki. As more and more of Shukaku's chakra emerged from Gaara, the boy's breathing became labored, his pupils dilated, and his heartbeat slowed to the point where it seemed it might stop at any moment. Throughout the process, Kuroto closely observed Gaara's state using his Tenseigan. In the canon storyline, the extraction of Shukaku took 3 days, and that too when several members of the Akatsuki organization were simultaneously involved in the process. This contrasts with how Obito and Madara could accomplish the same task in much less time. The reason behind this difference lies in the method of extraction. The Akatsuki extracted the tailed beast from their Jinchuriki hosts in the form of pure chakra and sealed it inside Geto-Mazo, while Obito and Madara extracted the tailed beast itself, resulting in a quicker process. However, Kuroto isn't planning to turn Shukaku into pure chakra at the moment. Therefore, it didn't take him too long to completely pull out the Tanuki from Gaara's body. As Shukaku's voice resounded in the cave, "I finally came out," his colossal figure appeared inside. Immediately upon Shukaku's appearance, it flared its chakra and attempted to flood the entire cave with its sand, aiming to escape to the deserts of the Land of Wind where it is invincible and beyond capture. Without even glancing at the Tanuki, Kuroto bent down to check Gaara's condition. Gaara's body was growing colder, his cheeks and lips paling, his eyes blank, and his heartbeat fading. In short, he was dying with each passing second. Kuroto knew he couldn't waste time with Shukaku, so he shouted, "Karen." "I'm on it," Kuroto-sama nodded Karen as she immediately focused on Shukaku, gathering chakra into her pair of Rinnegan. She spoke as she gazed into the Tanuki's eyes, "Now stay quiet, Tanuki." Instantly, Shukaku's eyes turned lavender, and the tailed beast immediately halted its movement halfway through. With Shukaku under her control, Karen took deep breaths and extracted life chakra and life force from the Type 2 biological armor she was wearing. With Shukaku under control, Kuroto mentally instructed Ryuzetsu to come toward the center of the ceiling formation, which the girl followed along with Karen. As Ryuzetsu arrived beside Gaara, Kuroto moved behind and stood with Karen while the girl bent down beside Gaara. She weaved the bird hand sign, gathering her chakra, and pressed both her hands on Gaara's stomach. "Ba-dump!" Instantly, a resonant heartbeat echoed within the cave as Ryuzetsu and Gaara's bodies glowed brightly, dragon life reincarnation. A moment later, all the life force from Ryuzetsu's body began to transfer into Gaara's, causing the boy's body to regain its temperature. His cheeks and lips started to turn rosy, his eyes regained their focus, and his heartbeat was restored. In short, slowly but surely, the boy was coming back to life. However, the effects on Ryuzetsu were the opposite. Her body grew colder, her cheeks and lips paled, her eyes lost their light, and her heartbeat faded. This was the result of using dragon life reincarnation. Kuroto and Karen watched Gaara and Ryuzetsu intently, especially Karen, as one day she might have to do the same for Kuroto, and she needed to prepare herself for that possibility. As Ryuzetsu's life force began to diminish, Kuroto weaved hand signs and pressed his hands on the Type 2 biological armor she was wearing, with the thought, "Let's see, can Type 2 biological armor prevent her death?" In fact, one of Kuroto's purposes behind extracting Shukaku from Gaara's body and having Ryuzetsu use the Dragon Life reincarnation on Gaara was to test if the presence of the biological armor could prevent the death of the caster of the reincarnation jutsu. Overload mode, activate. The moment Kuroto activated the overload mode, yang chakra from Hashirama cells flooded Ryuzetsu's body, attempting to restore her life force and prevent her death. However, even though she physically recovered her life force, a void remained inside her, a palpable absence of a soul. With his Tenseigan, Kuroto could accurately perceive that the moment dragon life reincarnation completed Gaara's revival, Ryuzetsu's soul departed her body, and she collapsed on the floor. Was it the exchange of souls? Muttered Kuroto with a pensive expression. If Ryuzetsu's soul took Gaara's place in the Pure Land, that would imply that recovering life force through the biological armor wouldn't mean anything in preventing death. Although both Rinne Tensei no Jutsu and Dragon Life Reincarnation serve a similar purpose, they are two distinct jutsu with different mechanisms. Therefore, Kuroto couldn't be certain whether Kane would also end up dying like Ryuzetsu or if she would survive. If I can prepare a seal to keep her soul inside her body as the life force is restored with biological armor, perhaps. Thought Kuroto as he decided to incorporate such a seal in the next iteration of biological armor. Then he looked at Gaara. At that moment, Gaara opened his eyes in confusion. Where am I? Gaara! Karen exclaimed with joy. She had been really worried there for a moment, fearing that she might lose Gaara. Fortunately, Ryuzetsu's jutsu worked, and he was brought back to life in exchange for her life. Kuroto checked Gaara's state with his Tenseigan as he questioned, "How does it feel to die?" There was only silence. "I didn't feel anything," responded Gaara, adding, "It was like waking up from a really deep sleep. It wasn't so bad." Kuroto chuckled. Few people can comprehend this feeling, and there are rare few who would describe death in that manner. "You truly are unique." "I see," mumbled Gaara. He felt a little drowsy, and with Shukaku extracted from him, he also felt light, as if a great burden had been lifted. After ensuring that everything was fine with Gaara, Kuroto spoke, "Well, you are stable for now. The next step of sealing the puppet of the box of the ultimate bliss will take more time as I need to make further preparations. You can use this time to adjust to your current state." "I understand," Kuroto-sama, nodded Gaara. At that moment, Kuroto got up and looked at Shukaku. "Well, it's time to seal this tanuki inside the tea kettle." Following Kuroto's words, both Karen and Gaara also directed their attention to the one-tailed beast. Karen, "Prepare the yin-yang rod," instructed Kuroto as he approached the sand demon with the tea kettle. While he could create them himself, he wanted Karen to practice with her Rinnegan, so he instructed her to create them for him. "Yes," nodded Karen as she molded her chakra into the black chakra receivers and passed them to him. "Here you go, Kuroto-sama." Taking the chakra receivers from Karen, Kuroto inserted several of them into Shukaku's body, then turned to Karen. "Can you feel the connection?" Karen nodded, "Yes." Now that yin-yang rods created from her chakra were embedded in Shukaku's body, she could sense it more clearly. Kuroto nodded. "In case of emergencies, draw out chakra from Shukaku using the yin-yang rods." Yin-yang rods essentially function as chakra receivers. Through these rods, not only can Karen transfer her chakra to others, but she can also extract their chakra. Although the Type 2 biological armor she wears continues to provide her with yang chakra, it's not foolproof. If the armor were to get damaged or degrade due to overuse of chakra, it would put Karen's life in danger. However, having a tailed beast as a chakra battery in emergencies would provide additional security. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Understanding Kuroto's intention, Karen nodded. "I understand." "Good," said Kuroto. Then he sealed the tanuki inside the tea kettle. It wasn't a difficult task for him since he was accustomed to sealing and unsealing Ryumayaku inside the gourd. By the time Kuroto had sealed Shukaku, Gaara had also gotten up and asked, "Kuroto-sama, what should we do with her?" Upon Gaara's question, Kuroto looked at the girl. The current Ryuzetsu was nothing but a body without a soul, which meant she was both alive and dead at the same time. He pondered for a moment, then spoke to Karen. "Use her body as you try to master other powers of the Rinnegan. You can use that girl's body to create one of the 6 paths." In order to be able to use the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Karen needed to become proficient with her Rinnegan. Starting with mastering the powers of the 6 paths would help increase her proficiency over the Rinnegan. Understanding this, Karen nodded. "All right." I will do that. Chapter 1007, To Experience Blood. Hokage's Office, Kumogakure. Sitting in the Hokage's office, Curoto scrutinized the mission scrolls laid out before him. Normally, he didn't handle mission assignments to the shinobi. Elder Hiruzen took care of that responsibility. But today was an exception. He was selecting appropriate missions to be assigned to the Konoha 18. After a moment of reflection, Curoto summoned one of the umbu guarding the Hokage office. "Uchiha, please come," he commanded. In response, a girl in her mid-teens wearing an umbu mask promptly appeared before Curoto and inquired, "Hokage-sama, your order?" Curoto handed the young Uchiha a list of names and instructed her, "Here's a list of shinobi, bring them to the Hokage's office." Uchiha nodded, saying, "Hi," before leaving to summon the shinobi Curoto had requested. After a while, the summoned individuals began arriving at the Hokage's office. Among the first to arrive was Team Kakashi. Observing Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika standing behind Kakashi, Curoto smiled and inquired, "How are the three of you adapting to life as Genins?" "It's boring, sensei. All we're doing are useless chores like catching stupid cats, cleaning public toilets, babysitting, and maintaining gardens." Naruto complained with a proud expression, and eagerly said, "Kuroto-sensei, we want a real mission. We will definitely complete it, believe it." Though Sasuke and Mika didn't voice their dissatisfaction as openly as Naruto did, they shared his sentiment. All three yearned for a genuine mission. Kakashi sighed, "Listen, Naruto, the three of you are still only Genins, so this is what you ought to do." "Yeah, well, then I want to become a Chunin immediately and go on a good mission, believe it," expressed Naruto in dissatisfaction. Kakashi shrugged, paying little attention to Naruto, and turned to Kuroto. "Anyway, so, what's up? Why the sudden summons?" Instead of addressing the main topic immediately, Kuroto inquired about something else. "How is their training going?" "They're all learning too fast. I'm having trouble keeping up with their pace," replied Kakashi with a troubled expression. He wasn't exaggerating. Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika were mastering techniques at an astonishing rate. Naruto has mastered numerous wind-style jutsu in a very short time using the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Sasuke is developing variations of Chidori to match his combat style, and Mika has begun exploring advanced shape-shifting possibilities. Their progress is exceptional so far. Since there is no threat of the Ninetales taking control of Naruto's body if he runs out of chakra, Naruto's progress in mastering wind style under Kakashi's guidance is truly exceptional. This progress is crucial for the development of Rasen Shuriken. Similarly, Sasuke is steadily advancing towards being able to use Kirin, while Mika is working on further developing her shape-shifting Kekkei Genkai such that she can transform her body into various types of laser weapons. Praised by Kakashi, all three Genins felt a little embarrassed and giddy inside. "I see," nodded Kuroto, satisfied with their progress. He then picked up a scroll and passed it to Kakashi. "Here you go, this is a mission specifically suited for your team. I've included details that I know pertaining to the mission. It should be helpful." Missions from the Hokage-sama? Sasuke thought to himself. He had high expectations since it was the first time the Hokage had assigned them a mission, and considering it was tailored for their team, it ought to be significant. Unaware of Sasuke's thoughts, Kakashi unfolded the scroll and started to read the details of the mission. Soon, his eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me. Something like this happened on the night the Ninetales attacked Konoha? Did this person named Kazuma really steal the Ninetales chakra? Kuroto nodded gravely. Not only did Kazuma manage to steal the remnant of the Ninetales chakra and its cells, but he has also mastered a very dangerous jutsu, somewhat similar to Naidame-sama's Edo Tensei, and is using it to wreak havoc. He was once a member of the Guardian 12 Ninjas, so he knows a lot of internal stuff, and he has already destroyed a city at the border of the Land of Fire. Ultimately, he intends to kill me, viewing Konoha's Hokage as a threat to what he calls the true king. As such, he needs to be dealt with immediately. Though Kuroto was obviously not afraid of Kazuma/Furito, he was too preoccupied to handle a threat posed by someone who couldn't even deal with Asuma. since his son Sora possessed the Ninetales chakra, assigning this mission to Team Kakashi, which includes the Jinchuriki of Ninetales, seemed the right choice. Kakashi scrutinized the details of the mission, and after a brief silence, he asked, "But is it really alright to take Naruto outside of Konoha at such a sensitive time?" Kuroto nodded confidently, "There's no problem." Then he rose from his seat and approached Naruto. Looking the blonde kid in the eyes, he spoke, "Now, stay still for a moment, Naruto." Naruto, confused but obedient, replied, "Okay." Kuroto retrieved a locket from his pocket and secured it around Naruto's neck. As soon as the locket was fastened, much to Kakashi, Sasuke, and Mika's surprise, a visible change occurred. Naruto's hair turned black, and his hairstyle transformed. All three of them couldn't help but wonder, what kind of transformation jutsu is that? Observing the altered appearance of Naruto, Kuroto nodded with a satisfied smile. "This should work. This locket will make it impossible for others to recognize you, and they won't be able to sense the Ninetales chakra either. Make sure to keep it safe. Also, for this mission, you will be given a different identity. How about, let's see, Menma?" "Menma? But I don't like Menma." Naruto mumbled with a frown. "He hates Menma in ramen." "This is for the mission, Naruto," Kuroto reminded him. Although Naruto was reluctant to adopt the Menma identity, he accepted it obediently for the mission. "Fine, sensei. I will be Menma for this mission." Kuroto smiled. "Good." Then he addressed the three Jonin's, instructing them, "Go and prepare for the mission." Naruto, Sasuke, and Mika followed Kuroto's directive and exited the Hokage's office. On their way out, they encountered Team Shursui, who was on their way to the Hokage's office. Now, with only Kuroto and Kakashi remaining in the Hokage office, Kakashi couldn't help but inquire, "Kuroto, the objective of this mission?" Kuroto nodded solemnly. "It's to make them experience blood. Hesitation in the face of an enemy could lead to disastrous consequences. If they were to freeze upon taking a life, the enemy would exploit that vulnerability." Kakashi sighed, resigned to the necessity of such training. He had already anticipated Kuroto's objective and acknowledged its importance for a shinobi. Without opposing, he said, "All right, I will ensure that the objective is fulfilled." He paused, then added, "But it's not safe with just the four of us. I might need additional support." It wasn't that Kakashi doubted the capabilities of the three Jonin's, rather, the looming threat of Akatsuki concerned him. They couldn't risk Naruto being captured. Understanding Kakashi's concern, Kuroto also nodded. "Naturally. I will be assigning two of my most capable Umbu for this mission," he declared, and with a clap, two Umbu appeared behind Kuroto and knelt down. Kuroto named the two Umbu, Shimizu Naomi, Mika's aunt, and Kashinada Mukai, from Itachi Shinden. Upon being called by their real names, the two removed their masks and bowed to Kakashi. Kuroto instructed, "Utilize them during the mission." "Very well," Kakashi nodded as he regarded the two Umbu, then exited the Hokage office. After Kakashi's departure, Team Shursui arrived at the Hokage office. Kuroto engaged in a similar interaction with the three Jonin's of Team Shursui, after which he assigned them a mission. Their task was to escort Tazuna to the Land of Waves. However, the escort mission merely scratched the surface. The real mission was divided into two parts. The first part involved the assassination of Gato and the rogue shinobi he had hired to disrupt the construction of the bridge. The second part entailed seizing all the wealth Gato had accumulated through drug trafficking and smuggling contraband. For this mission, Kuroto offered another two of his Umbu to Shursui, Yamanaka Fu and Aburane Torian, to work from the shadows. Naturally, the primary objective of the mission mirrored that of the mission given to Team Kakashi, to expose the three Jonin's of Team Shursui to blood. After Team Shursui, it was Team Gai's turn. Once again, Kuroto engaged in a similar interaction with the three Jonin's of Team Gai. Afterward, he assigned them a mission. In the Land of Hot Water, numerous individuals, especially women, had been abducted in recent months, leading Kuroto to suspect the involvement of the cult of Jashin. Team Guy's mission was to investigate the cult of Jashin and its escalating activities in the Land of Hot Water, with the goal of putting an end to it. Naturally, Team Guy wasn't the sole team assigned to this mission. Recognizing its severity and its potential connection to Haiden from the Akatsuki organization, Kuroto also assigned 3 jonins including Shiranoigan Ma, Yabashiro Aoba, and Namishi Reito to the Team Guy. Of course, the primary objective of the mission remained the same, to expose the 3 jonins of Team Guy to blood. After Team Guy, it was Team Kurenai's turn. Following a similar pattern, Kuroto engaged in a familiar interaction with the 3 jonins of Team Kurenai. Subsequently, he assigned them the Star Guard mission. Their task was to safeguard the precious chakra-emitting star in Hashigakure from a group of rogue ninjas attempting to seize it for their own purposes. However, beneath the surface mission lay a more critical objective, the assassination of the current leader of Hashigakure. This leader harbored ambitions of utilizing the power of the meteorite to amass an army and overthrow the 5 great nations. In addition to the assassination, Team Kurenai was tasked with retrieving the meteorite. For this mission, Kuroto dispatched Uchiha Kaori and Mitarashi Anko from his Umbu to aid Kurenai from the shadows. Naturally, the primary objective of the mission remained the same, to expose the 3 jonins of Team Kurenai to blood. After Team Kurenai, it was Team Asuma's turn. Alongside Marino Ibiki, they were dispatched to the land of Tea to assist Marino Ide during a race intended to settle the rivalry between the Wagashi family and the Wagarashi family. However, this surface-level mission belied 2 deeper objectives, the assassination of the rogue Nin Aoirokusho and other Amigakure shinobi working with him, and the retrieval of the Sword of the Thunder God, which belonged to the Nidaime Hokage and was stolen from Konoha 3 years ago. Once again, the primary objective of the mission remained consistent. Finally, it was Team Shizin's turn. Their mission was to safeguard the Prince of the Land of Moon during his world trip and ensure his safe return to his kingdom. With no hidden objectives, no additional support was deemed necessary for this mission. Once again, the primary objective of the mission remained consistent. Orochimaru's secret lab, Otogakure. Examining the batch of clones suspended within the cloning capsules before him, Orochimaru licked his lips, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. His crushing defeat at the hands of Shimura Danzo and the utter destruction of his body forced Orochimaru into a period of deep introspection. Though resurrected with Kabuto's assistance and residing within Kabuto's body, Orochimaru recognized that the living corpse reincarnation technique paled in significance against truly formidable adversaries. Regardless of how unique or potent a kenjutsu might be, it remained just a jutsu, reliant on the strength and capabilities of its wielder. Orochimaru acknowledged the serious flaws inherent in living corpse reincarnation and realized the imperative need to address them. Consequently, Orochimaru redirected more of his focus and energy towards the art of cloning. He came to believe that customizing a body for himself, one that suits all his requirements and lacks a soul, via cloning is a superior choice compared to taking over others' bodies using living corpse reincarnation. While human cloning was never his strongest suit, that was because Orochimaru had never paid much attention to this technology in the past. In today's shinobi world, nobody matches the expertise of Curoto in cloning. It's worth noting that Curoto learned this technology from Orochimaru, so with time and effort, Orochimaru would naturally excel at it, as is clear from the batch of clones. Each successive batch of clones he creates surpasses the last ones. These clones Orochimaru is creating are not ordinary clones. Having experienced the power of perfect and uncorrupted Senjutsu chakra through Kabuto's body, Orochimaru desires that power for himself. Consequently, he has been experimenting with the clones, ensuring they can harness uncorrupted Senjutsu chakra just like a perfect sage. Presently, 6 clones are floating within the cloning capsules before him. Each of them has endured countless experiments and possesses an incredibly strong chakra connection to the natural energy dispersed in heaven and earth. While Orochimaru was jotting down observations in his notepad, the laboratory's gates suddenly swung open, and Iburi Tenzo, Yamato, strode in, bearing a scroll. Orochimaru-sama, we just received this from Kumogakure. Huh? Orochimaru's reverie broken, he glanced at the scroll in Tenzo's hand. Thoughts of Konoha brought Kuroto to his mind. Setting aside his notepad, Orochimaru unfolded the scroll and perused its contents. He shook his head disdainfully. Joint Chunin exam? Oh, Sarutobi-sensei always likes to engage in flashy things. He discerned that the proposal originated from Elder Hiruzen, rather than Kuroto. Tenzo inquired respectfully, how should we respond to Konoha's proposal? After a moment of scrutiny, a sly smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. Go and tell Kimamaru to prepare for this joint Chunin exam. Very well, Tenzo nodded, then departed the laboratory. With Tenzo gone, Orochimaru once again picked up the notepad and smiled to himself. This joint Chunin exam, perhaps it's going to be very interesting. Interesting indeed. Suddenly, a different expression crossed Orochimaru's face, and a different voice emanated from his mouth. Orochimaru-sama, are you thinking what I am thinking you are thinking? Oh, and what do you think I am thinking, Kabuto-kun? Orochimaru inquired curiously. Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, Kabuto answered. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly as he replied, I just want to confirm whether this child Uchiha Sasuke has the same talent as Uchiha Itachi. It just so happens that I am interested in incorporating the Uchiha's power into the clones that I am creating, so testing his capabilities wouldn't be a bad idea. I heard that this child has already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, perhaps he can be a good subject for testing. Chapter 1008, Participants for the Joint Chunin Exam. Hokage Office, Kumogakure. Are they being serious? Kuroto muttered with a pout as he glanced at the contents of the scroll in his hand. It listed the participants from Kumogakure slated to take part in the Chunin exam. Among the teams, one group drew Kuroto's attention, the team comprising Deidara, Kuratsuchi, and Kamizuro Suzumabachi. Kamizuro Suzumabachi hailed from a lineage tied to the Shodaime Tsuchikage, a clan akin to Konohagakure's Aburame clan, specializing in bee usage. The Shodaime Tsuchikage and even Inoki and his descendants were associated with the Kamizuro clan. Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki, was destined, according to Canon, to become the Yondaime Tsuchikage. Despite being only 13, the same age as Niji and Rock Lee, Kuroto couldn't believe that as the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, she remained a Chunin. However, Kuratsuchi wasn't the most surprising inclusion. The mention of Deidara among the participants left Kuroto dumbfounded. Gazing at the image of the brat obsessed with art, Kuroto couldn't resist asking once more, are we truly certain that Tsuchikage sent this? Could it be a prank? Elder Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. This list was delivered by Inoki's personal ombu, the authenticity of the participants is unquestionable. Tsunadeheim snorted coldly. This kind of play is what you'd expect from the Reikage. I did not expect that even Inoki would engage in such despicable means. Elder Koharu added in a gloomy tone, I have confirmed it already. Back when Deidara fled from Kumogakure, he was only 9 years old and had just graduated from the academy. Because he did not return to Kumogakure, he missed several Chunin exams. So, he is without a doubt a Chunin, but still. Kuroto once again looked at the photo of the grinning brat with a speechless expression and said, he is Inoki's disciple, and it only takes a word from that old guy to make Deidara a Chunin or even a Jonin, yet he is only a Chunin, huh? Elder Koharu sighed, it is precisely because the boy is Inoki's disciple, so being Chunin, Chunin, or Jonin does not have any effect on his identity. Officially, even if he is only a Chunin, he has always been treated with the same respect as a Jonin. And because not long ago Kumogakure suffered severe damage, his promotion was delayed. Strangely enough, even Inoki did not bother to promote him to Chunin despite the lack of Chunin and Jonin in his village. Deidara rose to fame at a remarkably young age, defecting at 9 and gaining recognition in the shinobi world by 10. Even in canon, when Sattori, Kisame, and Itachi recruited him into the Akatsuki, he was barely 12 or 13, the age at which children in Konoha graduate from the ninja academy in times of peace. At that time, Deidara was already part of the world's most dangerous terrorist organization. At around 15 years old, Deidara is 3 years older than Sasuke, 2 years older than Niji, and the same age as Kimamaru and Haku. Despite his youth, he is remarkably proficient in explosion release and dust release. Contemplating this, Kuroto couldn't help but marvel, this guy is truly a genius, huh? Undoubtedly, if Deidara remains alive, he would likely be the one to inherit the position of Yondaime Tsuchikage from Inoki. Upon learning that Deidara and Kuratsuchi would participate in the joint Chunin exams on behalf of Iwagakure, Kuroto didn't bother to read the other participants' names. He placed the scroll on the table and grinned. No wonder Tsuchikage proposed the idea of the joint Chunin exam. He wants Deidara and Kuratsuchi to single-handedly sweep away the Jinins of all the other shinobi villages. The others in the room were left speechless. Who could possibly contend against explosion release, lava release, and dust release? Originally, the elders were very confident about the joint Chunin exam, considering the remarkable performance of this year's new graduates. The Konoha 18 had instilled enough confidence in them to believe that victory was assured. However, who would have thought that Inoki would have such an ace up his sleeve? It seems Inoki is really set on restoring the prestige of Iwagakure using the joint Chunin exam, muttered Elder Hiruzen. The Chunin exam served multiple purposes. Aside from examining the Jinins, it also allowed nations to showcase their exceptional talents to deter others and attract potential clients for missions. Now that Iwagakure had decided to showcase Deidara, they were poised to come out on top. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't find fault with Deidara because he was officially a Genin, and his age was indisputable at 15. Just as everyone in the office was left speechless, there came a knock on the door. "Knock! Knock!" Kuroto responded, "Come in." An Umbu entered the office with several scrolls. He bowed to Kuroto and the elders and said, "Hokage-sama, we have just received these scrolls from other shinobi villages containing their lists of participants." Kuroto and the other elders accepted the scrolls from the Umbu and unfolded them to review the participants. Kuroto, reading the list from Kumogakure, was immediately taken aback. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Well, Tsunade-sama, you were indeed right. This is the kind of move we should expect from Kumogakure." The others, intrigued, inquired, "Who is participating from Kumogakure?" Kuroto placed the scroll down for everyone to see and explained, "It's Darui of the Black Lightning, the disciple of Sandaime Reikage and next in line for the position of Reikage." "Darui?" Elder Hiruzen's eyes widened as he examined the list. Kuroto continued, "Let's not debate whether this guy is still a Genin or not. He is already 22 years old, currently serving as the Umbu commander of Kumogakure, and is at least a Kage-class shinobi." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "Recently, I even received intelligence that he is being personally trained by the Reikage. The old guy is drilling lightning chakra mode into him with daily training. Ever since Killer Bee and Ujito Ni fell into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, Kumogakure's formidable military strength began to wane. To address this concern, the Reikage took it upon himself to personally train Darui. In Canon, Darui had not mastered the lightning chakra mode even during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. However, in this timeline, circumstances differ significantly. Unlike in Canon, where the threat of the Akatsuki became evident only during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, in this world, everyone is acutely aware of the Akatsuki's menace. Consequently, they are pursuing various avenues to bolster their strength and counter the threat effectively. Tsunade slammed the table furiously. The Reikage really has no shame. While Inoki's decision to nominate Deidara and Kuratsuchi at least acknowledged their Genin status, the Reikage was sending the person serving as the Umbu commander. It was akin to sending Hatake Kakashi for the Chunin exam. Though Kakashi was no longer the Umbu commander, the comparison was clear. "Darui, she, and Atsui, mumbled Hiruzen, his expression reflecting disbelief. "Only Atsui seems to be fine, but both Darui and she." Kuroto shook his head. "She also serves as the Reikage's aide, his title itself speaks volumes. I don't know who the Reikage is trying to fool, or if he thinks everyone has the same muscle-brain mentality as him." He then pointed at Atsui's name. "In fact, this kid isn't normal either. Initially, he was only capable of infusing fire-based chakra into his sword. However, recently, he seems to have developed a fire chakra mode similar to the Rakich's lightning chakra mode. As Atsui is Samui's younger brother, Kuroto has always paid attention to him, whether intentionally or not. Samui's death during the War of the Best at Amigakure deeply affected him, driving him to rigorous training to seek vengeance against the Akatsuki. Now, he has developed a unique chakra mode. In fact, Kuroto is also intrigued by Atsui's fire chakra mode, which he intends to master using his Tsukihai clone. This means Kumogakure's primary Chunin squad is as troublesome as Iwagakure's, Elder Koharu's side. The others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Next up were the Chunin squads from Sunagakure. Temari, Itsuki, and Shura led by Jonin Maki, and Kankuro, Sen, and Yon led by Jonin Baki. Well, at least the Kazekage Senjinins, mumbled Elder Hiruzen with a sigh. He didn't doubt the capabilities of these two Chunin squads. He knew about Temari and Kankuro being the children of former Kazekage, while Itsuki was the adopted son of the current Kazekage. Temari also served as her disciple. Their strength was likely extraordinary, akin to Iwagakure's and Kumogakure's Chunin squads. From Kurogakure, the main focus should be on this Chunin squad consisting of Hozuki Suigetsu, the younger brother of Hozuki Mengetsu, and the newest member of the newly reinstated 7 Ninja Swords of the Mist. He wields the Kubakuri Bocho. Chojuro, another member of the 7 Ninja Swords of the Mist, wields Hiramakari, and the daughter of the current Mizukage, Karatachi Tamako, who is also the disciple of Terumi Mei, said Kuroto as he read the list of participants from Kurogakure. At that moment, Jiraiya walked into the Hokage office carrying a scroll and spoke, "Here's the list of participants from Otogakure, it just arrived." Kuroto unfolded the scroll and examined the list of Chunin squads from Otogakure. There were many names such as Taiyuya along with other members of the Sound 4, Dosa Kinyuta, Zakuabumi, Kinsuchi, and more. However, the prime focus was on 3 Chunins named Kimamaru, Haku, and Guren. As Kuroto glanced at their names, his eyes widened. Orochimaru-sama is really sending these 3? What is he planning this time? Is he after the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan? Kuroto didn't believe Orochimaru would attempt the Konoha collapse plan as in Canon, yet he was sending 3 of his best subordinates aside from Kabuto and Tenzo. Unless he had an alternate objective, he wouldn't bother sending Kimamaru, Haku, and Guren. The only thing Kuroto thought could interest Orochimaru would be the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, but he couldn't be certain due to the lack of information. As Jiraiya took a seat on one of the empty sofas and picked up a scroll, he expressed surprise. Huh? Amigakure is also sending Chunin squads? Since the War of the Best, the 5 great nations had jointly managed Amigakure's affairs. However, in reality, the village was barely functioning, and its survival relied on the efforts of its people, aiming to prevent another Nagato-like figure from emerging. Therefore, it was surprising to see Amigakure sending Chunin squads. Jiraiya read through the profiles of the Chunins from Amigakure but couldn't find anyone remarkable enough. He paused for a moment at the names of Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu, then shook his head and folded back the scroll. Sigh, Amigakure has really weakened to this degree. Takigakure and Kusagakure have also decided to participate. From Takigakure, Team Fu will be participating, while from Kusagakure, a few random teams of Chunins, including Shuror, are going to participate. Uninterested in Takigakure and Kusagakure, Jiraiya focused on the list of participants sent by Otogakure and uttered in surprise, "Huh? This kid named Kimamaru. I remember that he defeated Sasuke during the alliance ceremony a few years ago, right? Sasuke also awakened his Sharingan during that fight." Kuroto nodded. That is indeed the case. Elder Hiruzen scrutinized Kimamaru's name and said, although this boy did not show his full strength, I reckon that he was at least as strong as a Chunin back then, since it's been more than 5 years since that fight, he should also be at the level of a Jonin, right? Jonin, thought Kuroto inwardly as he shook his head. The full extent of Kimamaru's strength remained unknown even to Kuroto. A healthy 15-year-old Kimamaru was strong enough to fight against a 9-tailed chakra mode Naruto's shadow clone and remain undefeated. This was the same shadow clone that could overpower Sandaime Raikage, who was undoubtedly the strongest Raikage, and defeat him. Even a terminally ill Kimamaru, during his last breath, was strong enough to almost kill both Rock Lee and Gaara. This was the same Gaara who was about to become the next Kazekage, and Kimamaru even aided Orochimaru in killing Raza. Curoto firmly believed that a healthy Kimamaru was definitely stronger than most Kage-level shinobi. However, the current status of his health remained unknown to Curoto, making it hard for him to judge the boy's current strength. As Jiraiya looked at the participants from other shinobi villages one by one, he couldn't help but sigh. This joint Chunin exam, our chances don't seem very good. Tsunadeheim agreed with a sigh. Originally confident in Konoha's geniuses, she now felt hopeless seeing the unremarkable genin sent by other shinobi villages. With elite jonin and Kage-level shinobi participating, no matter how high their expectations were for their genins, there seemed to be little chance of victory against such formidable opponents. Elder Hiruzen took a puff from his tobacco pipe and said, "It looks like we will have to reformulate our strategy." Elder Koharu added, "The other villages will also be competing against each other. Characters like Deidara and Darui will be the focus of each shinobi village. Maybe the genins from Konoha can utilize this to their advantage and come out on top if they implement a well-thought-out strategy." Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and said, "But would it really be helpful? Let's not talk about others. Dust Release, Lightning Chakra Armor, and Scorch Release alone can sweep the entire joint Chunin exam." Curoto looked at the three unremarkable names, Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu, in the list of participants from Amigakure with a smile and mumbled to himself, "They won't sweep." Chapter 1009, Jutsu Formula that Corrupts Souls. While the Konoha 18 were busy with various high-risk missions and advancing from inexperienced rookies to ninjas that have experienced blood, Kuroto returned to the Forgotten Island to initiate the next phase of his plan involving the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Staring at the black box with different demonic faces on each of its four sides, Kuroto muttered to himself, "I suppose I should start by examining the interior of the box to truly comprehend its nature." Entering the Box of Ultimate Bliss could pose significant risks, as it has the power to corrupt those engulfed by it. Despite Kuroto's confidence in his own Tenseigan to resist corruption, he still feels that conducting a preliminary test by sending a subject into the box to observe the corruption process firsthand is the better choice to gain insight into its mechanisms. To facilitate this, he had secretly transported several prisoners from Hozuki Castle to the island. As one of the prisoners was brought before him by Karen, Kuroto inquired, "Are the cameras and microphones functioning properly?" Karen nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes, there's clear video and audio output." "All right, then let's send him inside the box," said Kuroto as he directed the man to step into the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Once they ensured that the prisoner had been engulfed by the Box of Bliss, Kuroto and Karen approached the screen to observe the corruption process. Naturally, the prisoner wouldn't transform into Sattori since that entity was already restrained outside the box, but he would be corrupted, and Kuroto desired to witness the process to understand the workings of the box. Upon reaching the screen, they found nothing but darkness on all the monitors. "Huh? Are the cameras malfunctioning?" "They were functioning properly just a moment ago, weren't they?" Karen asked, her expression filled with doubt. Gaara, who had been monitoring the screen, nodded. Everything was clear until the moment that person entered the box, but as soon as he went in, the screen went black. Furthermore, there's a still silence. Kuroto pondered the black screen with a contemplative expression. A black screen didn't necessarily indicate a malfunction of cameras, a glitch displaying black and white would signal an issue. However, the uniform black suggested that the screen was indeed depicting the interior of the Box of Ultimate Bliss and it is enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. It was difficult to discern the depth of this darkness, whether it ended after a few steps or extended infinitely. The absence of any auditory feedback was also a bit intriguing. "Wait! Kuroto-sama. Karen. Look at that," exclaimed Gaara, drawing attention to the top right corners of the screen. Kuroto and Karen followed his gaze and observed as a dim, dark purple light emerged on the screen. Gradually, its area of illumination expanded, engulfing most of the screen within seconds. The light seems to follow a pattern. It's like a jutsu formula, but... Karen muttered, her voice trailing off. She was unfamiliar with those symbols and patterns. Despite her knowledge of her clan's Hyuga jutsu, she couldn't recall anything about those symbols and patterns before. That's an old language. It's fallen out of use over the centuries because the people who used it perished, mostly as victims of a very long war between an overpowered mother and her overpowered sons that occurred a millennium ago, explained Kuroto. He recognized a few of the symbols based on the minor similarities they shared with some of the symbols he had read in the scrolls Moroku-sama had shared with him. Immediately, Karen inquired, Kuroto-sama, can you decipher these symbols? I can't decipher them at a glance, but given some time, I should be able to, replied Kuroto. While there were minor similarities between the symbols on the screen and the secret calligraphy used by generations of Miko, they weren't identical. Decoding these symbols could be a hassle. Mui's clan had kept the box of ultimate bliss for centuries. They might possess information on this old language, even if they couldn't understand or decipher it completely, thought Kuroto. He decided to send a message to Itachi, instructing him to secretly visit Kusagakure to gather any available information on the box of ultimate bliss and the symbols displayed on the television screen. As events unfolded inside the box, the symbols triggered a series of unsettling occurrences. The image on the screen began to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of cursing, howling, and writhing emanating from the speakers. Affected by the sudden burst of sounds, subconsciously, Karen grasped Kuroto's sleeve, unsettled by the unfolding spectacle. Kuroto lightly stroked the girl's head to ease her nerves before turning his attention to Gaara, who appeared unaffected, and then back to the screen. Before long, the tumultuous sound ceased, and the shaking image stabilized. The dimly glowing symbols vanished, returning everything to darkness and silence. Then, a while later the screens brightened, revealing the person exiting from a different side of the box. Approaching the individual who emerged, Kuroto observed his state with his Tenseigan, confirming the corruption inflicted by the box. Describing the exact characteristics of the corrupted individual is difficult, however, Kuroto feels that the best way to put it is that their soul had been corrupted beyond repair. Though the notion may seem casually mentioned, soul corruption is a grave matter. Those whose souls are corrupted are forever barred from the Pure Lands after their death. This fate is perhaps even worse than the complete annihilation of the soul. Pondering over the matter of the corruption of the soul, Kuroto recalled the dimly lit symbols, and muttered in realization, so, it's a jutsu formula to corrupt the soul, huh? Kuroto's interest in the study of soul corruption was limited. Perhaps he would explore it in his leisure time, once he had completed his Project Godhood and dealt with the Akatsuki organization. Currently, he lacked the time and resources to delve into such matters. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the peril inherent in a jutsu formula capable of corrupting souls, far more dangerous than the box of ultimate bliss itself. Such a jutsu rivaled Edo Tensei in its potential for havoc, as the corrupted individual would inevitably turn evil even if they did not become the puppet of the formula's wielder. Considering the consequences if the souls of individuals like Shursui or Itachi were corrupted using this formula, Kuroto felt shiver down his spine. The havoc they could unleash upon the world, unbound by their moral constraints and indifferent to worldly matters, was unfathomable. Even Kuroto couldn't shake a sense of unease at the realization of the danger he had encountered. Who the hell created the box of ultimate bliss? In fact, Kuroto had a bold speculation. Was it born out of someone's desire for vengeance against the Sage of Six Paths? The world and its inhabitants endured unimaginable suffering during the months-long war between Kaguya and her sons. While the people of that era may not have comprehended the full extent of the conflict, and its aftermath that led to the sealing of Kaguya as well as the disappearance of Himura, they did suffer and were aware of the involvement of the Sage of Six Paths who still resided in the shinobi world. It's conceivable that someone who lost loved ones in the war, driven by vengeance against the Sage of Six Paths, created the box of ultimate bliss. Of course, this is just a speculation. He has no method of knowing whether his speculation is true or false. Setting aside the conjecture, Kuroto refocused his attention on the corrupted individual before him. He shook his head and turned his body into dust using a truth-seeking orb, then returned to the side of the screen, while contemplating, to ensure that Gaara can harness Saturi's power flawlessly. I must develop a sealing jutsu utilizing the same formula as the box of ultimate bliss while making him the Jinchuriki of Sattori. Of course, he would remove the aspect of pulling people inside and corrupting their souls, since holding such a dangerous power at such a young age might not be a very good thing for Gaara. Instead, he is thinking of adding the ability to be able to temporarily stun others' souls. To craft this sealing jutsu, Curoto needed a comprehensive understanding of the jutsu formula within the box of ultimate bliss. Obtaining the entire formula required sending more individuals into the box, equipped with enhanced cameras to capture a clear image of the complete formula, then decode it using the information Itachi would send him, and then recreate the sealing jutsu. Well, I do have more prisoners here with me, so I suppose there shouldn't be any issue with getting the complete formula while Itachi sends the information, Curoto murmured as he commenced preparations to record the full jutsu formula present on all 6 interfaces of the box of ultimate bliss. Chapter 1010, A Work of Art and Moving Forward. Anchor Vention. Though this jutsu formula is extremely complicated, I must say that this is a work of art. Even if the person who created the box of ultimate bliss was a madman, that person was a genius and knew what exactly he was doing with each variable, muttered Curoto as he looked at multiple parchments pinned on the wall with an impressed expression. There is a very fine line between a madman and a genius, and after studying the jutsu formula, Curoto can be certain that this person was treading on this fine line. They were both a genius and a madman. He turned to Sattori standing at the corner and questioned, "Do you have memories of the person who created the box and you?" Sattori shook its head, "No." Curoto thought of another question, "Were you the person first victim of the box?" Sattori shook its head, "Don't know." "Don't know," mumbled Curoto with a thoughtful expression. Based on his analysis of Sattori and the box, as well as their connection, Sattori seems to be a vengeful spirit that was tied to the box to do its bidding. The box did not give birth to Satori's soul, so technically, Sattori ought to be the first victim of the box. Oh well, Curoto shrugged as he turned his attention back to the wall and analyzed the complete jutsu formula he had drawn on the wall after collecting it from the inside of the box of ultimate bliss. Let's see, this section of the formula is responsible for soul corruption, then, this part is responsible for trapping souls inside the box. This section seems to be all about puppetry that allows the box to control its victim, then this part, and this part is about using the information that Itachi had sent him and the information he searched in the scrolls Moroku-sama had left him. Curoto was able to decode most of the jutsu formula, and upon decoding the jutsu he was more and more impressed by the person who created the jutsu formula. Such an intricate and detailed formula that combines together dozens of individual formulas with completely different functions such as soul corruption, soul weakening, soul trap, soul stun, soul control and so much more. It's like a motherboard. To be able to create such a jutsu formula that too in that era, alas, if it wasn't for the fact that the person existed a millennium ago and did not leave behind any information about themselves. I would have definitely liked to meet the creator of this box, muttered Curoto with a disappointed sigh. In any case, shaking his head, Curoto recovered his attention, and mumbled to himself with a thoughtful expression, "Since the jutsu formula is nearly decoded, the next step is to use this jutsu formula to create a completely new jutsu formula to seal Sattori inside Gaara." Essentially, Curoto is turning Gaara into something akin to a living and breathing box of ultimate bliss. The difference is that Gaara would not only be able to control Sattori, but he would also be able to use the creature's power. Of course, minus the soul corruption part, since that stuff is too dangerous even from his perspective and can lead to devastating and terrifying consequences if not handled with extreme care. With that in mind, Curoto got to creating the brand new jutsu formula. Since he is also exceptional in Fuinjutsu, has abundant experience in this kind of work, and has a lot of reference material to look at, it won't take him too long to create what he is looking for. As Curoto was working on the new jutsu formula, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock. Knock! Followed by a voice, "Curoto-sama." Gaara, you are here? Come in," Kuroto stopped and raised his head to look at the boy who walked into the room and closed the door behind him, then asked him, I have almost completed the jutsu formula, so it's time. I just want to confirm your state. Are you ready? Well, Gaara hesitated. Feeling Gaara's hesitation, Kuroto asked worriedly, is there any doubt in your mind? You don't want to become the Jinchuriki of Sattori? If Gaara suddenly says that he doesn't want to become the Jinchuriki of Sattori, that would be a little troublesome for him. All the effort so far would go to waste, so Kuroto became a little worried. No, becoming Jinchuriki of Sattori is fine, it's just that, there's something I am unable to understand, answered Gaara. Understand what? Asked Kuroto curiously. Gaara was unsure of how to word it properly. After a moment of silence, he took out a kunai, and tried to stab himself in the hand. However, before the blade of the kunai could cut him, sand appeared between the kunai and his hand like a barrier and stopped the blade from cutting him. Once he had finished demonstrating, he spoke, Kuroto-sama, the shield of sand, it still works. And it's not just this, I am able to control the sand like I used to. I don't understand why. Kuroto blinked. I see, so it's about this, huh? He had expected Gaara to come to him with this question someday eventually, especially after Shukaku was extracted from his body. Gaara questioned, why does the shield of sand still work, and why am I still able to control sand despite the fact that Shukaku was extracted from my body? Didn't my power come from Shukaku? I hadn't even befriended Shukaku when he was extracted, so how come? It comes from your mother, Kurara, answered Kuroto. From her? Gaara was stunned. He had always believed that his powers came from Shukaku sealed inside him, never once did he think that his powers came from her, and asked, but, how? After pondering for a moment, Kuroto decided to explain. Kurara was also able to control sand, and you have inherited that ability from her, hence you are able to control the sand despite the absence of Shukaku, that's one part. As for the shield of sand that always protects you, it's related to Kurara's last wish before her death. Shukaku was sealed inside you when Kurara was still carrying you. For various reasons, you had a premature birth which resulted in her death. Just before her death she held you close to herself. Upon noting how feeble and weak you were, she expressed her last desire, no matter what happens, I will always protect you, Gaara. At that time, the last bit of Kurara's chakra covered you and took the form of shield of sand. Hearing Kuroto's explanation, Gaara started to have a panic attack as he questioned, But why would she want to protect me? She hated me, she never wanted me, she only desired me to become a tool for her revenge on Sunagakure. Yashimaru told me, she even named me Gaara as she believed that I would live as a self-loving carnage. So, why? Kuroto sighed as he held the boy's shoulder to calm his nerves, then answered, that's what Raza had ordered your caretaker Yashimaru to tell you in order to test your emotional stability as the Jinchuriki of Shukaku. Neither Yashimaru nor Kurara hated you. Tears flowed down the boy's eyes as he heard the truth from Kuroto, and he asked, then, does that mean? Kuroto nodded. In truth, Kurara deeply cared about you and loved you, at least, that's what the current Kazekage has told me, and it makes sense. If she did not love you, then even if you had inherited her power to control sand, the shield of sand wouldn't exist. It's a physical manifestation of her chakra living within you to protect you. More tears flowed down Gaara's eyes upon learning the truth. Kuroto remained silent and allowed the boy to cry. It was only after a few minutes that the boy finally stopped and wiped his tears and spoke, I was loved. While ruffling Gaara's hair, Kuroto spoke, indeed, you were. Gaara nodded, Although he doesn't think too much about Sunagakure and about his lonely life there since Kuroto, Karen, and Kasa care about him, and he has lived a good and fulfilling life ever since Kuroto brought him here 6 years ago. However, that part of his life was still a nail in his heart. His mother never wanted him, Yashimaru resented him, and his father executed him. Sometimes he would think about them with a painful expression. But now that he has learned the truth, knowing that he is loved, he can finally accept who he is, think of his mother and Yashimaru fondly, and move forward. Chapter 10-11, Jinchuriki of Sattori. Forgotten Island, somewhere near the Land of Lightning. Knock! Knock! Followed by a knock on the door, Karen's voice came from the other side. Gaara, it's time. All the preparations have been made. Kuroto-sama is waiting for you. Gaara replied, coming. He turned to look at the sand sculpture he had created earlier and spoke to it. Oka-sama, I am going. Please continue to watch over me. Ever since he learned that his mother deeply loved him and Yashimaru also cared about him, Gaara has learned to smile. Whenever he thinks of his mother, he creates her sculpture out of sand and converses with her, hoping that his love and gratitude will reach her. Based on what Kuroto had told him, he has come to believe that by conversing with his sand, he can connect with his mother. After all, his sand is a manifestation of her chakra. Once he had spoken to the sand sculpture, Gaara waved his hand, and all the sand retracted back into the small gourd he was carrying. Then he got up and walked out of the room, speaking to Karen, let's go. Karen nodded, and then the two children made their way to the site where Kuroto was waiting for them. On their way, Karen observed Gaara for a while and questioned him, are you nervous? Gaara remained silent for a while, then nodded. Maybe a little. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to control Satura's power. Karen pursed her lips and said, personally, I believe that you can do it without any problem. I know you better than you know yourself, Gaara. But if you're that worried, you don't have to become that creature's Jinchuriki. I'm certain that Kuroto-sama would be willing to look for alternatives if you were to tell him that you aren't confident. Gaara smiled lightly. Thank you. He shook his head. But I really want to do something and be of use. He paused for a moment and added, you know, Karen, when Kuroto-sama took me away from Kusagakure, he told me that I have a long life ahead of me to find my purpose. It's been over 6 years since that day, and never once have I stopped pondering over it, trying to find my purpose. In fact, when Kuroto-sama selected you to be the person who would bear the Rinnegan and shoulder the responsibility of bringing him back to life in case something happens to him. The reason I wanted to take away that responsibility from you, aside from not wanting you to die, was also because I was envious of you. Envious of me? What are you talking about? Karen was surprised. She never thought that Gaara would be envious of her, especially considering they are best friends. Gaara nodded with a chuckle. In fact, it wasn't just then. There have been a lot of instances when I have been envious of you. Unlike me, you are deeply loved by your mother. Unlike me, you are special. You have the special bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the ability to heal others, and the ability to sense others from miles away. All of these abilities stem from having a mother who deeply loved you. Even after her death, she left behind a part of her chakra with you, hoping to protect you. On top of that, you were given the legendary Rinnegan by Kuroto, and Kuroto-sama gave you a purpose. But me? I used to think that I was neither loved nor cared for. Oda-san tried to kill me, and Oka-sama hated me. Unlike you, I did not inherit anything from my parents. The only thing I had was Shukaku, and even Shukaku did not care about me. And I had no purpose either, so I used to be really envious of you. Karen hesitated for a moment, then questioned, then, what about now? Are you still? She hoped that wasn't the case, as it might affect their friendship. Gaara shook his head. That's not the case anymore. Now, I no longer envy you. I know that Oka-sama loved me. My ability to control sand comes from her, not from Shukaku, and Kuroto-sama is also giving me a greater purpose. Therefore, I no longer have any reason to be envious of you. Even if I am nervous, even if I am not certain whether I would be able to control Satura's powers, I still want to do it. He paused for a moment and said, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable earlier. Karen shook her head with a bright grin. Don't worry about it. In fact, I'm happy that you spoke the truth. Then she looked at the sky and said, come on, Gaara, let's hurry. Kuroto-sama has been waiting for a while. Gaara nodded. Yeah. Then the two used a quick body flicker jutsu to arrive beside Kuroto. Gaara, are you ready? Asked Kuroto, looking at the boy sitting at the center of one of the three focuses of a Fuinjutsu formation. The boy took a deep breath, then nodded with a hardened gaze. Yes. Well, Then let's begin. Repeat the hand signs I am leaving after me, said Kuroto as he looked at the center of the second focus of the Fuinjutsu formation. Having released the physical form of Muku, Sattori in its true form was lying there, then shifted his gaze to the third focus where the box of ultimate bliss was kept. Okay, nodded Gaara as he focused his attention on Kuroto. With Gaara's attention focused on him, Kuroto started to weave the hand signs one at a time, which Gaara repeated. Immediately, all kinds of esoteric black symbols spread over Gaara's entire body with his navel as the center and started to glow in a pale violet light, along with 2/3 of the Fuinjutsu formation, save for the parts surrounding the box, and Muku. Alright, now pull Sattori inside of you, instructed Kuroto. Following his instruction, Gaara waved a different hand sign. Instantly, dozens of violet chains appeared out of Gaara's stomach, binding around Sattori and starting to pull it inside. The moment Sattori was being pulled inside Gaara, the box of ultimate bliss emitted a malevolent aura, and black chakra arms came out, trying to retrieve the puppet back. So, it finally appears, said Kuroto with a smile. Having studied the jutsu formula inside the box of bliss, Kuroto had expected its interference. Therefore, the moment the box tried to interfere, he activated the formation around it, causing it to glow in a bright violet light. Instantly, a spherical curtain of chakra appeared around the box. When the curtain of chakra came in contact with the black chakra arms of the box, a strange scene occurred. The moment the black chakra arms crossed past the curtain, their color changed to white, and instead of interfering with the process, they started to assist. Meanwhile, the color of the curtain started to darken. The separation is working properly, mumbled Kuroto, observing the change occurring in the characteristic of chakra exuded by the box of ultimate bliss. Through the bright violet curtain of chakra, Kuroto was converting the evil chakra that the box exuded into pure chakra and continuously draining it from the box. He was using a similar method that the various generations of Miko have used to separate their evil side from themselves, which resulted in the birth of Morio the demon. Of course, he had taken measures to ensure no such entity appeared. As the chakra was rapidly drained from the box, cracks started to appear on it, and slowly but steadily the cracks widened until it started to crumble and turn into dust. By the time Gaara had completely absorbed Sattori inside him, the entire box had turned into dust. What remained was the dark curtain of chakra that contained the malevolent characteristics of the box. With his Tenseigan, Kuroto looked at the dark sphere of malevolent chakra that had no will of itself. Keeping such chakra stored in a place could prove to be dangerous, as it might take the form of an entity, something Kuroto did not want. Therefore, dispersing it into heaven and earth was the best choice, and that's what he did. Once that was dealt with, Kuroto turned to Gaara to check his state. "How do you feel?" The boy got up and spoke in an uncomfortable tone. "I feel a little weird at my back. It's as if chakra is trying to rip through my flesh." "Huh," muttered Kuroto in a surprised tone as he observed Gaara's body with his Tenseigan, then said, "Don't restrain it, let it come out." "Okay," nodded Gaara and stopped restraining the chakra. Instantly, 2 streams of chakra tore through his flesh at the back and took the form of a pair of large black appendages that took the form of wings. Gaara was surprised. "Well, Sattori had wings, so it's not surprising that you have them too," answered Kuroto, looking at the pair of wings with a scrutinizing gaze. The wings resembled that of a fallen angel or a crow. "I see, but will they always remain here?" "That would be a little uncomfortable. Having wings can be useful, however, having them all the time." "Retracting them back shouldn't be a problem," muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression, and said, "You have just gained a new power. It will take some time to get used to using it, but once that happens, you should be able to bring them out and retract them back whenever you desire." "Got it," nodded Gaara and looked at the pair of black wings. "Alright, spend the next few days adapting to this new power of yours. After that, I will take you to Kumogakure," said Kuroto. "I understand, Kuroto-sama," nodded Gaara with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 10-12, Assassination of Uchiha Sasuke? A few days later at the Hokage office, Kumogakure, the land of fire. "Hokage-sama," Here's the mission report for the mission at the Land of Waves, said Shursui as he handed over the scroll of mission report to Curoto. Were there any abnormalities? Asked Curoto as he took the scroll from Shursui and started to read the report. Shursui shook his head. There was nothing over the top, everything went well with the information you had prepared in advance, although, he paused and looked at the three Junins behind him. Neither Shienheim, nor Hyuga Hinata, or Kurama Yakumo had good expressions on their faces. There was hesitation, shock, and disgust on their faces. Understanding Shursui's meaning, Curoto nodded. Well, this is to be expected since it was their first time taking a person's life. Rest and train for the next few days. There is no need to carry out any dangerous mission. The three girls nodded with a solemn expression. As you command, Hokage-sama. All right, then we will take our leave. Shursui bowed lightly and began to leave the Hokage office. Watching them walk away, Curoto pondered for a moment, and said, Shursui, do tell them about the joint Chunin promotion exam. If they are interested, they can participate in it. Shursui nodded. As you wish, Hokage-sama, then disappeared from the Hokage office along with the three Junins of Team 6. Well, they were one of the last teams to return. Now, almost everyone is back, and they have experience killing, so there shouldn't be any problem from here on, mumbled Curoto as he got up and looked at the village through the window in his office. Whoosh! At this time, an Umbu appeared beside Curoto, and while kneeling on the ground, the Umbu presented a scroll to him. Hokage-sama, here's the mission report. Everything including the resources we obtained after eliminating Gato is sealed inside it. Were all the threads tied? Questioned Curoto as he took the scroll from the Umbu. The Umbu nodded. Indeed, nothing would tie down the disappearance of Gato's raw wealth to Konoha. Naturally, the Land of Waves mission had two sides to it. The bright side, which included the elimination of the ninjas and thugs hired by Gato as well as the protection of the bridge until its completion, was handled by Team 6, while the dark side, which included the assassination of Gato and collection of his raw wealth, was handled by Shursui and the two Umbu. Gato was a billionaire, so he had a lot of wealth including raw cash as well as hard goods. Naturally, Konoha couldn't take away everything since they would have to sell the hard goods and properties in order to cash them, and that could be troublesome, but the raw cash could be taken away, and that alone is several hundred million ryo. A large part of these funds would go to the village's treasury, while Curoto would be able to keep the rest for his project Godhood, so he is satisfied. Of course, those hard goods wouldn't be left alone either. They would be acquired by the daimyo of the land waves such that the country could use them and return to prosperity. If that country returns to prosperity, they will issue more missions to Kanahadakure, which will increase the missions the village gets, so it's a win-win for both the Land of Waves and Konoha. Satisfied with the results, Curoto praised Umbu. Good work, Naomi. The kunoichi bowed lightly, then disappeared from the Hokage office. Left alone in the Hokage office, Curoto once again looked at the bustling village with a smile, and muttered to himself with a smile, now then, next up is the joint Chunin promotion exam. Let's see how things go in that. Orochimaru's laboratory, Otogakure, the Land of Sound. As Curoto was receiving the mission reports from different teams and encouraging them to participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam, Orochimaru summoned Kimamaru, who was ready to set off to Konoha for the exam. Orochimaru-sama, is there any other order? Asked Kimamaru respectfully. Compared to last time, the boy with white hair has grown taller. However, his face is still as pale and sick as ever, and he coughs once or twice every now and then. Orochimaru glanced at Kimamaru thoughtfully, then questioned, the objective of sending your team for the joint Chunin promotion exam, are you aware of that? Kimamaru shook his head. In fact, when he received the order that he would be leading teams to Konoha to participate in the Chunin promotion exam, he was surprised and confused, but since it was an order from Orochimaru, he did not question it, and now that Orochimaru suddenly asked, he really had no answer. Orochimaru asked another question, do you recall the boy named Uchiha Sasuke? Yes, nodded Kimamaru. Although that Uchiha boy did not leave any strong impression on him, he does recall Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips as his voice turned cold. Use this joint Chunin promotion exam as a cover to assassinate Uchiha Sasuke. Killing that boy is your mission. Kimamaru was taken aback by the mission he was given, but he quickly recovered and nodded without any hesitation. I understand. I will definitely kill him. Cough! As soon as he finished speaking, Kimamaru started coughing rapidly. Noting Kimamaru's state, Orochimaru frowned and questioned, "The last painkiller has no effect?" After a while, the Kaguya boy recovered and wiped the blood. It stopped being effective after the third dose. "I see," mumbled Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, he said lightly, "I will develop a better painkiller as soon as possible." "I am sorry for causing all the trouble," apologized Kimamaru with a depressed tone. Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Now go." Kimamaru bowed lightly, "Yes," and then left the laboratory. Left alone in the laboratory, Orochimaru looked thoughtfully at the drop of blood on the floor. Unlike Orochimaru from Canon, who was busy escaping Akatsuki's pursuit, planning Konoha's destruction, and researching the forbidden jutsu, this version of Orochimaru is quite different, especially after he experienced working with Homasubi on the Chimera Jutsu and got killed by Shimura Danzo. This version of Orochimaru has shifted his attention to cloning and studying the secrets of different Kekkei Genkai from a genetic point of view, and therefore has a deeper understanding of Kimamaru's condition compared to his canonical counterpart. While studying the secrets of Shikatsumiyaku using Kimamaru's cell tissues, he discovered that the thing responsible for his terribly physical condition is present in his blood and bone marrow, which means that the cause of Kimamaru's illness is his Kekkei Genkai, and the illness doesn't just plague him but plague the entire Kaguya clan. Additionally, based on the information about the blood exchange ritual given by Kaguya Takashi of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru was more certain of his guess and understood that the stronger someone's Kekkei Genkai, the terrible their condition. If I can somehow solve this problem completely, perhaps I can completely unravel the secret of Shikatsumiyaku, muttered Orochimaru as the image of another user of Shikatsumiyaku appeared in his mind. In the current shinobi world, there are only 3 people who still hold the Shikatsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai. Kaguya Kimamaru from Otogakure, Kaguya Takashi from Akatsuki. Orochimaru doesn't know that person has been dead for several months, and Fujin of Amatsukami. In terms of the raw power of Shikatsumiyaku, neither Kimamaru nor Takashi is as strong as Fujin. There are even rumors that a single bone blade of Fujin is strong enough to easily cut through the complete body Susanoo of the mysterious Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization. The fact that a single bone blade can cut through the incomparably strong Susanoo, if not for the fact that that scene was witnessed by many parties, Orochimaru wouldn't have believed it. This made Orochimaru reevaluate the true potential of Shikatsumiyaku. He realized that the upper limit of the true potential of Shikatsumiyaku was far higher than he had imagined. This is why he is deeply concerned about Kimamaru's health condition. He has a feeling that as long as he can figure out the true cause of Kimamaru's deteriorating health, he will be able to unravel the hidden secrets of Shikatsumiyaku and make it as strong as that of Fujin Shikatsumiyaku. I am really curious, how does Fujin deal with the deteriorating health caused by Shikatsumiyaku, mumbled Orochimaru with a doubtful expression. On Kimamaru's side. After coming out of Orochimaru's laboratory, Kimamaru met with Haku and Girin. Girin looked at Kimamaru, walked out with a pale face, and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Haku also looked at Kimamaru with a worried expression. Kimamaru nodded lightly, "I am fine." Both Girin and Haku knew that Kimamaru was not fine, but they also understood his character and knew that it was pointless to talk about his health. So, Girin changed the topic and asked another question, "What did Orochimaru-sama say?" "I will talk about it on the way. For now, let's go to Konoha for the joint Chunin promotion exam." Leading these words, Kimamaru started making his way toward the Land of Fire. Neither Girin nor Haku asked anything and chose to silently follow him. On their way, they met up with the other teams who would be partaking in the joint Chunin promotion exam from Otogakure, such as Hyuga, Hebiheim, the members of Sound 4 as well as others, and together made their way to the Land of Fire. Chapter 10-13, Plans for the joint Chunin promotion exam. Iwagakure, the Land of Earth. Standing at the gate of the village, Inoki, his hands behind his back, looked at the 3 children, Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Kamizuro Suzumabachi, before him with a serious expression, and spoke, "The 3 of you must be very careful on your way to Konoha. Any form of misbehavior is not allowed." I will come to Kumogakure later, and I do not wish to hear any complaints. Kuratsuchi shook her head with a dissatisfied expression. What are you talking about? I am not a child anymore. Inoki glared at Kuratsuchi, making her purse her lips and turn away. He then looked at Deidara. In this joint Chunin promotion exam, you are not allowed to sneak away. Deidara, your Chunin squad must defeat all the other shinobi villages and come out on top. This is important for the village. Iwagakure's name and reputation must be restored at all costs. What a hassle, sighed Deidara, but he did not object to Inoki's instructions. Inoki nodded with a satisfied smile, then turned to Kamizuro Suzumabachi. Be extremely vigilant. There's no need to be especially concerned about Konoha. However, other villages might be very difficult, especially Kumogakure. Those muscle for brain idiots never play fairly, so keep that in mind, and do not get careless. Because of various matters related to the Akatsuki organization and Shimura Danzo, the different Kages often visit Kumogakure and have therefore thoroughly investigated their Chunin batch. For this reason, Inoki is not very concerned about the Konoha Chunins. However, the Chunins of other shinobi villages do concern him. For this reason, Inoki believes that in this joint Chunin promotion exam that is being held in Konoha, the real competition will be among the Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. The Chunins of Kumogakure would be there, however, dealing with them wouldn't be such a big deal. Suzumabachi nodded with a respectful bow. I understand, Tsuchikage-sama. Good, now set off, ordered Inoki. The three Chunins nodded and then left the land of Earth. On their way, they merged with the other Chunin squads and collectively made their way to the land of fire. Almost at the same time, a similar scene played out in Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure as their respective Chunin squads were sent to the land of fire. Somewhere in Kumogakure, Curoto untied the Ryumayuka gourd and passed it to Itachi standing beside him. Here you go. I will trouble you with those matters. Rest assured, Kuroto-san. I shall make sure that there are no flaws even in your absence, nodded Itachi as he received the gourd. Kuroto's current identity is that of Konoha's Hokage. It is not only very important but also receives a lot of attention no matter where he goes. Therefore, he must carefully arrange a cover-up in advance if he wants to secretly go out of the village. Normally, this is not a problem for him since he can leave behind a few shadow clones, but the problem is that he wouldn't be using his main body for the next month or so, which can lead to some flaws being exposed. As such, someone has to act in his place using transformation jutsu. To fool the likes of Tsunadeheim, Jiraiya, Elder Hiruzen, Kakashi as well as other Kages, one needs to be extremely proficient in Jinjutsu, otherwise, the disguise would be seen through. Only Itachi and Shursui have such proficiency in Jinjutsu, therefore, it has to be one of these two. If Kuroto wasn't the Hokage, it would be fine for either Shursui and Itachi to take his place. However, he is the Hokage, and Shursui is not very good when it comes to politics. He is a bit naive in that regard and might expose some flaws, therefore Kuroto wouldn't be assured with Shursui taking his place as he used to do during their Umbu days. Moreover, as the strongest combat power on the side of the five great nations as well as the captain of the Konoha military police force, Shursui also receives a lot of attention. Itachi is different from Shursui. He understands politics, and Kuroto has been training him in that regard for the past year, so the chances of him exposing flaws are minimal. Moreover, Itachi's strength is not as well known by the masses as Shursui's, so he receives comparably less attention. Therefore, it's perfectly fine for him to replace Kuroto as the Hokage in his absence. And as assurance, Kuroto even passed the Ryumayuka gourd to Itachi. With Toyotoma's chakra shielding him, even the Byakugan wouldn't be able to see through Itachi's transformation jutsu. Naturally, Kakashi wouldn't be able to pick any difference in smell either. After Itachi tied the Ryumayuka gourd around his waist, he spoke, Kuroto-san, I have seen the list of participants for the next Chunin exam, and they are all very strong. Kuroto nodded lightly. That is true. This is probably going to be the most outrageous Chunin promotion exam in the history of all Chunin promotion exams. But then again, it is also a very good opportunity for us. Itachi immediately realized the meaning behind Kuroto's words, and asked, so, Sasuke is going to be the focus? For the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Considering Sasuke's current visual prowess and temperament, as long as he is given the right stimulation, he should be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. And this joint Chunin promotion exam is the perfect opportunity to stimulate Sasuke, explained Curoto. Itachi nodded, I see, and asked, is there something I need to do? Curoto raised 2 fingers and answered, there are 2 things. First, increase pressure on him to perform better in the Chunin exam, and secondly, I need Fugaku-san's Mangekyo Sharingan for a while. In regard to the first task, Itachi saw no problem. However, coming to the second task, Itachi was surprised. Two-san's Mangekyo Sharingan, and asked, to stimulate Sasuke? Kuroto nodded, indeed. I have arranged for a squad from the organization to participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam, and they will be responsible for stimulating the boy. Fugaku-san's Mangekyo will play an important role. I see, agreed Itachi as he took out a sealing scroll, and handed it to Kuroto. Here it is, Two-san's Mangekyo Sharingan. Good, said Kuroto as he took the scroll handed to him by Itachi. Then Kuroto explained some important things to Itachi to keep in mind while impersonating him as the Hokage, as well as the responsibilities that he would need to deal with, and then disappeared directly from Konoha. Anchor Vantion. After leaving Konoha, Kuroto rushed to the floating fortress, and while on his way to his laboratory, he met with the 2 children, and questioned, Gaara, how are you adapting to the powers of Sattori? It's going well. There's no problem so far, answered Gaara as he demonstrated a few abilities. He is already capable of completely and partially morphing his body into that of Sattori, and of course, he can also use Satori's ability to read fear and insecurities in others' hearts. I see, good, nodded Kuroto with a satisfied smile. Then instructed them, all right both of you, prepare yourselves, I will be taking you to Kanahadakure to attend the joint Chunin promotion exam. Huh? The joint Chunin promotion exam? Both Karen and Gaara were taken aback and hurriedly asked, can we really go? Yes, nodded Kuroto. Chapter 10-14, Plans, Purpose, Problems, and Solution. Huh? The joint Chunin promotion exam? Both Karen and Gaara were taken aback and hurriedly asked, can we really go? Yes, both of you are coming with me to Konoha, nodded Kuroto. Karen and Gaara have lived sheltered lives at the Anchor Vantion for the past 6 years, and it's almost time for them to expand their worldview and horizons. It makes little sense for them to possess power, yet not use it. Multiple times, Kuroto has emphasized the importance of Karen as she is his trump card. If something unexpected happens while performing the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, and he dies, then she would be responsible for bringing him back to life, so that he can solve the problem he encountered in the first iteration of the ritual and succeed in the subsequent attempt to attain Kekkei Mora and become truly immortal being. But here comes the problem, if he were to really die while performing the ritual, both Karen and Gaara would immediately lose the protection he has provided the 2 of them so far, and they would probably be on their own for a while. At that time, their safety during that period is a serious concern. If something goes wrong with Karen in his absence before she manages to resurrect him, then everything he has planned, and all the preparations he has made would all become meaningless, and his situation would become very similar to Uchiha Madara's. Uchiha Madara was still a bit lucky as things played for him one way or another, even if not as he planned. Kuroto couldn't be sure whether they would play out for him. He couldn't take the risk Madara had taken, and he might not be as lucky as Madara. Although the 2 of them can still rely on Itachi, Shursui, Shinichi, Pakura, Yagura, and also Yui, personally, Kuroto doesn't want these 2 kids to have much interaction with the 6 of them. Both Gaara and Karen are aware of all his plans regarding Project Godhood. If the 2 of them were to interact with either of the 6 of them, they would also have to explain the cause of his death and so much more, and Kuroto doesn't want that. He wishes to keep the information about his plans to himself. Explaining those details to others might cause unnecessary problems. Therefore, Kuroto needs both Karen and Gaara to have enough strength, experience, and understanding of the world such that they can protect themselves in his absence without relying on others. But the problem is the 2 of them have been living in the Anchor Vantion, and here, the 2 of them can only fight against each other to train. Although this helps in improving their strength, the overall effect is not very good since they are not in danger. As such, they are unable to exercise their strategic mind or fully display their strength. This is where the joint Chunin promotion exam comes into play. It is not only an opportunity for Uchiha Sasuke, but also an opportunity for Gaara and Karen as well. Through this exam, both of them can adapt to their power and learn to effectively use them against enemies. Curoto has made arrangements for an Amigakure squad consisting of Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu to participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam. In the squad, Samsara and Tengu are Karen and Gaara respectively. Meanwhile, Raijin is his lightning chakra nature clone. Considering the identities of the participants in the joint Chunin promotion exam, naturally, he wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity to complete the development of his lightning chakra nature clone as well. Upon learning that she could participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam, Karen was very excited. "Come on Gaara, let's go, we need to make preparations," and hurriedly took away Gaara with her. Having spent her entire life within a small space, Karen really wishes to see the wider world outside. She knows that it is very ugly and filled with mean people who would do anything to take advantage of it, but she still wishes to see it. It's just that she doesn't want to do that without Kuroto's permission, and now that Kuroto is personally taking her outside after so long, she is naturally very excited. "Yes," nodded Gaara and went along with Karen. Although he did not appear as excited as Karen, he was also looking forward to going outside and participating in the joint Chunin promotion exam. Watching Karen and Gaara leave, Kuroto shook his head and went to his laboratory with the scroll Itachi had given him earlier. For this joint Chunin promotion exam, Kuroto has many objectives, and one of them is to stimulate Uchiha Sasuke such that he can awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to stimulate Sasuke, he is going to use Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, but the problem is that he plans to use the lightning chakra nature clone, which does not possess Uchiha's blood, so using the Mangekyo Sharingan would be very draining. In fact, Kuroto's purpose in using Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan is not only to stimulate Sasuke, but it is also to solve the problem of tunnel vision while moving at high speed while using Chidori or the lightning chakra mode. The flaw of moving at high speed while using Chidori, the lightning chakra mode, or other lightning-style movement-based jutsu is that the user moves at such high speed that it causes a tunnel vision-like effect for them. Although this problem can be solved with targeted training, however, there is a limit to which one can train to deal with that problem. Moreover, that form of training would take too long, and it is unnecessary for Kuroto as it deviates from his objective. Kuroto doesn't care about adapting his lightning chakra clone to high-speed movement. It makes little sense for him to do that as his objective with that clone is the mastery of lightning chakra nature, not the high-speed movement. If using a dojutsu can solve that problem with little effort, then why not use it? In fact, if it were to him, he wouldn't even want to use the Sharingan, he would want to use the Byakugan. However, the problem is that the Byakugan does not provide the dynamic vision that Sharingan provides. Since that's the case, he has no choice but to turn to the Sharingan. But the problem with Sharingan is that only those with Uchiha blood can use it perfectly. The people with the Senju and the Uzumaki blood can also use Sharingan, but they would never be able to master it to the extent the people with the Uchiha blood can. If Kuroto were to use Sharingan with his lightning chakra nature clone, the situation would be similar to Kakashi's. Kakashi, while using the Sharingan, constantly suffered from the chakra problem. After using just a few jutsu, he would run out of chakra and become pretty much useless. No, the situation of the lightning chakra nature clone would be much worse than Kakashi's, since he would have 2 Sharingan implanted in his eye sockets, and both the Sharingan would constantly drain his chakra, making him incapable of using more than 2 or 3 Chidori a day. Given the fact that his lightning chakra nature clone contains genes of his main body along with Kakashi's genes, Kuroto has no doubt he would be able to bear the burden of Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, his chakra would still be constantly drained as Uchiha's blood is needed to activate and deactivate the Sharingan. His genes cannot help in that regard. If Kuroto wishes to effectively use the Mangekyo Sharingan, he needs to solve the problem of the chakra drain caused by Sharingan remaining active all the time for a non-Uchiha. Naturally, Kuroto has an idea in his mind to deal with that problem, and that is to use Fuinjutsu to seal the Sharingan when he is not using it. Of course, it wouldn't be as simple as he worded it. After all, the seal would involve the chakra network around the eyes, but Curoto is confident that he can solve this problem. His confidence comes from the fact that he has worked on the In seal and made changes to it such that even men can use it without any problem. Because of his experience of working on the In seal, Curoto has unparalleled knowledge of the human body's entire chakra network, and how chakra flows through them, so he believes that he would be able to stop the flow of chakra into the eye using fuinjutsu such that they remain sealed for the most part and activate whenever he needs to use them. To create that fuinjutsu formula, all Curoto needs are some experimental bodies and a few Sharingan that might get damaged while creating the seal, and it just so happens that he has both things available to him. Curoto has a few pairs of Sharingan with him from the arm of Shimura Danzo that Uchiha Tsukihai had cut off during her fight with Danzo inside the volcano following the completion of that old Kutsukei Jinkai absorption ritual, and he also has a lot of spare clone bodies lying around at Anchor Vantion that he can use to create the fuinjutsu formula he wants. Well, let's solve this problem. Chapter 10:15, A Sudden Interest in the Chimera Jutsu? Inside a cave, somewhere in the Land of Frost. Zetsu appeared out of the ground and looked at Obito reading a scroll. He was a little surprised, and asked, "Are you interested in the Chimera Jutsu? Are you planning to use this on yourself?" The scroll of Chimera Jutsu was copied by Zetsu back when Hiriko was still alive and making preparations for the Kekei Jinkai absorption ritual. It's just that Obito disdained Hiriko's approach, so he didn't express that much interest in it. So, it's a little surprising that Obito is suddenly interested in this jutsu. Obito shook his head. "No, I won't be using this on myself, it's too risky," and answered without looking up, "I was just thinking whether this jutsu can be used to temporarily increase the combat power of the organization. Although I do not wish to admit it, currently we are severely lacking in high-end combat power. Amatsukami has too many strong people and our side has steadily lost members over the years. Now there are not many people left in the organization who can fight against those absurdly strong members of the Amatsukami. Sasori and Kisame who can barely manage, and that's it. Kakuzu and Haiden are no good. If we want to capture the remaining tailed beasts, we need to replenish our strength. I doubt we would be able to catch Amatsukami off guard so easily. Over the years, members of Akatsuki have died, disappeared, or betrayed one after another. Orochimaru, Hiriko, Shino, Yomi, Tobi, Uchiha Shinichi, Biwa Juzo, Kaio, Reiyo, Chinoike Majida, Kagaya Takashi, and Hyuga Aoki are some of the examples. As a result, the Akatsuki organization has lost most of its strength. The current Akatsuki doesn't really stand a chance against the full might of Amatsukami and the 5 great nations. Zetsu blinked in surprise. "Do you regret not saving Hiriko at the right time?" Obito did not deny, maybe, he does regret not saving Hiriko when he had the chance. At that time, he hadn't expected that Amatsukami would prove to be so troublesome. Zetsu asked another question, "But will this Chimera Jutsu work in increasing our strength?" Obito shrugged, "I am not certain." He paused for a moment, then added with a thoughtful expression, "But considering the increase in strength of Hiriko and Shimura Danzo after undergoing the ritual, it might be possible." Zetsu nodded, "But who are you going to use? If Shinobi with Kekei Jinkai goes missing, the 5 great nations will immediately realize what's happening. They would never allow us to carry out this plan. At that time, Amatsukami and the 5 great nations might." He did not finish. Zetsu knew that Obito would understand what he was trying to say. Obito became silent. He did indeed consider the possibility of capturing shinobi with Kekei Jinkai from other villages and using them to carry out the Kekei Jinkai absorption ritual for Kisame, Kakuzu, and Haiden. However, he soon scrapped that idea. For one, as Zetsu said, it would alert Amatsukami and the 5 great nations, and they would never sit back and watch them carry out the ritual. Moreover, Kakuzu and Haiden are part of the Nagato faction. Giving them power would mean giving Nagato more power. Obviously, Nagato's end goal is different from his. Nagato wants to use power to bring peace, meanwhile, he wants to complete Project Tsuki no Mi to bring peace to this world. Obito knows in his heart that Nagato would never agree to his approach. As such, they are bound to have a conflict sometime in the future, so there's no way he is going to strengthen Nagato's faction. But if he doesn't use Kakuzu and Haiden, he doesn't have many choices. If Biwa Juzo, Kahayo, Reiyo, Chino Ikemajita, and Kagaya Takashi were still alive, he could have made them use the Chimera Jutsu, but they are already dead, so it wouldn't work. He can neither use shinobi with Kekkei Genkai from other villages nor can he use existing members of the organization, so he is facing a bit of a problem. Moreover, he would also need a source of chakra while carrying out the ritual. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem since they have 5-tailed beasts on their side, but now that Nagato has converted the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast into his paths, so if you were to take the tailed beasts from Nagato and carry out the ritual, Nagato would realize everything and his vigilance would increase, which can't be allowed either as he does intend to discard Nagato later. But it doesn't use either of those three, then use what? I am still thinking about it, answered Obito. In fact, he does have an answer in his heart. It's just that he isn't certain whether that answer is right. He isn't certain whether that would work. Shaking his head, Obito folded back the scroll, and asked, "Anyway, why are you here?" Zetsu didn't care about Obito changing the topic, and answered his question. The 5 great nations are organizing a joint Chunin promotion exam. Obito frowned. A joint Chunin promotion exam? Zetsu nodded. It's being held in Konoha, and shinobi from the 5 great shinobi villages, as well as other small villages, are participating in it. Maybe we can use this opportunity to capture the remaining tailed beasts. At least, the Jinchuriki of 9 tails and 7 tails can be captured. Obito did not answer immediately. He thought to himself, is it just for show or do they have some ulterior motive? After a while of silence, he spoke, I will go and confirm whether it's just a joint Chunin promotion exam or some kind of trap. Having suffered defeat multiple times, he would never deny the possibility of the joint Chunin promotion exam being an elaborated trap prepared by Amatsukami and the 5 great shinobi villages. Therefore, he did not immediately agree with Zetsu's plan, rather, decided to verify his doubts. If it's not a trap, then he wouldn't mind using this opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki of 9 tails and 7 tails from Konoha. With that in mind, Obito got up and instructed Zetsu, you keep an eye on Nagato, I will go and confirm the situation, then disappeared in a spiraling whirl. Zetsu nodded, and retracted back into the ground. After traveling for a few days from the land of rain to the land of fire, Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu arrived at the land of fire. Despite suffering multiple attacks from the Akatsuki in the past decade, Konoha is still the most prosperous village among the 5 great shinobi villages, and now that the joint Chunin promotion exam is being held here, so even before the 3 of them got close to the village, they noticed that the main road leading to the village was already very lively. Looking at the merchants and tourists coming and going, Tengu couldn't help but mutter, it's very different from Sunagakure. He has lived for 6 years in Sunagakure, so he could tell the difference between the 2 villages at a glance. Samsara agreed, yes, Kusagakure is nothing compared to Konoha. This isn't the first time she has come to Konoha. The last time was almost a year ago when she helped out with Itachi and Shinichi's Hashirama cell's implantation operation. However, at that time, she didn't see much of Konoha. She stayed in the laboratory for a while, and then Konoha took her away. Therefore, now that she is seeing the lively Konoha, she couldn't stop herself from looking left and right with an excited expression. Raijin chuckled lightly and shook his head. He isn't surprised by their reaction. Despite its darkness and flaws, Konoha truly is the greatest shinobi village. Turning his head, Raijin noticed that other than the merchants and travelers, ninjas from other shinobi villages were also among the people making their way to Konoha. Among the crowd, there were a few conspicuous figures that attracted his attention. Kimamaru, Haku, and Guren, thought Raijin as his lips arched in a smile. In fact, there were other ninjas from Otogakure as well accompanying the 3 of them. As Raijin focused his attention on the Kimamaru party, the boy himself noticed someone's gaze and looked back. Along with Kimamaru, Haku and Guren also looked back with a frown. Amagakure? Upon noticing the forehead protector of Amagakure around the necks of the 3 masked individuals, Haku couldn't help but wonder, is that shinobi village still functional? Considering what happened in Amagakure about 6 to 7 years ago, neither of them expected that Amagakure would send shinobi to participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam. At this time, Guren asked with a doubtful expression, "Their masks, aren't they a bit weird? Are they Amagakure's Umbu masks?" Tengu was wearing a dark red Tengu mask that covered much of his face. Samsara was wearing a black and white mask that was a direct representation of the Taijutsu symbol, and finally, there's Raijin, who was wearing a violet mask with lightning symbol at the center. Kimamaru also noted the weirdness of the three individuals' masks. They were so conspicuous. Moreover, his instincts were telling them that these three people were strong and very dangerous. It's the kind of feeling that he often gets from the likes of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Haku also felt the same and instructed the other Otogakure shinobi, if either of you encounter them in the joint Chunin promotion exam, be very careful. Jirobo, Kimamaru, Taiyuya, and the other Otogakure wondered, are they so strong? In fact, they were very eager to try fighting the Amagakure shinobi and didn't think that three of them were so dangerous. After they were given the new form of Cursed Seal by Orochimaru not long ago, they felt that their strength had improved quite a lot, so they didn't think anyone other than Kimamaru, Haku, and Guren was a match for them in this joint Chunin promotion exam. After all, once they fully liberate the Cursed Seal, they can temporarily fight against the likes of Special Jonin, therefore, they didn't think a single Amagakure squad would be such a big deal. Not long after, the Amagakure squad, as well as the Otogakure ninja arrived at the entrance of Kumogakure. At the entrance, Konoha has set up a special checkpoint in order to thoroughly verify the identities of all parties coming and going through Kumogakure during the joint Chunin promotion exam. This checkpoint was specially prepared to make sure that no threat entered the village during the joint Chunin promotion exam. Looking at the Uchiha clansmen, the Hyuga clansmen, and the Yamanaka clan thoroughly verifying the identities of all parties with their Sharingan and the Byakugan, Samsara became a little nervous. Kuro. Raijin-sama, what should we do? In order to pass through that checkpoint, we would have to remove the masks, wouldn't that mean? She was worried that the pair of Rinnegan in her eyes would be noticed by them if she were to remove the mask. Gaara and Raijin wouldn't face such a problem. Gaara doesn't have a dojutsu, meanwhile, Raijin can activate and deactivate the Sharingan using the special Fuinjutsu he has prepared. Raijin smiled, don't worry. With that, he led the two to the checkpoint for verification and passed through without any problem. Throughout the process, no one asked for Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu to remove their masks. The reason for such a special treatment? It was Uchiha Shursui overlooking the verification and registration process. Once they had successfully passed through the checkpoint, Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu gave a brief nod to Shursui, and then made their way inside Kumogakure. Chapter 10:16, Is it a trap? Are the Jinchuriki bait? Somewhere remote in the land of fire. What's going on with the joint Chunin promotion exam? Does Akatsuki have some involvement in it? Madara asked while looking at Hyuga Kuroto standing not too far away. After learning that the 5 great shinobi villages are organizing the joint Chunin promotion exam, Madara came to confirm the situation. And naturally, the best candidate for confirming everything is the current Hokage Hyuga Kuroto. Aside from wanting to confirm the situation, Madara also intends to test Hyuga Kuroto, whether he will honestly answer the question or would he try something. But Madara felt a bit odd and focused his eyes on the body of Hyuga Kuroto. He couldn't tell exactly, but he felt that something was amiss with Hyuga Kuroto standing in front of him. It's just that he couldn't tell the exact problem despite observing the guy with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it because it's a shadow clone? Thought Madara doubtfully, then quickly denied his reasoning on the account that, but last time nothing was amiss. As Madara was thinking, Hyuga Kuroto frowned and answered, the idea of the joint Chunin promotion exam was proposed by Iwagakure, and the other villages accepted the proposal to hold the exam. Why do you think Akatsuki would have anything to do with the joint Chunin promotion exam? By Iwagakure, mumbled Madara doubtfully. Naturally, he did not blindly trust Kuroto's words. If it was any other shinobi village who proposed such an idea, Madara wouldn't think too much, but if it's Iwagakure, then there's a distinct possibility of Akatsuki's involvement in the joint Chunin promotion exam. His reasoning was based on the possibility of Deidara being Dojin of Akatsuki, though he couldn't be certain. Something on the scale of the joint Chunin promotion exam between the 5 great shinobi villages has never been held. Such a great event wouldn't occur without a good reason. Are they trying to restore the morale of the 5 great nations? Or is it an attempt to recover their reputation and economy? But the possibility of a trap is also substantially high, but this event is also a big one, and there would be too many things to manage, if I can somehow take advantage of it and capture at least one Jinchuriki. No, it's better not to risk it when we are in preparation mode. Even Nagato isn't ready yet, it would take him more time to get ready, thought Madara. At this time, Hyuga Kuroto added, by the way, both the Jinchuriki of 9 tails and 7 tails are also participating in the exam. Is that so? Madara narrowed his eyes. Now that he had learned this piece of information, he was more certain, yeah, this is definitely a trap. The participation of both the Jinchurikis in the Chunin promotion exam is definitely a bait to lure Akatsuki from hiding. Madara doesn't believe that the 5 great nations would allow the 2 Jinchurikis to participate in such a high-profile event considering the possibility of Akatsuki targeting them. However, if he were to consider the involvement of Akatsuki, then it all makes sense. The members of Akatsuki would probably protect them in secret. Moreover, there's also the problem of Hatake Kakashi's flying Raijin mark on them. As long as that mark is present on the 2 Jinchurikis, they can be evacuated at a moment's notice. Yes, it all makes sense now. It's best not to act when we aren't ready. At this time, Hyuga Kuroto questioned eagerly, so, what do you think? This is a good opportunity, right? Certainly, nodded Madara as he closely observed Hyuga Kuroto, and after a while of silence, he said, stay on your toes. I will give a signal. He has already decided not to make his move with half-assed preparation, especially now that the probability of this entire event being a trap is so high. Of course, this doesn't mean he can't keep the 5 great nations on edge. Therefore, he gave such a response. Hearing the response from Madara, Kuroto's lips curved slightly for a moment, then immediately returned back to normal. It wasn't a big reaction, however. Madara clearly noted that curve with his Sharingan, and his eyes further narrowed. I see, and he spoke, well then, wait for my signal. Then without waiting for any response, he disappeared into a spiraling whirl. With Madara gone, Hyuga Kuroto smiled lightly. Well, that takes care of the Akatsuki problem. They probably wouldn't create trouble for Kuroto-san for the time being, then weave the hand sign and disperse the shadow clone. Uchiha Compound, Kumogakure. Two-san, Ka-san, rest assured, in this joint Chunin promotion exam, I will defeat everyone, and become a Chunin while also making sure to make a name for the Uchiha clan. Facing his father and mother, Sasuke made such a declaration. He was confident and very eager. He failed to graduate as the top student, therefore, he wants to use this Chunin promotion exam to make up for his mistakes in the graduation exam. Hearing Sasuke's declaration, Fugaku pondered for a moment then spoke. I heard Itachi mention that Deidara of Kumogakure is also participating. At the mention of Deidara's name, Sasuke's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, rest assured Two-san. He won't be able to escape. I will make sure to get intelligence on Homasubi from him and find a way to retrieve your eyes. Although Deidara being Dojin of Akatsuki is just speculation with no definitive proof. Sasuke doesn't intend to reason with the guy. Compared to others who are trying to make him talk with words, he would rather use his Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu on him, and then talk. In his eyes, all the members of Akatsuki are enemies, for they killed many Uchiha clansmen and poached his father's eyes. Mikoto expressed her concern, Sasuke. Deidara has mastered the dust release, it's better not to push yourself too much. That Kekkei Toda, it's one of the most dangerous ninjutsu. I will find a way to get past that, answered Sasuke while looking at the ground. After a while of silence, Fugaku spoke, don't embarrass yourself or the Uchiha clan. As for defeating Deidara and retrieving my eyes, forget about it. The way you are now, you are incapable of accomplishing such a feat. But Two-san, Sasuke tried to explain, however, Fugaku decided to cut him off. Alright, that's the end of this conversation. Now, Go and prepare for what's to come in the exam. Yes, Sasuke gave a scrappy response with a dejected expression and quietly exited the room. After making sure that Sasuke had gone, Mikoto sighed, how long do we have to keep this up? I really can't bear to see the sadness on Sasuke's face. Are we putting too much pressure on him? Fugaku folded his hands over his chest and spoke in a deep voice. He was born in the Uchiha clan. This is a fate he must bear. He paused for a moment and said lightly, besides, he is our son, and he was born with exceptional potential. There is no adversity he cannot overcome. Mikoto smiled gently and shook her head. She knows her husband better than anyone. He may not be very open when praising Sasuke, but when it's just the two of them, all he ever talks about is Sasuke. Thinking of Sasuke and the Chunin promotion exam, Mikoto expressed her worry. Still, the participants this time are rather dangerous. I am afraid Sasuke might end up hurting himself. Itachi informed me that Shursui and Shinichi will be keeping an eye on the entire exam. Under their watch, Sasuke might suffer a few defeats, but his life wouldn't be in danger, so you can rest assured, answered Fugaku. I see, if it's the two of them, then I am indeed relieved, nodded Mikoto. As for suffering a few defeats? She understood very well that such things are important for growth, so there's no problem. At this time, Fugaku asked, by the way, how is Kiyomi doing? Her squad is also participating, right? Mikoto sighed. That girl is intent on mastering the jutsu Itachi and Izumi-chan had given her before the Chunin promotion exam. For this, she is carrying out special training with Izumi-chan and Mitarashi Anko. I see. Well, if she can succeed, then her strength would improve, and that would be a relief, said Fugaku, to which Mikoto agreed. Walking out of the mansion, Sasuke made his way to the training ground with a cold eye. Deidara, he wasn't going to give up so easily on extracting intelligence from Deidara. He doesn't know if such an opportunity would come again in a short while, therefore, he must capitalize on it at any cost without causing any major conflicts between the 5 great nations. He needs to gather intelligence on Homosubi's whereabouts as well as the state of his father's eyes in order to retrieve them. As for whether he can win against Deidara or not, Sasuke believes that there would be an opportunity. No one is undefeatable because every jutsu has its weaknesses. All they need to do is devise a plan against Deidara. While making his way to the training ground, suddenly, Sasuke felt something and looked behind him. Birds? He noticed a few small birds sitting on a tree branch. There's no chakra signature? A moment ago, he felt someone staring at him, but upon looking back he noticed that it was only a few small birds with no chakra fluctuations. They couldn't be a summon or the result of a jutsu. Am I thinking too much? Mumbled Sasuke as he shook his head and made his way to the training ground for the special training. Inside one of the inns in Kumogakure, Hyuga stretched out his hand and allowed the small bird to land on it. He listened to the chirping of the birds for a while, then spoke to Kimamaru resting on the other side of the room. Uchiha Sasuke is currently moving toward one of the training grounds. The window is small, it would be prudent to not act for now, as it would alert him and the Uchiha clan before we can carry out the mission. Along with Kimamaru, Haku, and Girin, Hyuga is also one of the Otogakure ninjas who has come to Konoha. Along with his ability to perform the sage transformation, Hyuga is also capable of communicating with birds and animals, making him highly skilled in reconnaissance, and has been keeping an eye on Uchiha Sasuke ever since they entered Kumogakure. Hearing Hyuga's reminder, Kimamaru nodded lightly, then spoke, let's wait until the exam begins, we will have an opportunity at that time. Unlike other ninjas participating in the Chunin promotion exam, the Otogakure ninjas have a different reason for participating in the Chunin promotion exam. It is to complete the mission given to them by Orochimaru, and that is to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Suddenly, Kimamaru's eyes narrowed as he looked in one of the corners of the room. Almost at the same time, Hyuga followed Kimamaru's gaze and noticed a spider in the corner. Why-ish! All of a sudden, a senbon was shot from the other corner of the room, but before it could pierce the spider was encased in a pinkish crystal. After trapping the spider inside the crystal, Girin picked it up and observed it, then shook her head as she crushed the crystal. It's just a puppet. Tsunogakure's ninja is probably trying to gather intelligence. Kimamaru retracted his gaze. Ignore them. We don't need to be concerned about them. Inside another inn. Kankuro's eyes jumped the moment his chakra thread was disconnected from the puppet. Noting Kankuro's reaction, Temari asked in a concerned voice, "How did it go?" Kankuro shook his head with a sigh. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Otogakure, all of them instantly noticed the puppet I tried to put in their inns in order to gather intelligence. Temari nodded. "I see, it's as Pakura-sama told us. We can't underestimate other participants this time." Then she turned to Sen of Team Kankuro, and said, "Try to use your dojutsu to gather intelligence without overworking yourself. We need to know as much as possible before the exam officially begins." Sen nodded. "I understand, Temari-sama." Temari then turned to her best friend, Itsuki-kun. "Please, can you help me with Amagakure's squad?" There was no need for her to say anything as Itsuki had already dispersed from iron sand in the air and was using the third eye technique in order to find the Amagakure's squad. Before they left Sunagakure to participate in the joint Chunin promotion exam, Pakura personally summoned the two of them and informed them to be very cautious of the Amagakure squad, and not to unnecessarily antagonize them. The two of them don't know the exact reason behind Pakura's warning, so they are trying to gather some intelligence on the Amagakure squad. "They aren't at the inn," mumbled Itsuki as he opened his eyes. "Somewhere else in Konoha." Looking at the signboard that stated Kanahadakure Casino in front of them, both Samsara and Tengu were unsure of the reason why Raijin appeared there, and asked with puzzled expressions, "Raijin-sama, why have we come here?" Chapter 1017, Kanahadakure Casino. "Raijin-sama, why have we come here?" In response to Samsara's question, Raijin's lips arched into a smile as he answered, "Why? To bet and earn money, of course." "To bet and earn money?" Samsara looked strangely at Raijin. It wasn't just Samsara, even Tengu looked at Raijin strangely. They don't know much about the outside world, but they are aware of what betting and casino means. So, they felt a little weird that Raijin would come to a facility like casino, but upon thinking of all the monetary requirements for their living and Project Godhood, they understood. "Kids, let me introduce you to the art of making quick money." Having said that, Raijin focused his attention on Kanahadakure Casino. The hustle and bustle in the Kanahadakure Casino far exceeded Raijin's expectations. This is the third Chunin promotion exam being held in Hyuga Kuroto's tenure as the Hokage of Konoha, but this is the first time so many people have come to the casino. Aside from the residents of the village, tourists, and businessmen, even ninjas from other countries are also among the people that have come to bet. Among these people, Raijin even noticed two very conspicuous or inconspicuous little girls, one with straight blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, and the other with shoulder-length jet black hair, sneaking around in the casino while smirking and giggling. Others may not have recognized the two little girls, but Raijin recognized them very well, Tsunade-sama and Shizune. Unsurprised, he shook his head, and then without paying much attention to the two older women pretending to be little girls, he led Samsara and Tengu to the betting area. As soon as the three walked closer to the betting area, voices of discussion reached their ears. "Why are the odds for Iwagakure's squad so low?" "Huh? Have you forgotten? It is widely believed that Deidara of Iwagakure is Dojin of Amitsukami. If a member of the Amitsukami organization is participating in the Chunin promotion exam, they are set to be the final winner. Obviously, odds would be low in their favor." "What? A member of Amitsukami participating in the Chunin promotion exam? That's unlikely to happen, right? Amitsukami organization is a mercenary organization. What would they even get by participating in a Chunin promotion exam? Is Amitsukami so free these days? Besides, Deidara being Dojin is just speculation. The other party has never accepted that he is a member of Amitsukami. Even if Iwagakure's Deidara is not a member of Amitsukami, he is the favorite disciple of Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki, and his strength is unquestionable. With his strength, it wouldn't be a surprise if he were to win the entire thing. Oh, and let me tell you one more thing. This is a piece of insider information, so not many people know about this. Deidara has likely mastered the unique Kekkei Toda Dust release, so winning against him is nearly impossible. TCH, and here I was thinking that I would be able to make some money this time. With odds this low, even if I were to win, there's not much I would be able to make. Really, isn't there a good underdog here? Well, you can also bet on other villages. You see, I have heard that. The odds announced by the bookmakers had stunned almost everyone. People were pointing at the boards, and everyone was exchanging all kinds of gossip and inside information that they had heard. Hearing the discussion, the main squad of Kurogakure that had come to the Kumogakure casino suddenly became interested. Hozuki Suigetsu grinned. Ho! Are members of Akatsuki also participating in the Chunin promotion exam? This is the funniest joke he has heard this year. Since when did that organization become so free that it would be interested in things like the Chunin promotion exam? Besides, their Mizuki-sama has already told them that Deidara is unlikely to be a member of Akatsuki, so there's no need to be so concerned about him. Humph, we are really being underestimated too much. Karatachi Tamako clicked her tongue in annoyance. The odds in favor of Kurogakure are quite high, higher than Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Kumogakure, and even Sunagakure. It's as if everyone has come to believe that Kurogakure is the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, and she did not like that. Tamako looked at the 2 members of her squad and suggested, Suigetsu-kun, Chojuro-kun, let's bet on Kurogakure. After all, we are going to be the final winner of this Chunin promotion exam. Suigetsu shrugged, and looked at Chojuro. You explain her. He did not want to get unnecessarily evaporated. Chojuro nervously looked at the squad captain. Tamako-sama, we don't have that kind of money in our hands. At most, we can manage 1,000,000 ryo, and that too by using all our savings. If we lose that money, we will be on the streets, and Mizuki-sama will punish us. Thinking of the punishment from her father, Tamako's face turned pale. Yeah, you are right, Chojuro-kun, but she hadn't given up. Her eyes turned to the 2 swords that her squad mates were carrying, and suddenly her eyes brightened. I know, even if we don't have that kind of money, we still have something we can bet. Both Suigetsu and Chojuro suddenly had a bad feeling. What is it? Tamako smiled and explained, it's Kubikuri Bocho and Hiramakar. She hadn't even finished her words when Suigetsu interrupted her. No way. I am not going to allow you to bet these swords. Elders in my clan would kill me if they learned that I allowed such a thing to happen. Tamako tried to explain, but, if we win, we can. Without giving Tamako any opportunity to speak, Suigetsu looked at Chojuro. You hold her left arm. Chojuro followed Suigetsu's lead. The 2 held Tamako with both her arms, and forcefully dragged her out of the casino before she ended up doing anything foolish that would either get them killed or punished. Raijin chuckled looking at the 3 Kurogakure Jinins. He had no idea that Yagura's daughter was such reckless. Shaking his head, Raijin pushed aside the crowd in front of him, then walked forward with Samsara and Tengu. The crowd that was pushed aside by Raijin wanted to curse and beat him up for his audacity, but upon noting the dangerous-looking mask that Raijin and his 2 companions were wearing, and their clothes, they realized that the 3 people were ninjas. They immediately shut their trap and allowed the 3 of them to pass. After coming to the betting area, Raijin found that almost no one seems to have bet in favor of Amigakure, which is not strange considering Amigakure's weakened situation. Even Kusagakure and Otogakure are far stronger than the current Amigakure, and the odds in their favor are lower than Amigakure. After carefully examining the odds, Raijin and his 2 followers went to the relatively empty betting counter, and spoke to the clerk. I want to bet. Upon noticing the forehead protector of the 3 Jinins and recognizing their affiliation to Amigakure, the clerk at the betting counter spoke. All right, how much do you want to bet? The minimum amount on this counter is 1,000,000 ryo. Her tone wasn't too enthusiastic, which wasn't strange at all, considering that the 3 of them were Amigakure Jinins. In her opinion, a Jinin squad from a shinobi village as weak and poor as Amigakure can never procure that kind of money. After all, 1,000,000 ryo is reward money for a rank A or rank S mission. Jinins only go on rank D or rank C missions, and if the living expenses, equipment expenses, and travel expenses are taken into account, Jinins can't save 1,000,000 ryo. As such, the clerk didn't think that the Jinins would be able to bet and said while pointing to the other end of the hall, if you want to bet with an amount less than 1,000,000 ryo, it's better to go on that counter. There you can start betting with a few thousand ryo. Raijin shook his head. There's no need for that. Then he turned to Samsara. Bring that out. Samsara nodded. Okay. Then she took out a storage scroll from her pocket and unsealed it after placing it on the counter. The next moment, several large bags appeared on the counter with a poof of smoke, and Raijin said, "Here's the money. It's 50 million ryo." Looking at several bags that suddenly appeared on the counter, the clerk's unenthusiastic expression changed immediately. She opened the bags and verified that the bills were genuine, then looked at Raijin and his two squad mates with hesitant expressions. One of the codes of conduct of the casino is to never ask the source of money, so even if the clerk was very curious about how a Chunin squad from Kumogakure managed to procure such a large amount, she couldn't ask the question. Other than the clerk, several others in the casino had also noticed the bags filled with money that the three Chunins from Kumogakure put on the counter. 5 ninjas couldn't help it and came over, as one of them spoke. Well, look at that. Is Kumogakure so rich? What are you talking about? Isn't that the money that some ninjas stole from our lord? We have been trying to find them for the entire day. Finally, we found the culprit. Raijin sighed. He knew that these individuals were coming here to create trouble, thinking that it was just a Chunin squad from a poor and weak shinobi village, and he wasn't going to have any of it. He looked at Tengu, and said, "Deal with them." Tengu nodded, "Got it," then turned around to deal with the troublemakers. At the time, the clerk hurriedly said, please wait, this is Konoha, and fighting within the casino is prohibited. If you fight here, there will be repercussions." Raijin reassured the clerk, "Don't worry, it's not going to be a fight, and there won't be any material damage." Raijin's words naturally did not diminish the clerk's worries, and she signaled the member of the Konoha military police force stationed in the casino. If things go out of hand, the members of the police force will intervene. On the other side, looking at the little guy wearing a Tengu mask, one of the 5 ninjas chuckled. "What? Are you here to apologize?" Another laughed, "Ha ha ha. If you return the money and beg for forgiveness from our lord, then perhaps we would forgive you, and let you go." In response to their mockery, Tengu simply raised his right hand toward them, and said, "Begone." Immediately, a strange scene occurred. One moment several people were coming toward them with the intention of creating trouble and stealing the money, and the next moment, much to the surprise of everyone in the casino, it was as if they had lost their souls, and suddenly left the casino following Tengu's command. Everyone in the casino was taken aback. What just happened? Was that a Jinjutsu? But that guy did not weave hand signs, thought the little blonde girl with a frown on her face. There are many ways of using Jinjutsu, so it wouldn't be surprising if someone was able to use it without weaving hand signs. But her gut was telling her that the technique that the boy wearing the Tengu mask had used wasn't a Jinjutsu. She had a bad feeling about it, and thought, it would be best if I analyze it. It might be useful, and said to her companion, "Shizun, come with me." The little girl with black hair understood her master's intention. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," and quickly followed after her. Nobody noticed 2 little girls secretly going after the troublemakers from before. Meanwhile, Tengu returned back and reported, "It's done." "Good," nodded Raijin, then looked at the clerk. The clerk was stunned. Ignoring the clerk's shocked expression, Raijin pointed at the money, and said, "Let's talk about my bet." "Ah, yes." The clerk nodded hurriedly. This time she neither showed pity nor an unenthusiastic expression. After confirming the amount, she asked, "Who do you want to bet on?" Raijin answered, "Naturally on myself. I will bet the entire amount of 50 million ryo on me." The clerk was once again stunned. "Entire amount?" Raijin nodded. "Indeed, the entire amount. Normally, it's best to bet on all, or multiple, candidates based on different odds such that even if you lose, you don't lose too much, and there's a higher probability of return. So, it is surprising to hear that the Chunin from Kumogakure wanted to bet the entire amount on a single candidate, and that too solely upon himself, not even on his squad mates. People in this casino couldn't help but think, is he so confident? But Kumogakure is such a weak shinobi village, the lad is too overconfident, he doesn't know the overall situation. I reckon he is going to go broke very soon. Very well. Please wait a moment. I will complete the formalities. Although it was foolish in her opinion to bet 50 million on a single person, it's not her money, so even if he ends up losing it, it won't have any effect on her. Besides, another code of conduct of casinos is to never question the bidder in such a manner that they start to have second thoughts. Raijin nodded calmly, all right. Soon, Raijin's bid was placed and the odds in his favor were 30:1, which meant that if he were to win, his 50 million Ryo would turn into 1.5 billion Ryo. The creation of the Type 3 biological armor that Samsara is currently wearing has consumed a lot of funds, although the money that Shursui brought back after stealing from Gado is more than enough for the time being. It won't be enough for all his plans. After all, he still needs to work on the Yang Chakra nature clone as well as the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual, which is going to cost a ton of money. In fact, one of the reasons why Kuroto agreed to hold the joint Chunin promotion exam is the opportunity to make money that comes with it. Considering the scale of this joint Chunin promotion exam, billions are being bet here as businessmen, nobles, and daimyo from different nations are going to visit Konoha to watch the Chunin promotion exam. Thinking of all the money he would be able to make through this joint Chunin promotion exam, Raijin licked his lips excitedly. I am going to be loaded. Chapter 10:18, The Weirdness of Amagakure's Squad. 3 days later, Kumogakure, the Land of Fire. As the ninja squads from other smaller villages such as Kusagakure, Takigakure, and Yugakure arrived in Kumogakure, the joint Chunin promotion exam jointly organized by the 5 great shinobi villages was about to be kicked off. Before the official commencement of the exam, in order to make sure that the joint Chunin promotion exam proceeds smoothly, an assembly was held, and in this assembly, all the participating Genin squads were called in order to explain to them the rules and regulations of the joint Chunin promotion exam. Standing on the temporary platform, the main proctor of the joint Chunin promotion exam, Uchiha Itachi, read the rules. One of the purposes of organizing the joint Chunin promotion exam was to increase the cooperative relationship between the great shinobi villages, so while fighting and competition weren't prohibited, meaningless killing was to be avoided. The keyword here is avoid, which means that while it is advised to not cause pointless bloodshed, killing enemy ninjas isn't completely against the rules either, which isn't surprising since ninjas are often tasked with missions that involve killing enemy ninjas from other villages. Even if the 5 great nations are trying to increase the cooperative relationship between their villages, that doesn't mean their ninjas wouldn't go on missions that involve killing ninjas of other shinobi villages. This is how the shinobi system functions, so there is no way around killing each other. On the field. While Uchiha Itachi explained the rules, the ninjas from various shinobi villages participating in the exam also took this opportunity to observe each other. The squad of Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu was also on the ground. Glancing around, Raijin confirmed that the number of ninjas participating in the joint Chunin promotion exam was roughly the same as he had known beforehand. A total of 30 ninja squads are participating from Kumogakure, which means a total of 90 Genins, while Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure each sent 15 ninja squads, which means 45 Genins from each of these villages. Additionally, there are 5 squads from Amagakure, 10 squads from Kusagakure, 5 squads from Takigakure, 5 squads from Yugakure, and 5 squads from Otogakure, making a grand total of 120 squads, which means 360 Genins. These many Genins have probably never appeared in a single Chunin promotion exam other than the times of war. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Raijin as he was busy doing more important stuff. One by one, he pointed at various participants standing in the crowd and instructed Samsara, memorize their chakra signature. I understand, Raijin-sama, nodded Samsara and began memorizing the chakra signature of various people. The Darui squad from Kumogakure, the Temari squad from Sunagakure, the Deidara squad from Iwagakure, the Karatachi Tamako squad from Kirigakure, the Uchiha Sasuke squad from Kumogakure, and the Kagaya Kimamaru squad from Otogakure. Because Raijin's eye sockets currently don't have the pair of Byakugan, therefore, to keep an eye on ninjas over long distances, he has to rely on Samsara. She is capable of using the mind's eye of Kagura, a sensing jutsu exclusive to the members of the Uzumaki clansmen that allows them to sense chakra at exceptional distances in great detail. In fact, Samsara's sensory capabilities are even superior to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan in some aspects. As long as Samsara memorizes the chakra's signature of all the targets, locking their positions would be an easy task for their squad. Although Raijin isn't particularly interested in all the participants in the joint Chunin promotion exam, there are still people he needs to pay special attention to, like Deidara, Darui, Itsuki, Temari, Karatachi Tamako, Kimamaru, Haku, and Guren. In particular, Raijin is interested in Darui of Kumogakure for his storm release Kekkei Jinkai, Black Lightning, as well as Lightning Chakra mode. He feels that fighting and observing Darui use these techniques will help him increase his understanding of the Lightning Chakra nature and complete the development of the Raijin clone. For this reason, Raijin even plans to create trouble for Darui in the joint Chunin promotion exam. Of course, as Raijin was observing other participants, they were also observing their squad. Their squad had actually garnered a lot of attention for a few reasons. The first reason is the Kusagakure casino incident, and the second reason is the mask that all three members of their squad are wearing. It's not uncommon for ninjas to wear masks to hide their identities, but it's only Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu wearing masks in the entire list of participants, which is very eye-catching. Everyone is curious about the faces beneath the mask. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes cast by other ninjas, Samsara became a little nervous and consciously tried to hide herself behind Raijin. On the other hand, Tengu had a complicated mood at the moment as he was observing two people in the distance, Temari. Kankuro, both of them are his elder siblings, and even if it has been more than 6 years since he last saw them, he had instantly recognized both of them the moment he laid his eyes upon their vestiges. But even if he had instantly recognized both Temari and Kankuro, he did not have any plans to approach them or reveal himself to them because the Gaara they knew was already dead. Their youngest sibling named Gaara died 6 years ago. Now he is not Gaara of Sunagakure, now he is Tengu of Amatsukami. The rules of the organization stipulate that the members cannot reveal their identities to others. Moreover, he was once a Jinchuriki. If word spread that he is still alive, that would create a lot of trouble for Sunagakure and Amatsukami, something he did not want to cause. Therefore, he was just content with the fact that both Temari and Kankuro were well and good. While not disturbing Tengu, Raijin shifted his gaze to Kusagakure's side. In particular, he focused on Uchiha Sasuke. As Raijin was observing Sasuke, he noticed that several others in the crowd were focused on the boy as well, and without a doubt, most of these people were from Otogakure. It would have been fine if they were just interested in the boy, but no, they were looking at Sasuke with well-disguised killing intent. Even the indifferent Kimamaru was looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a trace of killing intent, and mumbled to himself in confusion, that's rather strange. He then shifted his gaze and focused on a Kusagakure kunoichi who was also looking at Uchiha Sasuke. Noticing that girl, Raijin's eyes widened. What is he doing here? It was Orochimaru, but there was no way for Raijin to understand what he was going to do during this Chunin promotion exam, and why he entered the Chunin promotion exam by taking the appearance of a Kusagakure shinobi. Well, whatever it is, it won't be Konoha Crush, that's for sure, thought Raijin, and wondered, but if it's not Konoha Crush, then what? And suddenly his eyes beneath the mask widened. Is he targeting Sasuke? Raijin was a little concerned since he was also targeting Uchiha Sasuke, since he aimed to make the boy awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan by putting him under intense emotional stimulation. For that, Raijin even borrowed Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan and went to the trouble of creating a brand new Fuinjutsu and implanting it on his body, and he wasn't going to let Sasuke have an easy time during the joint Chunin promotion exam. Raijin was absolutely certain that his plan would work, but that was under the condition that others don't interfere, especially not the likes of Orochimaru. It seems I will have to make changes in the plan since Orochimaru-sama is also targeting the boy, thought Raijin while looking at the Kusagakure kunoichi. Perhaps the kunoichi felt Raijin's gaze upon her. She looked in his direction and licked her lips while displaying a charming smile. Tick marks appeared on Raijin's forehead as he looked away. On the rooftop of a tall building. While Uchiha Itachi announced the rules and regulations for the joint Chunin promotion exam, the Jonin instructor of Konoha 18 save for Uchiha Shursui took this opportunity to observe the assembly from the rooftop of a tall building. Noting the powerhouses sent by other shinobi villages, Kurenai sighed in concern. They have really sent terribly strong shinobi for the Chunin promotion exam. It would be very difficult for our Jinins to stand out amongst them. Might Guy with his signature smile spoke. Let's not underestimate the youth of our Jinins, and added after a pause, besides, failure is the mother of all success. It's not wrong to experience a few failures. Kurenai looked at Guy with twitch marks on her forehead. Aren't you indirectly saying the same thing? Moreover, you are directly assuming that they will lose. Guy was helpless. We will. On the other side, Asuma's eyes fell upon the three most conspicuous figures in the crowd, and he spoke with a frown. That Amigakure squad is a little strange. They are giving me a bad feeling. Shizen nodded. Yes, and all three of them are wearing strange masks. It's clearly weird. In the crowd, the ninjas were wearing all kinds of clothes. Some were wearing sunglasses, some were wearing bandages, some were wearing hats, some were wearing face paint and whatnot, but there were only 3 people who were wearing strange masks that covered their entire facial features, and this made them the most conspicuous bunch. Kurenai mentioned another piece of information. I heard that soon after arriving in Konoha, the 3 of them made their way to the casino and bet 50 million ryo on themselves. Shizen smiled in contempt. That is so stupid, even fool knows that they should undade. Halfway through she realized that she had spoken too much, and quickly changed the topic. By the way, did you hear about what happened to the few ninjas that wanted to create trouble for them? Tsunade-sama examined them, but even she wasn't sure of what was wrong with them. It's as if their soul was damaged. It was caused by that guy with the Tengu mask. Even we couldn't see what he did to them. Asuma narrowed his eyes. But didn't that incident happen at the casino? For that incident to have happened in front of you. Don't tell me that you and Tsunade-sama were. Ah. Shizen realized that she had leaked some information she wasn't supposed to leak. At this time, Kakashi took out a few pages and passed them to the others. This is the copy of their registration at the time of entering the village. The boy with the lightning print on the mask is the captain of the squad named Raijin. The one with the girl with the Taijutsu symbol on the mask is named Samsara. Meanwhile, the boy wearing the Tengu mask is Tengu. The others took the copy from Kakashi and looked at the information and pictures of the 3 Amigakure Jinins. All 3 of them looked normal. Raijin has silver hair and black eyes. Tengu has dark red hair with green eyes and no eyebrows. Meanwhile, Samsara has bright red hair and bright red eyes. Wait, that red hair. Could she be a member of the Uzumaki clan? Asked Kurenai. It's possible, nodded Kakashi. When the Kusagakure was destroyed, very few Uzumaki clansmen managed to survive. Those that survived dispersed into different countries and hid themselves as they were highly valued for their special chakra. Therefore, Kakashi didn't deny the possibility of Samsara being a member of the Uzumaki clan. Her characteristic red hair is a direct giveaway of her ancestry. Kurenai leaned closer to Kakashi and whispered in his ear, "This girl is an Uzumaki, and she is from Amigakure. Could she have something to do with Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki?" Kakashi pursed his lips. It's possible. In fact, he had also considered this possibility when he saw the girl's image. After all, the Akatsuki organization started in Amigakure, and Nagato remained the leader of that shinobi village for many years following Hanzo's death. Therefore, it's not impossible for Samsara to have some connection with the leader of Akatsuki. In fact, there's also a possibility that she is Nagato's child, and is sent to Konoha to capture the 2 Jinchurikis. I better discuss this with Curoto, thought Kakashi. At this time, Guy asked, "Hey, Kakashi, this Raijin, doesn't he look a lot like you?" The others agreed, "Yeah, now that you mention it." In terms of facial features, both Raijin and Kakashi look quite similar, and their demeanor also seems to be somewhat similar. Shizen mumbled doubtfully, "Heh, Kakashi, did you secretly?" Tick marks appeared on Kakashi's forehead. "What are you talking about?" Shizen grinned slyly. "Well." Asuma put his arm around Kakashi's shoulder, and said, "Kakashi, you dog, it seems I really underestimated you. But to think with a girl from another village, does Konoha lack women?" Shizen added fuel to the fire. It must have been someone really amazing. Otherwise, how could Kakashi fall for a woman from another village? It's okay, Kakashi, you can tell us. being teased by Asuma and Shizune, Kakashi was helpless. You guys, he now regrets showing them the copy of the registration form. At this time, Kurenai said with a frown, "Hey, if you look closely, you'll find that Raijin looks very similar to Kuroto," and added in her heart, also very similar to Futen. Hearing Kurenai's words, the others once again stared at Raijin's picture and couldn't help but agree. Now that I look closely, there's indeed Kuroto's shadow. Both Kuroto and Kakashi's shadow? Don't tell me, the joke from earlier suddenly went in the wrong direction. Not wanting the joke to get weirder, Kakashi hurriedly put away the copy of the registration form, then he cast his eyes on the Amigakure squad wearing masks, and said, Asuma's feeling isn't wrong. I too feel that something is wrong with them. I will arrange for an Umbu squad to test the waters. Chapter 1019, Testing the Waters? Translator's note, I had mistaken the Kusagakure ninja whose identity Orochimaru assumed during the Chunin promotion exam in the canon to be a woman. It turns out that ninja, Shuror, was actually not a woman, but a man. Well, the mistake has been made, let's keep it that way. Anyway, it's Orochimaru, the concept of biological gender is irrelevant to him. Since the assembly was organized only to announce rules and regulations to be followed during the Chunin promotion exam, so after Uchiha Itachi explained everything, the assembly was disbanded and everyone started to disperse. While leading the field, Raijin was still thinking about the Kusagakure kunoichi with a depressed expression. Why is it that I always end up meeting him whenever I want to do something secretly? History is proof that whenever Kuroto tries doing something secretly, he ends up encountering Orochimaru one way or the other. That was the case when Kuroto used the Tsukihai clone to infiltrate Akatsuki in order to observe Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual. The same happened when Kuroto used the Fujin clone to meet Shimura Danzo. The same happened when he was using the Suijin clone while he was completing missions from the black market, and now the current situation. Although Orochimaru has never been able to figure out his real identity, it's a bit annoying to stumble upon him time and time again. Moreover, he isn't sure of Orochimaru's purpose this time. In the canon, he used the body of a Kusagakure kunoichi to participate in the Chunin promotion exam in order to observe Uchiha Sasuke's performance and implant the cursed seal of heaven on his body. What surprised Raijin is that Orochimaru is currently using the body of the same kunoichi, but the question is, why? Is he after Sasuke's body? No, that shouldn't be the case. After all, Orochimaru is already aware of the weakness of living corpse reincarnation, therefore, Raijin didn't he would try to take over Sasuke's body using that technique. So, Raijin doesn't think that Orochimaru is participating in the Chunin promotion exam to implant the cursed seal of heaven on Uchiha Sasuke's body either, but if not for that, then for what? Then is it Sasuke's Sharingan? Although there are several Uchiha clansmen with Sharingan, they are not necessarily as talented as Sasuke. Talking about talent, Orochimaru would definitely prefer the likes of Itachi or Shisui, but the problem is that both of them have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and possess the kind of strength he cannot do anything against. However, Sasuke is different from Itachi and Shisui. He has already awakened the Sharingan, showcasing his superior talent. Despite that, the current Sasuke doesn't possess the kind of strength Orochimaru is completely helpless against, so he is a good target. If Orochimaru is indeed targeting Sasuke, that would also explain why the Otogakure Genins were looking at him with killing intent hidden in their eyes. The actions of Otogakure shinobi are deliberately arranged by Orochimaru. By making his best shinobi target Sasuke's life and observing the boy's response to the ninjas targeting his life is Orochimaru's method of testing out that boy's worth. The situation of the Chunin promotion exam was already chaotic enough, and now Orochimaru-sama is also planning to interfere. It's really troublesome, thought Raijin while shaking his head. Whoosh! 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 As Raijin was thinking about the Orochimaru problem, suddenly, an Umbu squad surrounded the three of them and spoke, "This is for a temporary inspection. Please remove your masks and come with us." Huh? The sudden arrival of Umbu ninjas broke Raijin out of his train of thought, and he looked at the Umbu squad with a frown. These Umbus work under Kakashi. Did he send them? Noticing that the most conspicuous Amigakure squad was surrounded by an Umbu squad from Konoha, the ninjas of other villages turned around and curiously looked at the trio of Raijin, Samsara, and Tengu. They were curious how the three masked Amigakure ninjas would respond to the Konoha Umbu's order, and they also wanted to try and gather intelligence of their ninjutsu. Everyone here is a ninja, and the information gathering on enemy ninjas is like an instinct to these ninjas. Moreover, if they were to consider the possibility of having to face these Amigakure ninjas at some point during the Chunin promotion exam, they felt all the more need to gather some intelligence in advance, as it can prove to be useful in battle. Even if Raijin knew the thoughts of others, he didn't care all that much. Rather, he looked at the Umbus surrounding him and chuckled coldly. Temporary inspection? Why weren't we informed about it earlier? The main proctor earlier did not mention any about it either. A fugitive ninja has managed to escape with a dangerous jutsu. He can threaten the safety of everyone here. Therefore, this temporary inspection is being carried out. Please cooperate, answered the captain of the Umbu squad. Oh, is that so? Mumbled Raijin as if understanding the Umbu's reasons, then said, if that's the case, then certainly this sudden inspection makes sense. The Umbu was happy that the Amigakure understood the seriousness of the matter as well as his position and was willing to cooperate. Well, then please remove your masks, and follow us. Yes, certainly, nodded Raijin with a smile. Other ninjas also looked closely. In fact, some of them were a little disappointed. It seems we were thinking too much. They aren't as dangerous as we thought. They would have preferred to see some conflict between the Amigakure ninjas and Konoha Umbu. Samsara and Tengu looked doubtfully at their captain. Should they really remove their masks and follow after Kanahadakura Umbu? But before they could ask this question from Raijin, the situation changed. Suddenly, Raijin disappeared from his position and appeared behind one of the Umbu at a speed faster than the Umbu could react. Standing behind the Umbu, Raijin spoke lightly. Of course, there is no problem in removing the mask and following you. You can even check whatever you want. Then he put his right hand on the shoulder of the Umbu and added, but the premise is that you have to make me remove the mask and make me come with you. If you can't do that, then I won't follow your bunch of wannabe ninjas. Zzzzz. Plop! The moment Raijin finished his words, the Umbu lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Looking at the unconscious Umbu, Raijin said in a worried tone, oops, looks like he isn't feeling very well. He crouched down beside the Umbu and after checking the Umbu's pulse, he sighed in relief. It seems he is still alive, but I would suggest taking him to the hospital. Who knows what happened to him all of a sudden? Do people suddenly fall unconscious in Konoha? This is the first time I have seen something like this. You, the other Umbu looked at Raijin with a frown. They didn't expect Amigakure's Raijin to be so arrogant. Although they didn't understand what method he used to make the Umbu unconscious, they knew that it was him. What are you waiting for? Taking him to the hospital, said Raijin upon noticing that the Umbu did not move from their position. Don't worry, while you people send him to the hospital, we will wait here patiently. Once you people come back, we will cooperate with you to remove our masks and come with you for temporary inspection, added Raijin with a chuckle. Looking at the scene from a distance, Kuratsuchi of Iwabikure couldn't help but mutter, are Amigakure Genin so crazy? By attacking Konoha's Umbu in broad daylight in front of hundreds of people, although they aren't sure how he attacked the Umbu, Raijin is openly picking a fight with the entire Konoha. Noting this scene, everyone couldn't help but commend Raijin for his courage, or perhaps mock him for his foolishness. Whatever the case, after that act of putting the Umbu unconscious, Raijin immediately entered everyone's vision. Whether it's the lazy Darui or the frivolous Deidara who does not care about anything apart from art, the reckless Karatachi Tamako, or Tamari who was already a bit interested in the Amigakure squad because of Kazekage's words, all of them focused their eyes on him. Even Sasuke and Kimamaru, who were staring daggers at each other, or Orochimaru, who was observing both of them with interest, also turned his gaze toward Raijin with an intrigued gaze. Huh? What did he do to make that Umbu unconscious? Was it a Jinjutsu? Asked Guy with a frown as he noticed one of the Umbu fall unconscious. Kurenai immediately shook her head. No, it wasn't a Jinjutsu. I am sensitive to Jinjutsu. I would have noticed if it was a Jinjutsu. Then she turned to Kakashi and said, Hey, Kakashi, this might not be a very good idea. Initially, she was worried that sending an Umbu squad to test out the waters might be too much, but now she is worried for the Umbu squad. Kakashi remained silent as he looked at Raijin with a frown. Unlike others, he is extremely sensitive to the lightning chakra. Therefore, unlike others, he could tell that Raijin had probably used a lightning jutsu to make the Umbu unconscious without killing him. But to do something at that level, the control over lightning chakra nature has to be very delicate, for a genin to have such mastery over lightning chakra nature. Kakashi's worries deepened. As I thought, this guy is definitely dangerous. Asuma asked, should I interfere and let the Umbu retreat? Kakashi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, let them continue to test. Shizen asked in worry, but what if one side ends up killing or seriously injuring the other side? I have already marked their clothes with the flying Raijin. If the matter escalates, I will use that jutsu to send away the Umbu, answered Kakashi, then said, for now, let's see how things proceed. If we can gauge out something about the Amagakure squad, then that would be worth it. Normally, he is not the nosy kind of guy, but this matter is about the safety of Naruto as well as Fu and by extension the entire shinobi world. Therefore, even if he ends up offending the entire Amagakure, he must do so in order to figure out if the Amagakure squad has some connection with the Akatsuki. Chapter 1020, Temptation continues. Upon seeing that Raijin not only refused to cooperate but even attacked a ninja of their village, the remaining two Umbu nodded at each other. Their mission was to originally test out the masked genin squad of Amagakure, so the possibility of battle had been taken into account by them. After all, only by actual combat can they complete the mission of testing waters. Slowly reaching for the sword strapped on their back, the two Umbu lowered their bodies and prepared for battle. So, that's how it is. It seems Konoha ninjas don't care much about the life and death of their squad mates, huh, mumbled Raijin with a smirk, then instructed Samsara and Tengu, the two of you, stand by, I will deal with them. As both Samsara and Tengu nodded, suddenly, Raijin's figure disappeared in a flash of lightning. Who's Wah! The two Umbu were once again taken aback by Raijin's speed and vigilantly looked around to find his trace. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind the two. Where do you think the two of you are looking? The expression of both Umbu changed immediately, and they tried to distance themselves from Raijin only to realize that their body was completely paralyzed, can't move at all. After paralyzing the two Umbu, Raijin whispered into their ears with a mocking chuckle, what's the hurry? Weren't the two of you going to catch the fugitive and want us to remove our masks and follow you? What happened all of a sudden? Don't tell me you people changed your mind. I would be very disappointed if that were the case. You! The two Umbu wanted to speak, however, their mouths were paralyzed because of the lightning coursing through their bodies, so let alone speaking, they couldn't even twitch their lips. On the side of Kakashi and the others, Asuma looked at the scene in shock. Is he still a genin? To be able to subdue two Umbu while both of them were on guard. His strength is definitely on the level of a jonin. No! Perhaps even stronger than that. Let alone genin, even jonin-ranked ninjas generally do not possess the kind of speed Raijin had displayed. Kurenai and Shizen were certain that they could not move as fast as Raijin did, even Asuma wasn't completely certain. Only the likes of Kakashi and Guy could move that fast, but even they would need to get serious to move at such an incredible speed. Moreover, there's something more about Raijin that shocked the jonin instructors, as Guy asked with a frown, Kakashi, isn't that similar technique as? Even before Might Guy could complete his question, Kakashi nodded solemnly, yes, he is indeed using the lightning chakra stimulation to augment his speed. As I thought, he seems to be incredibly proficient in using the lightning nature transformation. Although Raijin did not use more than a few moves from start to finish, Kakashi, who is highly sensitive to the lightning nature transformation, figured out that he specializes in lightning nature transformation based on his observation of the jutsu Raijin used. Moreover, judging from the speed that Raijin displayed while using the lightning chakra stimulation, it was clear that his mastery of this technique was incredibly thorough. There is simply no way a shinobi of this caliber can come from Amagakure. He has to have some kind of connection with the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi was more certain of his doubt. It's not that he underestimates Amagakure, but for shinobi to develop their skills, they need training and knowledge, and that knowledge comes from other capable shinobi. No matter how much of a genius a person is, there is no other way around the need for a mentor/teacher figure. Even the likes of Nagato and Conan received their skills initially from Jiraiya and then developed them further. As far as Kakashi knows, after Akatsuki withdrew from Amagakure, that village no longer had a shinobi of that caliber. But if it's the member of Akatsuki that provided Raijin with knowledge and skills, then that would make sense. On the field. Unlike Kakashi, who was trying to figure out the background and purpose of the Amagakure squad, Uchiha Sasuke on the field was completely stunned. He did not even realize it as he subconsciously activated his Sharingan to keep track of Raijin's movement, and thought to himself, lightning chakra stimulation method that Kakashi-sense taught me? No, but it's different, it's weird. Through his three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke saw more details compared to others and noticed that the lightning chakra stimulation method used by the masked ninja from Amagakure seems to be quite different from the one he and Kakashi use. The most obvious difference between the two lightning chakra stimulation methods is that Amagakure shinobi's lightning chakra stimulation method seems to cover his entire body, while the lightning chakra stimulation method taught to him by Kakashi does not cover the entire body. While stimulating the entire body can indeed result in faster bursts of speed, it is also a very dangerous thing to do as the human body cannot withstand such intense lighting coursing through it for a very long duration. Moreover, the degree of lightning stimulation the different organs in the body can withstand is also different, so if a similar intensity of lightning chakra courses through the entire body, sensitive tissues that cannot withstand high-intensity lightning would start burning rapidly and might even cause irreparable damage to the body. As a result, not only the complete body lightning chakra stimulation method would fail to increase the movement speed and reaction speed, but will also cause irreparable damage to the body. Therefore, Sasuke, who understands this shortcoming of the lightning chakra stimulation, believes that the lightning chakra stimulation method taught to him by Kakashi is very advanced jutsu, and never thought of improving it. However, upon seeing the Amagakure ninja using a more advanced version of the lightning chakra stimulation, Sasuke suddenly realized that he hadn't really mastered the jutsu. If he too can emulate the Amagakure ninja's lightning chakra stimulation method, his strength would increase. But there's still one problem: how did he do it? The more Sasuke tried to figure out how Raijin was using the complete body lightning chakra stimulation method, the more doubtful he became because he wasn't able to figure out the answer. It wasn't just Sasuke who was doubtful, even Darui had a doubtful expression on his lazy face. Unlike Sasuke, he knows the exact implication of the Amagakure ninja using such a technique. He, who has been training for the past year to master the lightning chakra mode, knows that what the Amagakure ninja is using is actually the second step of mastering the lightning chakra mode. Lightning chakra mode is a unique ninjutsu of Kumogakure. There hasn't been a shinobi from another village capable of mastering this nintaijutsu, but now that the Amagakure shinobi has displayed the potential of mastering the lightning chakra mode, this puts Kumogakure in an embarrassing position. Darui looked at the Amagakure ninja with a serious expression as a trace of killing intent appeared on his face. He knows that the ninjas of other shinobi villages can't be allowed to master the lightning chakra mode. Different from Sasuke and Darui, Deidara looked at the Amagakure ninja with an amused expression. This ninja is good. Maybe participating in the Chunin promotion exam wasn't a total waste of time. Different from others, Deidara liked the Amagakure ninja's boldness and looked forward to fighting him. In the same manner, the others were also more or less impressed by the Amagakure ninja. Even Orochimaru was a little surprised and licked his lips excitedly for such a shinobi to participate in the joint Chunin promotion from Amagakure. Interesting. While the others were either impressed or vigilant of Raijin, at this time, suddenly a blonde-haired boy with 3 whiskers on both cheeks jumped out of the crowd and shouted, "Hey! I will fight with you and show you that ninjas of Konoha do not abandon their comrades." Undoubtedly, this person is the most unpredictable knucklehead ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, Raijin turned around and looked at the boy as the corner of his lips arched. Sasuke sighed. Sigh. This dimwit, he just had to do it. Then with his hands in the pockets of his trousers, he came out and stood a step ahead of Naruto as he spoke. "Naruto, you are not a match against him, let me handle this situation." Then without waiting for Naruto's response, Sasuke glanced at all the people on the field with his Sharingan before stopping on the three masked Amigakure ninjas and spoke in a cold voice. "I will teach the guy a lesson and let him know not to mess around in Konoha. There is a reason why Konoha is the strongest shinobi village." As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, all the eyes on the field shifted to him. To make such a bold declaration. "Humph, the Uchihas are really arrogant people," someone spoke in the crowd. While Sasuke's words about Konoha being the strongest shinobi village might indeed be true, no one from the other villages is going to accept this truth. Deidara in particular frowned, especially after noticing the three tomo in his eyes as the previous humiliation against the female Homusubi of Amatsukami had resurfaced in his mind. Looking at Sasuke coldly, Deidara snorted, "He is also a Uchiha. Humph, I will settle the old accounts with the Uchihas this time by crushing this guy." It did not matter to him whether Sasuke and the female Homusubi were two different people, it's all Uchihas in his eyes. Raijin hadn't expected Sasuke to jump out along with Naruto, but he reacted quickly and grinned slyly. "Is that the case, huh? Well then. I shall change that false belief of yours today." Sasuke snorted coldly, "Humph, your arrogance shall become the cause of your death. In front of these eyes, anything you do is meaningless. I have already seen through your trick," then disappeared from his position and appeared behind Raijin in the same manner as Raijin. He wanted to use the same method to paralyze Raijin that Raijin had used to paralyze the Konoha Umbu. "Who? Then how about I give you a taste of your own medicine?" That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 26. Peace.